Can we get started?
Yep.
Okay, so we are getting started, and first I want to welcome for the opening remarks, Dr. Jürgen Yunzer, that is our head of the psychiatry department at University of Washington. Please welcome.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Jürgen Yunzer. I chair the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences here at the University of Washington, and I want to welcome you to the UW, to UW Psychiatry, and to the Addiction, Drug, and Alcohol Institute, ADAI. And the ADAI is hosting this really great symposium today on high-THC cannabis in legally regulated markets. That's an area that's really, really rapidly evolving. And we are in Washington, a state that's really at the forefront of efforts to regulate cannabis and to regulate the use of cannabis. And that means that here at the University of Washington, we have to be at the forefront of the knowledge that we have in this area. And that's what our experts at ADAI do. What you'll hear about today is from experts to talk about the short-term and long-term risks, how we prevent them, how do we mitigate them. This is an area that in general, there is a lot more heat than there is light. And I think what we need is not more heat, we need more light. And that's really, I think, what our experts at ADAI do very, very well. And what they put together today is a really wonderful group of speakers, of moderators to spend the day really thinking about what do we know about this area. And so with that, I want to welcome all of you. I hope you have a wonderful, productive day. And I'm going to turn it over to Susan Ferguson, who is the director of the ADAI, who's going to give you her welcome and also introduce our symposium chair, Dr. Carlini. Take care.
Great. Well, I think that worked out pretty well for a hybrid meeting. I'm impressed so far. So I also want to extend my very warm welcome to all of you that are attending both here in person as well as online. We're really excited to be able to put on this hybrid format because I think it lets us really engage with a very broad audience, much greater perhaps than we would if it was just locally here. And so at ADAI, one of our core missions is really to reduce the harms of drug use and addiction. And we do that through a variety of different ways, primarily, of course, through our research programs, but also through education and outreach in our training and implementation efforts. And so with respect to cannabis and addressing needs in this area, we really have to appreciate that we're in this sort of ongoing changing landscape of use that is occurring as a result of legalization. And we're seeing this legalization spread across lots of different markets over the last 10 years. And I think legalization tends to bring about a whole set of its own unique challenges, especially around public perception and stigma. When a drug becomes legal, it's often associated with being harmless, and we tend to see a normalization of use, as well as see people that didn't previously engage in drug use start to do so. And with cannabis, one really great thing about it is that there's a lot of medical benefits to cannabis. But with that, there's also some challenges. So some of the things that we've seen now that medically are useful with cannabis and cannabinoids are in some forms, treating some forms of epilepsy, as well as symptoms of multiple sclerosis. We also know that it can be effective in reducing the nausea and vomiting that is associated with cancer treatments, as well as with the loss of appetite and weight loss that are often seen in folks with HIV and AIDS. And really relevant to addiction, it's now looking like some forms of chronic pain can be treated with cannabis and cannabinoids. So I think that has a lot of positive implications when we think about opioids and the opioid crisis. But with the sort of benefits of medical cannabis, it becomes very normal for people to assume that if it's useful medically, then it must also not be harmful recreationally. And so I think we have to really consider sort of balancing that when we're thinking about cannabis. So ADAI has been very fortunate to be the recipient of I-502 funding from the state, which has been directed to the University of Washington since 2015, that allows us to conduct research on both the short and long-term consequences of cannabis use and legalization. And this has really allowed us to rapidly adapt and address the issues and questions that have arisen. We also maintain a website that educates the public on current topics around cannabis use, using, importantly, an evidence-based scientific approach. And last year, we received proviso funding from the state, where we're working with the Washington State Healthcare Authority to develop recommendations for state policies related to cannabis concentration and mitigating the detrimental health impacts of this. And so as a matter of fact, this conference was developed with our Cannabis Research and Education Program, or CREP, as part of that work to understand the perspectives of experts in the fields of public health and policy. And so we're very grateful for this funding, as it allows us to rapidly address these timely issues. We're also very, very fortunate at ADAI to have Dr. Bia Carlini as a researcher and faculty member, as she brings vast expertise in the study of cannabis use and its potential harms. Over the last 10 years, Dr. Carlini has been very focused on studying the key issues that have cropped up around cannabis use and legalization, and she currently leads our Cannabis Research and Education Program. And so before I turn things over to Bia, I just want to give a shout out to the members of our program that were particularly instrumental in putting this conference together. Meg Bruner and Aaron McGraw are information specialists at ADAI, and they were critical for sort of the nuts and bolts of this event, getting it together. And I also want to give a shout out to Sharon Garrett and Bia Carlini, who were key for developing the scientific content of this symposium. So again, I just extend my welcome to everybody here and online, and I'll turn things over to Bia. Thanks.
Yes, I also want to, one more time, thank all our team that have been working together, and also for Lexi Nims, that has been very instrumental on supporting all the work, and we're working on the last minute issues on operations on our side. And yeah, so we have, as mentioned before, about 200 people streaming today. And I want to say how proud I am to be in Washington State, where, again, we've been in the forefront of progressive policies and responsible policies when it comes to cannabis. Just to think of it, we were in 1998 one of the first states to recognize the importance of allowing people to use cannabis for medicinal purposes. And about a decade ago, whoever thought, we voted for cannabis legalization. So we kind of, people are looking at what Washington State is doing, because we are in the forefront, and we are a little bit like the big brother that makes all the mistakes that people are going to say, like, that didn't quite work well. I think we are a good big brother, because we make mistakes, but we also are good of trying to correct them. So a good example of that is the amazing work that has been in place for correcting the injustice in terms of equity on the access for cannabis industries and business that didn't allow for people that were already penalized by the war on drugs to have access to be in the market and profit from them. So it's good to see that. It is also good to see that while was not anticipated that was happening in the beginning by many people, that we would have THC, the intoxicating part of cannabis, become more and more and more concentrated and potent in product, would be something that would have to be take care of or be attended to. That wasn't in our forefront when legalization started, at least from people that work on protecting the health of the public. And now we see that from the flower, we are more and more moving into a market that are composed by very high manufactured products with THC going to 60-90%. And we are trying to correct that too. And this symposium, with amazing amount of notable registrations that I'm going to mention there, is a living proof of that. First of all, I want to say, yes, we are, everybody's looking at what we are doing now. So just to give an example, we have people streaming today from South Africa, Australia, Canada, Brazil, and India. We have people streaming from Oregon, Alaska, Colorado, California, Idaho, Indiana, New York, Maine, and Georgia. At home, we have plenty of very key people and decision makers. 7 people from Liquor Cannabis Board. We have the pleasure to have the presence, in person of Jim Volendroff, LCB board member. But also we have 3 directors that are joining us remotely: Rick Garza, Tony Hood, and Justin Nordholm, respectively Director, Deputy Director, and Director of Policy and External Affairs, plus Mary Segawa, Public Health Education Liaison, and Catherine Hoffman, Policy of Rules Managers. We also have the presence of 7 Healthcare Authority and Department of Health people. I want to mention particularly Sarah Mariana, Section Manager of Substance Use Disorder and Mental Health, and Sonia Pipek, also supervisor of the same area. Interesting enough, we have also legislators, and we are so happy about it. In presence, we have here Representative Lauren Davis. Welcome, and she's going to help us to run the show today. We also going to have in person Representative Shelley Kloba and probably others that are registered, including Representative Mia Gregson, Alex Ribara, and Senators Twaina Nobles and Jess Salomon. We also have 12 legislative aides and policy advisors enrolled. We are not just local. 8 counties are here today, either in their health department or in the juvenile court, including King County, of course, but also Snohomish, Kitsap, Spokane, Kittitas, Walla Walla, Tacoma, Pierce, and Bento, Franklin are here. Last but by no means least, we want to acknowledge the presence of our colleagues from Washington State University. Thanks so much for being here, and particularly the directors, Dr. David Gang and Dr. Tracy Klein of the Center for Cannabis Policy Research and Outreach, and also to tribal partners that were able to attend. We have 3 organizations: American Indian Health Commission, 7 Generation Strategies, and Cowlitz Tribe Seattle of Tukwila. We also want to acknowledge the Cannabis Alliance, an organization that represents professionals working in Washington State in the cannabis industry, and many other owners of stores, processing firms, and so on. To close this up, I want to acknowledge the presence of 2 members of the press. They will be eventually recording what is being said here for note-taking purposes, as most speakers, or all the speakers, already signed a release of information that is not, it's specific to the purpose of being posted here. If people have any discomfort with that, please let us know. And I think that's it. I'm going to pass to Sharon Garant, our research scientist on our CERP, Cannabis Education Research Program, to give some housekeeping and then introduce our first keynote speaker. Thank you.
So great to see everyone here today. So my task is to just give you all some logistical information to help make your day more comfortable and to help you be able to participate more fully. So we'll start with your comfort. The bathrooms are located across the hall, out the back door, across the hall from the registration desk. And we know that you're going to need some sustenance. It's a long day, so Panera Bread Company will be providing lunch. And of course, that is for the folks that are here in person. If you're watching on YouTube right now, I'm going to assume you're already comfortable and that you know where your bathroom is. This next piece, though, this next piece is for everyone. So whether you're here in person or whether you're watching remotely, we wanted to find a way for everybody to be able to ask questions of the great speakers that we have today. So in order to do this in this hybrid event, we're using Poll Everywhere. You can join by browser by going to pollev.com and entering ADAI UW 602, and then just enter your questions there. Or if you want to use your phone and text ADAI 602 to 22333. It'll let you into the right platform, and then you can just enter your questions into that chat. And we will be monitoring the poll everywhere, and at the end of each keynote and at the end of the panels, we'll be reading the questions aloud for the speakers to respond to. And the only other thing is a reminder that our focus today is on high-THC products sold for non-medical use in the market that's regulated by Washington State LCB. So we just want to recognize that patients and providers are making their own medical decisions, and that's not within the purview of what we're talking about today. And I think those are the main logistical things. If anybody here has any questions or needs anything, check in at the registration desk. Somebody will be there, and I'm going to turn it over to Bia to get things started.
I'm sorry, I realize I have a mask on my coat. So anyways, we are glad, and I'm trying to make the slide to move here, but I don't seem to be able to. Here we go. Okay. So it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker today, Dr. Jonathan Caulkins. He's going to be talking about market trends in high-potency cannabis products. I'm sure many people here already have heard and read the wonderful things Dr. Jonathan Caulkins have published. I've been his fan since 2014, always sitting in the first row and taking notes of everything. He is a professor of operations and research at public health and public policy at Carnegie Mellon University Heinz College. And you can read more about his bio in your package or if you're home online. Thank you very much, and welcome, Dr. Caulkins.
Cool. Okay.
This is your one.
Thanks. Well, thank you for that introduction. I am thrilled and honored and really excited to be here today, but I should start with a warning. Sharon politely got up and said she's concerned about making you comfortable. I think my job is to make you uncomfortable. I am going to try to present data and ideas that will challenge things that you think you know about this topic, because that's the purpose of a gathering such as this. And in particular, I'm going to try to talk from the policy and societal level. There will be many speakers throughout the day who are going to do a fantastic job of explaining the laboratory science, and I'm going to stay more at the policy level with three main themes. The first thing I'm going to argue is that legalization, specifically legalization of supply by for-profit companies, as opposed to legalization of use, is a major driver of the spread of high-potency cannabis products. The second theme, though, is that I think legalization of commercial supply is a major driver of other important themes that are also threats to public health, and they are all wrapped together and at times are hard to sort out. And I want to say a little bit about some of those other patterns. Then in the last third of my remarks, I'm going to take legalization of for-profit supply as a given. And I'm going to take as a given that we think that the high-potency products specifically are a threat, and ask what can one do about that from a policy perspective, and particularly entertain the idea of what would happen if some specific cannabis products were banned. And would that generate an illegal market that would eliminate the benefits of the ban and create the problems of illegal markets, because illegal markets are what fascinates me. So that's my agenda. And I want to point, is there a problem? So I want to start by pointing out the question that is not a policy question. When an individual chooses to use a regular cannabis product or a high-potency cannabis product, that's a tremendously important choice for them that can be directly informed by this fascinating scientific literature, but that's not something that policymakers or public health people get to decide. A thing that we do get to decide collectively as a society is, are we going to legalize a commercial or for-profit supply? And as I suggested, I think that's an extremely important choice with many ramifications, including the proliferation of these high-potency products. And what I'm going to try to do here for a few minutes is help you walk in the shoes of the companies that produce and sell cannabis products to understand why this change has the effect of expanding high-potency products. And the first observation is that legalization fundamentally changes the whole structure, performance, and conduct of the cannabis producing sector. The big myth with legalization is that it's going to be same old, just without arrest. If you go back 20 years, the typical cannabis producer inside the United States was growing 99 plants, because there was a federal law that kicked in at 100 plants, doing that in a warehouse or a storage container under artificial lights, which is totally crazy. No other plant-based product you buy at the grocery store is grown that way. We don't grow cucumbers that way. We don't grow tomatoes that way. That was a tremendously inefficient way of producing things. If you look north of the border, you see what it means to be efficient in the legal production of a plant that happens to be the cannabis plant. A typical grow facility there can be 1 million square feet. And grow masters there are not people who commune with the plant and talk to it in sweet tones to try to get it to flourish. They're often PhD agronomists bringing modern agricultural science to bear, and they are able to produce, and we also are able to produce, much higher potencies through better growing technologies and better strains. A second separate change is it okay to have an extraction machine on your premises? 25 years ago, if you had an extraction machine in your garage and the police knocked on your door, you had a difficult thing to explain. And that matters because a lot of the cannabinoids are not in the flower buds. The flower buds have the highest concentration, but most of the mass of the plant is in leaf and stem, and the lower concentrations of cannabinoids there in a bigger part of the plant adds up to quite a few of the cannabinoids. Just in round terms, let's say it's half and half. Before legalization, half the cannabinoids were unrecoverable. They were essentially just thrown out. Now, industry can capture those. And so industry wanted to change our consumption patterns from mostly flower to ballpark a 50-50 mix of flower and extract-based THC. And industry succeeded. So this is data from Colorado, the first 4 years after legalization. It's a little bit hard to read. The bars go up because that's total quantity going up. But the thing to focus on is what proportion of the bars are green, indicating flower, and it went from roughly 70% to roughly 40%. Similarly, data from Canada, and the 2 years after legalization, the non-medical market went from sort of 90% flower to 60% flower. So that's a second reason why legalization induces this change. Another is just legalization permits a proliferation of product forms. These days, the primary retail vehicles are stores or online plus home delivery. Either of those allows hundreds of different products. 30 years ago, when the primary retail mechanism was a retail drug dealer giving something to you, they could not carry 50 different kinds of flower and edibles and vapes and dabs and lotions in their trench coat pocket. So there is an opportunity to have a proliferation of products which include, not just, but include higher potency forms. And the fourth point here is, in some sense, the most important, and I'll return to it several times, which is that the strategic challenge faced by a legal industry is resisting the downward price pressure that comes from cannabis, basic cannabis, becoming a commodity. That's what would kill profits for the industry. How do you fight commoditization and downward pressure on prices? It's through product variety and differentiation. Some of that can be things like saying, oh, my cannabis is organic and the other stuff is not. Some of it can be, I have a wonderful terroir because it's Mendocino County cannabis. But it's also different kinds of products, different potencies of flower, but also these different forms as a way of fighting against that downward price pressure. We could go on, but the meta point here is the decision to legalize inherently builds into it a lot of drivers of the spread of high potency products. Now, I do want to point out it's not only legalization. There's also been a trend towards higher potency in many countries that have not legalized. These particular charts come from France. We could do it with a dozen other countries. And this chart is what cannabis potency was doing in the United States before legalization. So real quick, look first at the two dashed lines. The top dashed line is the average potency in the United States of Sinsemilla. The lower dashed line is the average potency of commercial grade cannabis imported from Mexico. Both those lines went up somewhat. The blue line is the key. That is the weighted average for the US market. And you can see that fairly quickly from 2000 to 2010, the market shifted from mostly Mexican commercial grade to mostly Sinsemilla. So the actual average potency of what was being consumed, the blue line, really went up quite a bit, but then there was a step jump up with legalization. Those dots on the far right are Washington data from the first 3 years after legalization. So I'm not claiming that all of the trend towards higher potency over the last generation is induced by legalization, but I am claiming that legalizing for-profit supply is a driver of the spread of the products that we're talking about today. All right, now I'm going to make a second point. I believe that if we made a top 10 list of the biggest public health threats of legalizing commercial supply, unambiguously high potency products would be on that top 10 list. But I am not sure it's number one or perhaps even in the top 5, so I do want to pause and make a case that there are other things that come with commercial legal supply that are of concern, and if you know me, you know I think about prices, I think about markets, and the change in prices has been really dramatic. So it's essentially an 80% decline in the price per gram before adjusting for the change in potency. All the numbers on this slide are going to be sort of high-grade cannabis, Sinsemilla products. This is my best numbers on the change in the wholesale price nationwide. Pre-legalization, we don't really have a good nationwide number, so I'm using California because that was the biggest market. 80% decline. These are the markets for this state, wholesale, essentially 80% decline. These are the numbers this state, retail, of high-quality cannabis, essentially 80% decline. When you include the inflation adjustment, if you look at the price of BC bud back in 2006, $40 per gram. It isn't that today. And this pre-legalization was, say, 14% THC product, now call it 21%, so 50% increase in potency. So an 80% decline in the price per gram without adjusting for potency translates to like a 90% decline in the price per milligram of THC. That's a big change. It is also not necessarily the end of the story. There will continue to be downward pressure on prices if we go to national legalization. Call the current price roughly $10 per gram. I don't think you can rule out the possibility that the production cost after national legalization could be down in the range of $10 a pound. 453.6 grams per pound, that's a factor of 100 difference. Now, I can talk for an hour for the detailed explanation of this, but here's the thumbnail explanation. You can get 1,000 pounds per acre from cannabis. It's a very productive plant. If you just go to your local state agricultural extension service and ask for the spreadsheets they offer to regular farmers of all sorts of other crops and describe what's the typical cost per acre of production, you know, tomatoes, maybe vaguely similarly difficult to grow, on the order of $10,000 per acre. Do the math, that's $10 per pound. That's 2 cents a gram, that's a penny or two per joint. Production cost. To put that in perspective, you know those little packets of sugar you get at a diner with your coffee for free? The wholesale cost of those little sugar packets or little ketchup packets that at McDonald's they just toss in, those are about 3 cents each. So we're talking about the cost of production getting down into the range, perhaps, of things that we give away in other contexts. A little bit like a bar will give away salted nuts to try to get you. That's a radical challenge to the industry in terms of maintaining its profitability, and it's a radical challenge to public health. But staying in the industry perspective, the cannabis industry post-national legalization will face economics that are a little bit like the Arrowhead bottled water industry, right? So the bottled water industry convinces us to pay $2 or $3 a bottle for something that's almost indistinguishable from a product that's basically free. And they succeed, but that's the challenge that they face. When you've truly got national legalization, large-scale modern agricultural production, that's the world that the cannabis industry struggles with. They have to figure out how to get you to pay what you're willing to pay, what it's worth to you, for something they can produce for a very low price, but so can their competitors. All right, I will stop about prices. I talk about prices all the time. Backing up, my thesis is that there are quite a number of different consequences of legalization that matter, and I'll mention just one more. I'm going to go with point 3 up here. So we all think, oh, marketing. Once the full shakeout in the industry happens and we go from little $50 million a year cannabis companies to national and multinational brands the way that we have in other consumer products, we'll have marketing. And we think, oh, okay, that will be marketing increasing sales to a product segment. Absolutely, it's point 2. But point 3 is sometimes overlooked, which is that when you have a large industry, it can act strategically to reposition a product in the social space. And I'll tell a story first from the tobacco industry, so Bia will appreciate this. Think about cigarettes in the United States in 1880. They existed, but they were almost not used. The tobacco industry back then, it was mostly selling cigars to men with local and regional companies. And then the machine-rolled cigarette was invented. It radically reduced the cost of production, very much as legalization has radically reduced the cost of production of cannabis. And after about 30 years, there have been consolidation into national tobacco companies that had successfully selling a lot of cigarettes to American men, especially after World War I. But that industry stepped back and said, women are not using our product. Let us consciously create a marketing campaign, not just to expand consumption for men, but to pioneer a new market with women. This is the Virginia Slims sort of campaign, and they succeeded. And you might say, oh, that's only the tobacco industry. That's only back in the 1920s. But no, this stuff happens all the time. This is what industries do. I had a conversation with a strategy consultant to the alcohol industry who told a story about American wine. In 1980, wine for Americans was something that was associated with meals. And that limited the wine industry's sales. And so they consciously said, how can we get our product to not be stuck in that niche of being something that's consumed with meals? And they thought, how about we make it something that's associated with fun and friends, and maybe especially women, because men already have beer for that space. And so there was a conscious effort with things like storylines in Hollywood movies to depict 30-something successful independent women having fun sharing a bottle of wine, not over a meal. And now in 2022, what space in our society does that product occupy? Wine is no longer confined to be something we think of with meals. Likewise, the liquor industry said, this is sort of circa 2000, I think, we don't have a presence at sporting venues. When people go to baseball games and football games, they're drinking beer, they're not drinking liquor. How can we change that? And they thought about it, and they recognized our product is associated with glass containers. What's selling at sporting venues is in cans. We have all these ideas from the Alka-Pop experience, which we couldn't actually do, but we can take Alka-Pop kind of products with fruit flavors, light, put them in cans looking like beer, put that in the stadiums, and now 2022, when you go to a baseball game or a football game, you can see that, and then that led to the hard ciders and seltzer world. So you have to recognize that when you have an organized industry that achieves scale economies that come from a national market, that is a consequence. All right, I'm going to stop. I won't go down the whole list of 10, but my point is high-potency cannabis products are a very important consequence of legalization, but not the only one. So if the public health community approaches Washington, D.C., as Washington, D.C. is contemplating national legalization of for-profit supply, this is sort of the message that we would deliver. We'd say, among the myriad things that you are thinking about, in this political process, much of which happens behind the scenes with lobbyists, please try to also remember that one of the consequences will be greater availability and use of high-potency cannabis products. True statement. It should be worried about. But I think they will also be thinking about social justice and jobs and taxes and impaired driving and. So that's my story on legalization as a policy choice. What I want to go to next is making the case that there have been post-legalization, post-reforms, other changes in consumption patterns that are concerning for public health, not just the high-potency products. And in particular, I note the changes in frequency of use and intensity of use, meaning THC per day. All right, so first, frequency of use. This is a very simple plot. It's just straight household survey data. How many Americans self-report use of a cannabis product in the last 12 months, normalized to make 1992 be 100. 1992 was the nadir of this. 1992 was the end of the 12 years of Reagan-Bush tough cannabis policies. That was the low point in modern cannabis use. Since then, the number of people who report use in the last year has almost tripled. Some of that is population growth, but there's also been maybe a doubling in per capita use. And if you say to the average American, would you be willing to have a doubling in per capita use in order to purchase getting rid of all of the costs and ugliness of drug prohibition in illegal markets? Most people would say, oh yeah, that sounds like a good trade. But it looks slightly different if you ask about current use, meaning the past month use. Then we've got a quadrupling, and some people might say, that quadrupling is kind of a lot. And then if you say, well, what about the number of days of use? Well, the number of days of use has increased 7-fold since that nadir in 1992. And note, this is not just a step change the year after Washington passed its legalization. What I'm talking about is the change over this generation-long process of changing our attitudes and policies towards cannabis. Maybe you could take 1996 with the California law as time zero for this. But the public health interest is not even in days of use. The public health interest is first and foremost in daily and near daily users, and this is the line for the number of daily and near daily users. At the end of the 12 years of strict policy, it was under 1 million. Now it is over 12 million Americans who report daily and near daily use of cannabis. And that is because of one of these sort of repositionings of the product in its function in our society. This chart is showing the proportion of current, i.e. past month users of alcohol, bottom line, cannabis, top line, users who report using daily or near daily. If you go back a generation ago, cannabis was like alcohol. It was predominantly a recreational drug. It was something people did for fun at parties on weekends. Yes, about 1 in 10 people were using much more frequently. Many of them had some sort of substance use issues, but the great bulk of people were not using it daily or near daily. That has changed over the same period of policy liberalization. So now fully 40% of current users report using daily or near daily, much more like the pattern for cigarettes. Let me do these exact same data. This is proportion of past month users. Now I'm going to change the vertical axis so it's total number of users. Different look at the same basic phenomenon. Back in 1992, if somebody said, I want to talk to you about Americans' daily and near daily use of a dependence-inducing intoxicant, you said, oh, you want to talk about alcohol. Because the vast, vast majority of daily and near daily use of a dependence-inducing intoxicant was alcohol. Today, if you want to talk about Americans' daily and near daily use of a dependence-inducing intoxicant, it's like, well, that's about half alcohol and about half cannabis. That's a major change. And it fuels where the money is made in this market. One of my favorite little pop quizzes, and Jillian, you can't answer because you've heard this before, is if you think from the perspective of the industry, what proportion of your sales are to adults with no substance use disorder issues at all, not only no cannabis use disorder, but also not alcoholics and so on, and using fewer than 10 days a month? That's a weird metric. I'm looking for weekend-only use. The data don't tell me whether they used on Tuesday or Friday, but less than 10 days a month is my proxy for this is somebody who's using only on weekends. How big a share of the market is that for the industry? And typical answer, people say, oh, it's a third, it's a half, maybe it's 70%. No, it's nothing. It's like 2.5%. It's that little tiny gray wedge. Adults with no substance use disorder who use fewer than 10 times a day don't matter for current revenues for the industry. They matter a lot for political cover. They do not matter for today's revenues. Kids are also not driving it. Kids are the wedge at the bottom. There are a fair number of under 21-year-old users, but they tend not to be using intensively. It is daily and near daily users who account for 80% of the sales. The big block on the right are daily and near daily users who report enough problems to meet the criteria for substance use disorder, and then the big block on the left is the daily and near daily adult users who do not. So that's part one of this story of another change. Cannabis use is now much more frequent. It's also more intense in terms of THC per day. So this is my image of the prototypical cannabis user way back in the year 2000. I hate being so old that way back is something that I remember. Back then, you think about somebody who used every weekend night, but not during the week, and we'll say it's one joint. That could be one joint by themselves, or they share 2 joints with a friend. 0.4 grams per joint, 4% THC potency. Do the math, it's less than 5 milligrams per day of THC on average. What is the math for daily and near daily users today who are consuming 1.6 grams a day on average of 20% THC? It's 320 milligrams per day on average. That is a 70-fold increase in average THC consumption. Now, I do want to point out, that's not just a change over time. I'm going from the typical user in 2000 to the typical use session in 2022. And you can ask, are there any important behavioral health consequences of a 70-fold increase in dose? And, maybe not. The human body is really pretty amazing. There is this phenomenon of tolerance. We can get used to things, and maybe the people who are using 70 times as much function just as well in society. They've just adapted to this. But sometimes the dose makes the poison. So by a weird coincidence, the same numbers apply to cocaine. So down in South America, indigenous communities have been using the coca leaf to make coca tea. It functions in society there very much the way tea does in the British Empire. And the amount of cocaine molecules that you consume when you have a cup of coca tea is less than 5 milligrams. I was part of a group at RAND that also estimated total cocaine consumption in pure metric tons for the United States, as well as estimating the number of frequent users. And unfortunately, it was work for ONDCP. We had to follow their language. Their language was chronic users. I don't like the term, but it's frequent users. And you do that math, that 327 metric tons divided by 3 million chronic users, 290 milligrams per day, about a 70-fold difference. And now ask, is there any important behavioral or health difference between having a cup of coca tea per day or consuming cocaine at the intensity of chronic cocaine users in the United States? And I think there might have been. Not to be hypocritical, I also like to look at my favorite drug, which is Diet Coke. And usually at this point, I hold up my bottle of Diet Coke, but in deference to Seattle, I have my cup of coffee. But 76 milligrams per day is my normal daily dose, and I can ask, what would it mean for me to increase that dose by a factor of 70? And it would mean drinking 35 grande Starbucks cappuccinos every single day. I realize here, you're like, yeah, that's what we do here. But in the rest of the country, people think that's a big increase. And in many other parts of the country, they would say there might be a behavioral or a health consequence of that much caffeine. But it's not even just the drug. Like, I like blueberries, okay? And so that's a normal dose of blueberries. What does 60 or 70 times as many blueberries look like? And would there be any different behavioral or health consequence if I increased my blueberry consumption by that much? And I'd have a bellyache. So sometimes dose makes the poison. And the grand experiment that we as a society have embarked upon is finding out whether or not this substance, which was basically harmless at 5 milligrams per day, remains harmless at 300 milligrams per day. And the jury is still out. But one of the great things about our being here today is that we collectively are going to learn a lot about that question from the speakers who come later and are far smarter than I am. All right, so I told you I was going to try to do 3 things. I was going to tell you that legalization brings high-potency products to the market, that legalization has other important impacts on consumption patterns, but now I want to turn to this question of, suppose we take legalization of for-profit supply as a given, and suppose we take as a given that the high-potency products in particular are an important concern. Then what? And I think there's a set of policy implications that are terrifically important but are dull. Remember, I said I was going to try to make you uncomfortable, so this is being intentionally provocative. When I say dull, I don't mean they're not important. When I say dull, I don't mean I don't support them. I just think they're no-brainers. Do we want good labeling? Well, yeah. But I would want good labeling even if I wasn't singularly concerned about high-potency products. Would I want good education and prevention programs? Well, yeah, but I don't only want that because I'm concerned about high-potency products. Do I want good data collection? Yes, there's a whole bunch of very important things that we should be doing, and if concern about high-potency products motivates us to do these things we should be doing anyhow, I'm all for it. But what I want to take the last part of my time to address is what I think is a more difficult question, which is this issue of product bans. Banning a particular class of cannabis products, like banning waxes and dabs or banning vaping, banning flower that is above a particular potency cutoff. And in the Netherlands, there was a big discussion about that, around a 15% cutoff for a number of years. And we could also talk about taxes. Tax is tremendously important. I love talking about it. But I think for broad purposes, the way you think about very high taxes is sort of similar to the way you think about a ban. If the tax difference is modest, then it is not a major concern. But if the tax difference is big, then it almost begins to operate like a ban. And the central question I want to address is, would product-specific bans create illegal markets for those banned products that would undercut the public health benefits that were aspired to and also create these other problems? Because it's some people will say that vetoes the whole idea. Now, there will be an illegal market anytime illegal producers can make money net of or enough to compensate them for their risk of enforcement by selling that product at a price point that induces consumers to choose that illegal product over the legal alternatives they have. That's basically how markets work. Whether or not there is that possibility for a win-win partnership between illegal producers and consumers who are willing to purchase that depends on a whole long list of factors. Notably, it depends on how much enforcement pressure is brought to bear on those illegal producers. If one were to not place any enforcement tax on them, then of course the illegal production is going to happen, because producing in an unlicensed and unregulated way will always be less expensive than producing while following the rules. And that's not primarily because of excise taxes. That's the red herring. It's because of all the other things. If the legal regulated producers withhold payroll taxes and the illegal cheaters don't, the cheaters have an advantage. If the legal folks have to follow all the other rules and the cheaters don't, the cheaters will have an advantage and they will be able to thrive. I mean, one of my favorite anecdotes comes from here in this state back in '93 when I was part of Mark Kleiman's team trying to help out LCB, and I was interviewing this sort of gray market medical producer who wanted to move over into the legal regulated space and was complaining about all the regulation. And it's like, do you have any idea what honest business people have to put up with? And of all the things he could have complained about, he said, they're asking me to put in ramps in my greenhouse so the greenhouse is ADA compliant. It's not excise taxes. There's a whole bunch of things that give the illegal producers an advantage unless there is some continuing enforcement to prevent them from undercutting the licensed, honest, regulated industry. At any rate, you can tell, I can talk about this slide all day long. The point is, it's a case-by-case thing that depends on what thing you're talking about banning and all of the economics around it. But I'll put up 3 hypothetical scenarios to lead to the general point. Imagine that the country banned all vaping products. That would produce some public health benefit, but I do think that would also create an illegal market. There would be production in Mexico and Canada, movement across the border by organized criminal activity that would then be sold. It's an open question whether or not that size illegal market would more than offset the public health benefits. I don't know. I think that's an interesting question. If anybody would like me to fund me to study it, I'm happy to do it. But I do think there would be an illegal market there. Now, suppose Washington State alone banned vaping products, but Oregon said, we're open for business, we're going to sell these. I believe that some of those vape pens would make it across the state border, but I don't think that would predominantly be done by criminals carrying semi-automatic weapons. I would suggest thinking about that the same way that fireworks crossed state borders 25 years ago when it wasn't only Massachusetts that banned personal fireworks. I grew up in upstate New York. New York was a state that at that time didn't allow personal fireworks, but many people vacationed in North Carolina and Virginia. And that's the sort of illegal market I think you would have. It would undercut some of the public health benefits, but it wouldn't be a particularly destructive illegal market. Suppose Washington State tried to ban flower that was more than 25%. My guess is that would not create much of an illegal market. I think most people who want a high-potency flower would say 24%, and the convenience of buying at a legal store is good enough for me. So take those three cases and now lay them out on the basic analytic framework that should inform decisions of ban or not ban a product. You would like to be as far to the right as possible on this diagram. Left to right increases public health benefit. You would like to be at the top of the diagram, going from top to bottom increases the size of the illegal market. I think those three things that I just speculated about might fall effectively on the diagonal. The bigger reach on the public health side, the bigger the risk of an illegal market. And so in some sense, our collective enterprise is to ask, are there any things in the upper right-hand corner where you can get a big public health benefit without much of an illegal market risk? And I think that's a very interesting discussion, and I will look forward to being involved in it. What I won't stand for, though, is somebody who just says bans of products always fail. That is just false. It's observably false. Here is an example of a U.S. prohibition, a product ban, that has not generated a large illegal market. Many people know this, but we have a prohibition in this country against walk-behind rotary lawnmowers that do not have a dead man switch. That was put in place in 1982. You have to have positive control such that if you're not actively saying I'm engaging it, within 3 seconds the rotor stops. That does increase the cost of production, so there is room for a potentially illegal market on people selling walk-behind rotary lawnmowers that do not have a dead man switch. My city is not plagued by organized crime, drive-by shootings driven by that illegal market. That is a product ban that works at achieving some public health safety benefit without inducing an illegal market. Here is another prohibition in our country that you may not have realized. In Europe, you can buy chocolate candy eggs that have little toys in them. It's sort of like the Cracker Jacks box, but in chocolate. Those are banned in the United States. The specific language is we may not have confections with non-nutritive objects in them, pure bureaucratese. When my kids were young, our neighbor across the street was a pilot for US Airways. He would fly over to Europe and bring back these Kinder Surprise candies, and my kids were delighted. So there was illegal activity at some level, but it was like that cross-state borders for fireworks. He was not carrying a semi-automatic weapon as he did that. I have made reference to fireworks. It's in part because I spent the last year looking at the history of prohibitions of fireworks and the related illegal markets. I think it's a highly relevant example for us today because there's a direct analog to potency. The short summary is that the United States went through first free markets, then prohibition, then legalization of personal fireworks, very much the way that we did with cannabis, just a little bit earlier. And ironically, there are other parallels, like the number of emergency room mentions per hour of use is spookily similar for fireworks and for cannabis. But to oversimplify, there was this 1966 Child Protection Act, and then there's some other things too. It didn't all happen instantly, that took a market that had previously had highly potent fireworks available for general use, up to 3,000 milligrams of black powder, and put a potency cap of 50 milligrams. And what happened? Well, as I suggested already, there was a lot of informal cross-state line trade in federally legal consumer firework products that generated no big crime issue, undercut some of the benefits. There is also an illegal cross-international border trade with products over 50 milligrams produced in Mexico and brought into the United States by criminal organizations. It is not a multi-billion-dollar market, but there is a little bit of that. Despite those market evasions, unambiguously, the number of injuries, especially the number of eye injuries, did fall with the prohibition. That was the impetus for the prohibition back then. And with the relaxation, as I said, all but one of the US states have now relaxed these rules, there's been a commensurate increase in use of these fireworks and an almost completely parallel increase in the number of eye injuries. There are examples that are more relevant to us from the alcohol and tobacco space. Absinthe, for instance. That was a spectacularly successful prohibition for almost 100 years in the United States and many other countries, in the sense that there was no big illegal market for absinthe. And the reason was people who wanted to consume absinthe had the opportunity to consume many close substitutes of other kinds of hard liquor. That might have been a pointless successful prohibition because the fears of absinthe being uniquely threatening were mostly unfounded, but it's a demonstration that a product ban does not always produce an illegal market. The ban on caffeinated alcohol, I think, is an interesting one. It is defeated by do-it-yourself at home, rum and Coke, but it has not generated an illegal market. The ban on flavored cigarettes, terrifically important. My read of the literature says, broadly speaking, this has reduced youth smoking. There is not a large illegal market in flavored cigarettes. What is the policy topic of the day is extending that ban to menthol, and also possibly banning just plain nicotine cigarettes. I think both of those are very high stakes decisions. I think there is a possibility of an illegal market there. Now, I could go on. My last example I'll mention, because I love it, is lawn darts. 2 weeks ago, I got to go to the Museum of Failure. I highly recommend you going to it. It's just a wonderful description of all the failed products. I found out that one of my childhood joys was in that museum. They were banned in 1988. I do not know of any organized crime groups that are trafficking in lawn darts. I do note that YouTube does have do-it-yourself instructions for how you can fabricate in your own home a lawn dart that is just as dangerous as the one that I played with as a kid. Okay. Oh, and I guess the Montreal Protocol, important because unambiguously there is a substantial, serious criminal illegal market in chlorofluorocarbons, but almost everybody thinks the benefit in terms of protecting the ozone layer exceeded that cost. Okay. In summary, when thinking about product bans, you're basically balancing public health benefit against the risk of illegal markets. That is the framing to look at it, but absolutely not responsible to say all product bans fail. It is false to say all product bans create illegal markets that undercut all the public health benefits and create big problems. I think we're in a new space in cannabis. I'm not exactly sure what bans work best. My suggestion to policymakers is for sure use this tool, but to paraphrase the harm reduction literature, start low, go slow. Find those products which are particularly egregious and which have a relatively small customer base as your starting point. That may be a small public health benefit, but I think there's low risk. As we gain experience with what does or does not work in terms of product regulations and bans in the space, maybe we'll be able to expand from that and reach that upper right-hand corner of nirvana. Apologies if I've talked too long. That's my fault as a professor, but I hope it was a little bit informative, and thanks for listening. Do we have any time for questions? Or? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Does that work? Hello? Hello? Does the microphone work? Testing? No.
I could repeat the question if that would help.
That would be great. So we have about 10 minutes for questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Caulkins. That was fantastic. What a great presentation. I have a ton of questions, but I'm obligated to share others. If Washington were to implement a medium risk, like X medium reward policy, such as banning all vaping products, how would the illicit market be affected if Oregon implemented a comparable policy a few years later?
So the question is, what would happen if Washington implemented a ban on vaping products Oregon did not initially, but then it followed later. And so I love the question. And so my guess is that while Oregon was legal and Washington was not, you'd have that informal cross-state sort of fireworks style thing. But the question is, if Washington leads, how do other states react? And there's an interesting calculus here because on the one hand, the rest of the states might say, inspired by Washington's wisdom, we will come along also, and then eventually you get to a nationwide ban where you would expect there to be substantially less use of vaping pens, because although there could be an illegal market in them, you'd expect prices to be higher, lower availability. There's a lot of people who are just honest and wouldn't participate in it. So that's one story. The other possible story is the people down in Oregon would say, suckers, we'll take your tax revenue. The 50 states are a laboratory of democracy, but the growth state's big out here. I think if we ask the question in the Northeast, I know the answer better, and the answer in the Northeast is some small state would say the benefits for us of collecting tax revenues on sales to all of the other big states around us would make the temptation too great. The West is a little different because states are bigger and you have fewer instances of major population centers on the other side of the border. I don't know. I think it's a close call. It's a great question.
So we have another question. This one comes up often. So on the slide showing the number of daily users of cannabis, almost catching up with the number of daily users of alcohol between 1975 and 2020. And actually, I'm going to ask if you can forward a little bit. I want to make sure people at home can see how to ask questions.
Sure.
There.
So,
one back. There.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
So does that pattern suggest a possible change in the use away from alcohol towards cannabis? And would you say that that's harm reduction?
So the question here is the big expansion in daily and near daily cannabis use coming at the expense of alcohol so they are substitutes? So this is like the billion-dollar question, both from industry perspective and public health perspective, is does the expansion in the supply of cannabis affect consumption of alcohol, also tobacco, potentially other substances, and if so, in what direction? I have often been quoted as saying that I think 25 years down the road when our children and grandchildren judge us for what we did on cannabis policy now, they will judge us based on how it affected alcohol abuse and tobacco consumption. They're not going to care only about the cannabis-specific outcomes. So the short answer with alcohol is the literature is more or less divided straight down the middle. There are a large number of studies on this very important question. And I will add that, there are plenty of studies that allow anybody who wants to cherry pick only from one side or the other. That is, there's a set of studies that say they're substitutes and the expansion in cannabis supply has reduced alcohol use. For every one of those, there's a study that said the expansion in cannabis supply has increased the amount of alcohol use. I think it's one of the most important policy questions out there. I'm a little pessimistic that even the smartest scientists in the world will be able to answer that today because we haven't yet legalized cannabis. I mean, I know Washington has, but the other Washington has not, and that matters. And furthermore, even after national legalization, it will take 20 years for the industry to fully mature and for all of the changes to play out. So I think we should study it like crazy now, but no matter what we find based on data to date, I think we should remember the future is very hard to predict. And I think it's an open question. On tobacco, the story is mostly bad news. On the tobacco side, the literature is less divided and it's bad news. Increasing cannabis supply tends to increase tobacco smoking. For instance, there's studies that suggest that tobacco smokers who are also smoking cannabis have more difficulty quitting tobacco smoking while they continue cannabis smoking. But absolutely fantastic question.
I think we have time for one more.
Okay.
Has there been data on black markets for flavored vape products in municipalities that have bans?
I am not aware, I'm sorry, the question is there data on the size of illegal markets for flavored vape products in municipalities that have banned them? I do not know of them. I think, again, it's a lovely question, and it may well be that there are states and localities that have some data on that, and if you do, I really want to hear about it. Here is my guess. When a municipality implements a product ban, that's even more vulnerable to the informal cross-border smuggling as if a state implements the ban. So cannabis products are mostly not perishable. Cannabis products are also very light. A daily cannabis user who consumes 1.5 grams per day consumes over a year material that weighs the same as one 20-ounce can of beer. Cannabis can move across borders pretty easily, so my guess is if it's only a municipality doing the ban and the municipality next door has not banned it, the consumers in the place with the ban will still have pretty good access. But I would really love to see that addressed with data.
I lied. We can do one more.
Excellent.
And there's a lot of great questions, by the way. Have you seen a change on how the cannabis industry is shifting their marketing to include new markets, similar to what you described for alcohol and tobacco? And is there a way to create a policy to slow or prevent that process?
The question is, has the cannabis industry already been changing its marketing practices, including trying to pioneer new markets in the way that I alluded to with tobacco and alcohol? And if so, can policy stop it? The short answer is, I think we've seen some steps in that direction, but the big steps will wait for there to be large enough corporations to have a strategic interest in changing the whole market. If a market is made up of 100 small and medium-sized companies that are, 50 million in sales or below, they don't individually have an incentive to spend the money to change the way that the whole society acts, because the benefit of that would be spread across all 100 small companies. That sort of strategic repositioning of products is more likely to happen when there are a smaller number of very big companies. The second half is, can policy stop it? And the short answer is no. We have a First Amendment freedom of speech protection that the Supreme Court interprets as applying to commercial free speech. So short answer is no. This country cannot do it. Many other countries around the world that are excellent democracies with a lot of freedoms are less committed to commercial free speech than we are in the United States.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have a break for people to socialize here if you are in person. I'm sure people at home are envying that, but have other plans. And we'll be back in 15. Thanks. Our panel this morning is going to be about short and long-term risks of high-THC products. We invited in Representative Lauren Davis kindly agreed to introduce people as they come in to speak. So thanks so much, and to Rep. Davis.
Thank you. I'm introducing all of them.
I think you can do one by one just to bring between the presentations. Are you confident?
I am. I just need to relocate. No, that's fine. Okay. So do you want me to just do Tracy first?
Yeah, Tracy and the first speakers.
Are they going in the order that they're listed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. If the goal was to make us deeply uncomfortable, that has been achieved, at least for an audience of one. And I'm a person who spends a lot of my waking hours thinking about drugs, and that is still the case. So it's my pleasure to introduce first our moderator, Dr. Tracy Klein, who is an associate professor at the Washington State University College of and Evaluation Services, which is a shared office with the Multnomah County Health Department and the Oregon Health Authority Public Health Division. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Klein and Dr. Dillig. We're going to have, I'm not sure if we're doing two up there at once, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to make everybody else stand, but I think I'll pop up and do intros in between, it sounds like.
Thank you. Dr. Dilley is over here, and she'll be coming up and doing her presentation in just a moment.
Thank you. I have the back to conferencing in-person awkwardness thing, so please forgive me. I'm here to talk today a little bit about high-THC products from a public health lens, and especially from the perspective of the data that we can access readily within public health systems. I always want to give acknowledgments. I have so many fantastic colleagues in Oregon and Washington and the RAND Corporation and Poison Centers in Colorado, so always thank you to my great colleagues. So there are two main research questions from a public health lens for me. The first, which I'll focus on today, is how does a legal cannabis market affect consumption of high THC products in populations and health and safety outcomes? And then the next question, which Dr. Caulkins already gave us some foundational information about, is so what do we do about it from can we protect public health and mitigate harms? Again, I'm going to focus on the first question primarily, and there's others, Dr. Rosalie Pakula and Jillian Schauer are going to be talking more about detailed regulatory things as well. So today I'm going to share with you some data, again, from our public health surveillance systems, or data that we can access for public health surveillance purposes, specifically the systems we have that contain information about THC concentrations. So we have many data systems that don't include any information about specific products, cannabis products. So I'm focusing on the ones where we do have that information. Also a little note, I'm going to focus mainly on pre-pandemic data periods just to uncomplicate our lives a little bit. So first, let's focus on market data. So data from cannabis regulatory agencies. The photo here is from Oregon from last fall. I just include it because I think it makes the point that the very presence of cannabis markets in communities can have an effect in addition to the sales that they do, but I'm going to mainly focus on sales and licensing data. So here's some information from the Washington Liquor and Cannabis Board. On the left is the number of active cannabis licensees, retail licensees in Washington State over the period since legalization began. So markets opened for the first time in July of 2014, and then the numbers on the graph are the number that were operating, actively making sales within the state in December of each calendar year after that. So you can see that it took a few years for the market to get up and running, and for the last 3 years or so of our trend here, we have 400 or thereabouts retailers that are operating within the state, and that's been holding fairly steady. And then for context, on the right, I'm showing per capita cannabis retail licensees in the first 4 legalized states as of December 2019. So one thing you'll notice is that Washington has fewer per capita cannabis retail licensees operating. So as we talk about what we're seeing in Washington and the impact of cannabis legalization in markets on behaviors and outcomes, just keep in your mind that Washington does look a little different from other states. So I just want to put that into your heads that things could look a little different in other places. I won't spend time on this because Dr. Caulkins already talked about the change in the composition of the market and sales as time has gone along in retail. So this was a study that Dr. Caulkins was part of, and it looks a lot like the results he shared already, which is that sales go up over time as retail markets operate and change, and the proportion of the proportion of sales that are for higher THC products like concentrates and edibles increases as a share of the market over time. So this is Washington-specific data, but the story is the same as what Dr. Caulkins already shared. So that's a market perspective. So now what about behaviors? How does that market and the availability of products affect behaviors for people? So I have 2 data sources. The first is the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System from Washington State. BRFIS is an ongoing telephone survey of adults. It's the main way that state public health systems monitor all kinds of health behaviors among adults. The second is school-based health behavior surveys. In Washington State, that's the Healthy Youth Survey, which is given to 8th, 10th, and 12th graders every other year. It's I'm biased, but I'll say I think it's the leading, certainly one of the leading school-based health surveys in the United States, and has response rates high and numbers within the hundreds of thousands of kids. So we have lots of powerful information about all kinds of things, including cannabis use among kids. So this chart is showing you the prevalence or the percentage of adults who said they used cannabis in the past 30 days in Washington State from 2012, which was the year when Initiative 502 or cannabis legalization passed on the ballot, from 2012 through 2019. And I have some important policy notes kind of listed here. So when the retail sales began, so that was 2014, 2 years after the ballot initiative passed. And then later, LCB announced the increases in numbers of retail licensees. So there's some important changes in what legalization looks like over time. But the most important thing for our discussion today is...
I'm so sorry, can you get a little closer to the mic because people are having trouble hearing?
Okay, thanks. I'm to be closer. The most important thing to take away is that the percentage of adults who are who say that they have used cannabis in the past 30 days is increasing over time. So from 2012 to 2019, we went from 8% to 17% of adults who said they'd used cannabis in the past 30 days. But that's any cannabis product, and as we just talked about, there's all kinds of cannabis products. So let's look, one thing that we've added then to the Burfus survey is beginning in 2015, for those adults who said they used cannabis in the past 30 days, we said, okay, well, how did you use it? Did you smoke it? Did you take an edible? Did you vaporize it? Did you dab it? Did you drink it in an infused beverage? So this chart is the percentage of adult cannabis users and who said that they used cannabis in any of these particular ways. They can have multiple, so they could smoke and take edibles. What I want you to see from this is that smoking has and remains the highest percentage of product use among adult cannabis users, but it's been declining over time. So in 2015, 85% of adults who used cannabis said that they smoked it at least once when they were using, down to 70% in 2019. And at the same time, you're seeing this increase in the percentage of adults who say they use these higher THC concentration products like edibles and vapes. So for example, vapes went up from 17% in 2015 up to 27% in 2019. On the Healthy Youth Survey, Washington State's school-based youth survey, the overall story about how cannabis use looks among youth over time is a little bit complicated, but I would say for today, just assume it's kind of a flat line. It hasn't dramatically changed. But we did add, beginning in 2014, a similar question onto the youth survey. So for kids who said that they used cannabis in the past 30 days, we said, how did you usually use it? So they could only give us one answer. But the pattern here is similar to what you just saw for adults. So from 2014 to 16 to 18, we see this drop in the percentage of kids who said they're usually smoking it, and then modest increases in kids who say that they are usually using it by edibles, vapes, drinks, and then in 2018 we added dabs as an answer option, and a fairly high percentage of kids are saying they use dabs. But this usual way question is not as sensitive as just saying, did you use it in any of these ways? So the good news is that Washington changed that for 2021's youth survey, and then I want to show you up here the most recent Washington data, which are the gray bars, compared to Oregon's data. Oregon had been asking the question this way for the past several years, so you can kind of see a change over time in Oregon using that more sensitive question, and then you can see Washington's most current data. So on the left side, this is the percentage of kids who used cannabis in the past 30 days who said that they smoked it, whether or not they used it in another way. And in Oregon, Oregon's 11th graders, that went from 93% of those kids in 2017 down to 80% of kids in 2019. And in Washington, in 2021, among 10th graders who had used cannabis, 67% said that they had smoked cannabis. And then on the flip side, with these higher THC products, you can see Oregon, kids who used cannabis who said they vaporized it went from 11% up to 44%. And in Washington State, 10th graders, of kids who said they had used cannabis in the past 30 days, 51% had used by vaporizing. So that's changes in adults and youth types of products that they've used for cannabis. So then you may be thinking to yourself, okay, so what's the relationship between these cannabis markets and behaviors? This is too many words. I'll say the bottom line is we've linked time-varying local area data for both adults and youth to look at patterns of cannabis use and how those have changed as local area cannabis retailers open up. So, and so far I will say one caveat is we've only been looking at this for cannabis products overall, not by specific product type, but that's certainly our next research agenda item. For adults, we've published data showing that, again, linking at the local level, among adults, if they're living in communities where a cannabis retailer opens less than 0.8 miles from their zip code area, the current use of cannabis increased, and specifically frequent use increased. So using 20 or more days in the past month increased significantly. But for adults that live far away, more than 18 miles away from where a cannabis retailer opens up, they don't seem to have any change in their cannabis use pattern. So it's those neighborhood area opening cannabis retailers that may be having an effect. And we saw something similar with youth. The model looks a little bit differently, but the findings are the same. So when cannabis retailers begin operation in areas where kids are in school, we see increases for 10th graders in current and frequent use of cannabis. We see also changes in their perceived access. They perceive cannabis as more easy to get, and they also change or become less prevention motivated in terms of believing that cannabis use is wrong for them, or thinking that their friends believe it wrong, and thinking that their parents think it's wrong, and thinking that adults in their community think it's wrong. So all these kind of attitudes and beliefs among kids are changing. We did see, so that was 10th graders. For 8th graders, we didn't see changes in use, but we did see also some changes in these belief, a couple of these belief indicators, which are upstream indicators of whether kids might begin to use cannabis later in life. So these are important associations. The presence of the markets can have an effect on adult and youth behaviors. So what do we know about adverse health events then? So we're fortunate to have data available from U.S. poison control centers. This is a unique data source that contains information about cannabis product types. So for those who look at hospitalization or ED data, ICD-10 codes just say cannabis. They don't say edibles or vapes or anything like that. So poison center data are unique in that they tell us about the product that was involved in the exposure. The calls come in from both individuals, so people in homes who have an exposure, they're experiencing symptoms, they need help, they call the poison center to get help from a toxicologist or a nurse consultant. Also healthcare facilities where healthcare providers are providing care and they don't know what to do about a specific exposure. So we get calls from both of these folks. So poison center calls are really a signal indicator of events. They're not a comprehensive, like this is definitely just a canary in the coal mine indicator for all the health events that are going on out there. And another point is that as people have become more accustomed to Googling when they're scared in their home and they need help, now they're Googling or going on Facebook or whatever, they may be looking for information in different ways than they used to in the past. So when we hear a signal coming through poison centers, I'm taking that very seriously because those signals are quieter than they used to be when people were more likely to call poison control centers. So I have 3 stories about what we've seen specific to THC products, THC-relevant products in poison center data. So the first is we looked at data from reported to U.S. poison centers for all states. We looked by product type, at how, what kinds of product exposures were being reported to poison centers over time. So I'm splitting it into plant-based products, so that's like flower and bud, and then manufactured products, meaning edibles, vapes, and concentrates, those higher THC products. That dashed line that you see at the top is the same as the dashed line from the prior slide, showing that total cannabis exposures have gone up over time. This is from 2017 to 2019. But plant material specific exposures reported have gone down. You can see that, that's the solid black line. And then what's driving that upward trend are these manufactured products, with edibles making up the greatest proportion of those. And in our models, we looked at whether legalization was associated with that, and sure enough, states that have legalized are showing greater increases in these manufactured product exposures compared to states that have not legalized. So here's a second story, trick or treat. And actually, Dr. Jillian Schauer, who'll be talking later today, called last year and in collaboration with colleagues in New York. We were just kind of pondering that you see these media stories coming up around Halloween. They'll be coming out soon now, that people start to speculate about kids accidentally getting into cannabis-infused edibles during Halloween and maybe getting those confused with their Halloween candy. So we wanted to look and see, okay, can we find anything about that in our poison center data? So we looked at seasonal patterns of reported edible exposures by age group in all states combined, and then looking at by legalized states as well. And what we did find was that edible exposures increase about 25% among children under 10, 22% among youth ages 11 to 20, but it's during that November, December versus other months. So that, Halloween is at the beginning of that period, but that increase in risk really continues throughout the holiday season. A third story, and this is a story unique to Washington that I'm proud to be able to share. So in 2017, Washington Liquor and Cannabis Board was getting was getting concerned about child exposures for edibles in the state's medical market or state's retail market. So they changed the rules about how cannabis edibles needed to be packaged. On the right, you'll see a picture of some cannabis edibles from Washington State. Two things to notice. One is that there's a not for kids label with the red hand. So, you know, a kind of like a Mr. Yuck type sticker, you know, supposed to be a flag for this is not for kids. It includes the Poison Center telephone number on it, so making that available to people. But the second thing that I'm especially interested in is you can see through the clear side of that package that each gummy within this package is individually wrapped inside the package. So if this were to be out on a table and a toddler got into it, they might get into the outside bag, but then they have to get into the second packaging within the inside bag. Thank you. So we looked at differences. Within Washington, cannabis edible poisonings reported to the Poison Center before and after the policy, and then compared to other states before and after the policy. We limited to those exposures that had significant health outcomes because we wanted to screen out people who just called more often because the Poison Center phone number was on the package. And we actually thought maybe we would see increases in Poison Center calls in Washington just because of having that phone number on the package. So that's why we wanted to isolate those serious exposures that we thought probably would have been called in any case. So what we found was that this policy implementation, the change in packaging, was associated with a 25% reduction in edible poisoning reports for children under 10, 51% reduction for ages 10 to 20, and a 23% reduction for adults 55 and older. So not only a benefit for kids and reducing some of the, these like pretty significant health exposures for children, but also for older adults. So maybe that packaging also communicates to adults and helps adults to titrate their own dose more effectively than they would have otherwise. Okay, so what? So we know that there's more sales of higher concentration products, more people are using them. Maybe there's some regulatory stuff we can do, so what do we do with that? And I think that's part of the conversation today. I will say we were instructed to offer some ideas. So here's some ideas from my perspective based on what we have seen. I think that regulatory approaches relevant to THC content in the market might include product regulations, like what can be sold, the potency of those products that can be sold, purchasing limits, maybe times of day, different places, price incentives, and Dr. Caulkins talked about taxing as a good thing, and then promotion. So the billboard on the right side of the screen is from Washington State from 2017. I think this is a good example of where, like Dr. Carlini said, we as Washington were one of the first states to legalize, and sometimes we did stuff and we said, oh, we don't like that, so let's change it up. There were fewer limits on advertising early on in the legal market, and this, my understanding was the billboard that sort of tipped the conversation over to say, we're not very happy in Washington about some of the content of the advertising that's out there and can be seen by kids. So the legislature took action. So I'm proud to say that those kinds of billboards don't appear now in Washington State. So I think that's a good example of where regulation maybe didn't directly address THC concentration, but I think that it's relevant because here this very cute billboard is kind of promoting that THC concentration and the approach of getting high. Some other policy ideas are healthcare and behavioral health systems may need support for their screening processes and intervention processes for people that they're helping to take care of. And then last, I would say, especially because we're seeing these changes in youth consumption patterns, maybe we need youth-centered social marketing campaigns and safe storage campaigns, maybe with a seasonal emphasis. And the policy element in there is the dedication of resources and the mandate to do those things. So those are health education campaigns, but we may need policies to make sure that those get out there and that that we can do them. And that is it. Thank you.
And before we have our next speaker, I just wanted to let the audience know that we will be doing all of our questions at the end of the presentation. We'll have an opportunity for the panel to respond. So do utilize the poll EV feature, and we will track those questions. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for the fabulous presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Carrie Cutler, who is an assistant professor at Washington State University and directs the Health and Cognition Lab. Looking forward to hearing from her. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here today to talk about the chronic and acute effects of high-potency flower and concentrates on cognition. So if you've ever been into one of the hundreds, as we saw, cannabis dispensaries serving our state, you would see that they carry an enormous variety of high-potency cannabis products, including cannabis flower that typically exceeds 20% THC, edibles sold in 10 milligram doses in our state, tinctures that you can place under your tongue, lotions you can apply to your skin, suppositories that I won't further describe, and cannabis concentrates that I will further describe on the next slide. Now, importantly, research has focused almost exclusively on the effects of cannabis flower and edibles. There has been an absolute dearth of research examining the effects of all of these other products, including cannabis concentrates. Now, as their name implies, cannabis concentrates are a highly concentrated form of the drug that are typically produced using chemical solvents like butane. And the end product is an oil, wax, or resin-like substance that's heated and the vapor is inhaled. Now, they typically have over 60% THC, but can also exceed 90% THC. Over half of cannabis users say they have used concentrates, and 13 to 37% report using them on a regular basis. These concentrates are becoming increasingly more popular, with one study finding that concentrate shares in Washington state increased by almost 150%, while flower shares in our state showed a slight decrease between 2014 and 2016. And all of this has people very concerned because we know that higher doses of cannabis increase the detrimental outcomes of cannabis use. So we assume that higher potency versions of the drug will also increase these detrimental outcomes. I mean, this is why we're here today, isn't it? We're concerned. Now, while any adult age 21 or older can walk into any of these over 400 cannabis dispensaries in our state and purchase a wide variety of high-potency products, including concentrates, the federal classification of cannabis as a Schedule I drug imposes numerous legal restrictions and hurdles that have impeded research on the acute effects. Specifically, researchers working in federally funded institutions must spend years applying to various agencies before they can administer cannabis to research participants in their labs. And getting a DEA license alone can take upwards of 18 months. Before that, you need approvals from the FDA, IRB, Department of Health, and so on. Further, until very recently, researchers in the US have been required to only use cannabis sourced from the NIDA drug supply. And the problem as shown on this slide is the cannabis NIDA produces is not at all representative of the high quality, high potency products that consumers are accessing and using. Until recently, the highest potency cannabis they've produced is under 10% in THC, while once again consumers are accessing products that can exceed 90%. NIDA does not produce cannabis concentrates for human consumption at this time. That black tar-looking goo on this slide is for the exclusive use of animal research, which is probably for the best, because concentrated oil should really look more like that honey-colored liquid shown on the slide. Now, because of these restrictions, there's been almost no research on the effects of cannabis concentrates on humans. Now, of course, there has been a great deal of research on the influence of chronic and acute exposure to lower potency cannabis on cognition, and this was nicely summarized in a recent 2021 meta-review of meta-analyses. And it showed small to moderate-sized chronic and acute effects of cannabis on memory, especially tests of verbal free recall and working memory, as well as executive functioning. There was some limited evidence that CBD might protect against some of the memory-impairing effects of THC, with 2 previous studies providing some evidence to that effect. But many aspects of memory have been under-investigated or not investigated at all. For instance, the acute and chronic effects of cannabis on temporal order memory, our ability to remember the order past events occurred, source memory, our ability to remember the source of previously learned information, and prospective memory, our ability to remember to execute tasks in the future, have been under-investigated, as most people have just relied very heavily on verbal memory and working memory tests. And again, as I indicated previously, there's been a heavy reliance on low-potency cannabis, which may be diminishing some of these documented effects. So again, due to these federal restrictions, there's been almost no research examining whether concentrates are more detrimental to cognition than traditional flower. However, a couple of self-report studies found that concentrate users perceive greater risk of developing problems with memory, concentration, and motivation from concentrate use versus flower. And another study found that they report poorer memory and attention when using concentrates compared to flower. Now, only one study has objectively examined the acute effects of cannabis concentrates on cognition. They included 3 measures of memory, verbal memory, working memory, and episodic memory tests. They found no significant effects of either high-potency flower or concentrates on any of these outcomes. I'll just quickly mention they bypassed federal restrictions on acute cannabis research by having participants use cannabis in their own home and then coming out to a van parked outside their home for testing. So me and 2 of my graduate students, Emily LaFrance and Aria Petrucci, set out to examine which aspects of cognition are detrimentally affected by the chronic use of these high-potency cannabis products. And in doing so, we also wanted to determine whether concentrate users would demonstrate objectively worse cognitive test performance than exclusive flower users. These are our inclusion and exclusion criteria. Cannabis users had to report use on a daily or near daily basis for at least a year and have a positive THC urine test, while non-users had to report use fewer than 10 times in their life, no use in the past year, and have a negative urine test. They had to be very healthy. They couldn't be heavy drinkers or smokers. Cannabis users had to abstain from using cannabis on the day of the testing session so that we would be assessing the chronic rather than acute effects in this study. And experimenters were blind to participants' cannabis use status. We recruited 98 non-users and 100 cannabis users that met these criteria. 46 of the cannabis users reported exclusively using flower, while 54 reported using both flower and concentrates regularly. The sample was well balanced with respect to gender, but was predominantly white and young, average age around 24. Now, the groups are found to differ with respect to level of education, with both groups of cannabis users reporting lower levels of education than non-users, but there were no other significant group differences, and I statistically control for these differences in education in the upcoming results. And these participants completed a 1.5-hour battery of cognitive tests in the controlled laboratory environment while sober. Now, the test battery included a couple of tests of prospective memory. Again, this refers to our ability to remember to execute tasks at a later time. And to measure this, we asked participants to try to remember to rate how difficult they found each test immediately after completing each. And they were told they wouldn't be reminded to do this. It'd be up to them to do this on their own. We also asked participants to try to remember to request for their $50 compensation towards the end of the study. And what you can see here are medium-sized effects of cannabis use, with both groups of cannabis users performing worse than non-users. And the difference between flower users and concentrate users is not significant. We use the California Verbal Learning Test to assess verbal memory. Here, participants listen to a list of 16 words, and they have to immediately recall that list. They do this 3 times, and then about 20 minutes later, they're asked to recall the list again for the delayed recall trial. And again, we see medium-sized effects of groups, such that both groups of cannabis users are performing worse than non-users on both the immediate and delayed recall trials of this test, and the difference between the concentrate and flower users is not significant. We also assessed simple episodic recall by asking participants to briefly describe each of the tests that they had to complete at the end of the study. The results revealed a small size effect with concentrate users performing significantly worse than non-users. The flower users' performance didn't differ significantly from either of the other two groups. And then finally, we found a small size significant effective group on the incidental recall trial of the digit symbol substitution test. In this test, participants are given a legend with various symbols that are corresponding to different digits. Below that are a bunch of digits. They have to fill in all the symbols as quickly and as accurately as possible. Well, at the end, we take away the legend and we ask them to do this from memory. They're not expecting that to happen. And what you can see here is that flower users this time perform significantly worse than non-users, and now the concentrate users are not significantly different from either of the other two groups. Those are all the significant effects out of a 1.5-hour battery of cognitive tests. We found no significant effects of regular use of high-potency flower or concentrates on measures of visual spatial memory, temporal order memory, source memory, working memory, or 3 different measures of executive functioning. And to my knowledge, this is the first study to attempt to examine the chronic effects of cannabis on either temporal order memory or source memory. Whoops, sorry about that. Jumped right ahead. Now, most critically, we found no significant differences in the performance of the groups who reported the exclusive use of flower relative to the group who reported using both flower and concentrates, thereby providing no real evidence for the notion that regular use of concentrates is associated with worse cognitive outcomes than exclusive use of flower. Now, for the next study I'll describe, me and 2 of my students, Emily LaFrance and Amanda Stuber, set out to examine the acute effects of high-potency cannabis, which we defined as having at least 20% THC, on prospective, source, false, and temporal order memory, as well as non-normative decision-making. And in doing so, we wanted to compare, again, the effects of these cannabis concentrates to cannabis flower, and we also wanted to compare the acute effects of cannabis flower with CBD to flower without CBD to see if it actually might be protective. And we were able to bypass all of the legal restrictions on acute cannabis research by having participants purchase and administer their own cannabis in their own environment off federal property while we simply observed them over Zoom video chat. So we conducted an observational field experiment. Participants were randomly assigned to purchase and use one of 3 different product types or remain sober. Participants had to abstain from using cannabis on the day of the testing session, but the average period of abstinence was closer to 24 hours. We did some baseline measures, then we observed them using their product or abstaining from use over Zoom, and then we administered a series of cognitive tests over Zoom. We compensated participants for their time, but not their cannabis purchase, using Amazon gift cards, because at least as of today, you can't buy cannabis on Amazon, I'm sure in the near future though. So I was able to bypass all the legal restrictions surrounding acute cannabis research because participants were legally purchasing and using their own cannabis in their own environment off federal property. I didn't purchase the drug, I didn't administer it, I didn't even touch the drug. We just observed a legal act. These were all the exclusion and inclusion criteria. I'm not going to go through them all. Basically, they had to be very healthy. Couldn't use other drugs, couldn't be heavy drinkers or smokers, couldn't be breastfeeding or pregnant. Now, to minimize the risk of anyone having an adverse event over Zoom when we couldn't help them, they also had to report that they had never previously experienced any adverse events with cannabis. They had to report experience using both concentrates and flower. They had to be of legal age to purchase cannabis in our state and live in our state. We recruited 80 participants who met these strict criteria and randomly assigned them to one of 4 groups. So 20 were randomly assigned to serve as a sober control group, 20 were randomly assigned to a THC flower condition where they purchased and used a joint containing at least 20% THC and no CBD. 20 were randomly assigned to a THC plus CBD flower condition where they smoked a joint containing at least 20% THC and some CBD, at least 0.7%. Now, we initially aimed for way higher levels of CBD than this, but it proved exceptionally difficult to find in such high potency flower. Finally, 20 were randomly assigned to use a concentrated oil to get a vape pen that contained at least 60% THC and again, at least 0.7% CBD. And importantly, random assignment did work to produce groups that were equivalent in all important respects, including demographic characteristics, cannabis use patterns, and pre-morbid verbal IQ. We recorded the number of puffs participants took, and we timed the durations of their inhalations and holds, and we found that participants randomly assigned to use an extremely high potency concentrate took significantly fewer puffs than those smoking flower joints. They also had longer inhalations. Now, by taking fewer puffs of these higher potency products, they achieved the exact same subjective high as those inhaling high potency flower. So all 4 groups reported no intoxication at baseline. The sober group remains flat at the bottom there. The 3 cannabis-using groups reported an average intoxication rating around 6 right after use, and that rating was sustained throughout the period of the study, with no significant differences in the intoxication ratings of any of the 3 cannabis-using groups at any time. For the first test, participants saw a series of pictures and written words. We just used screen sharing. And they subsequently had to freely recall as many as possible. You can see there was a medium-sized effect with the participants who smoked the joint containing both THC and CBD, recalling significantly fewer pictures than the control group, the sober control group. Now, to look at actual source memory, participants then completed a recognition test where we read them a list of words and asked which were previously presented as pictures and which were previously presented as words. The results revealed a large size effective group such that the THC flower and concentrate groups had worse source memory for pictures. We used the Deese-Roediger-McDermott paradigm to assess susceptibility to false memories. So here, participants listened to lists of words that are all related to a critical lure that's never presented. For example, they might hear the words tired, pillow, bed, dream. These are all related to the critical lure sleep, but that's never presented. They do a free recall and recognition test that includes these critical lures. Other words related to the words list, like soft, and then words completely unrelated to the word list, something like truck. We found a medium-sized affected group on free recall with participants who smoked the joint containing both THC and CBD, once again having worse free recall. The concentrate group had more false memories for related words, and all 3 cannabis-using groups had more false memories for completely unrelated words relative to the sober control group. We also administered 2 tests of prospective memory, a couple measures of temporal order memory, and 4 measures of non-normative decision-making, but we found no significant effects of any of these 3 products on performance of these tests. This is the first study to examine the acute effects of cannabis on each of these aspects of cognition. We also found no significant differences between the performance of those who were randomly assigned to use cannabis flower relative to those who were assigned to use a concentrate. So to summarize, consistent with previous research, we most reliably detected chronic and acute effects of cannabis on memory, especially verbal free recall. But we also detected chronic effects of the drug on prospective memory, incidental memory, and episodic memory. And we detected acute effects of the drug on source memory and false memory. We did not find much evidence that cannabis detrimentally impairs temporal order memory or non-normative decision-making. But it's important to note we might have been underpowered to detect some of these effects. Also, our failure to detect effects on these domains of cognition may pertain to our use of highly experienced cannabis users. So again, these were cannabis users who were using on a daily or near daily basis. And it's apparent that some people will habituate to some of the effects of cannabis over time. Now, the fact that the participants in the CUTE study were inhaling their products and performing these tests in their own familiar, comfortable home environment, instead of the more foreign and potentially anxiety-provoking lab environment, may have also contributed to some of the null results. We did not find that CBD offset the detrimental effects of THC. In fact, the group that smoked the joint containing both THC and CBD had more memory impairments than the group that smoked just the THC flower joint. I mentioned 2 studies that revealed evidence that CBD might offset some of the detrimental effects of THC on memory. One of the authors of one of those studies couldn't replicate their own finding, and there's increasing evidence that CBD might actually potentiate plasma levels of THC. But to me, one of the most important and encouraging findings from these studies is the lack of evidence that cannabis concentrates are more detrimental to cognition than flower. This was not my hypothesis. Again, due to their extreme high potency, there's been a lot of speculation that concentrates would magnify the harms of cannabis. My studies instead indicate that neither the chronic use of concentrates nor acute intoxication on concentrates is worse for cognition than flower. Instead, we see that participants self-titrate their use of extremely high potency concentrates to achieve comparable levels of intoxication and impairment as those using flower. Thank you again for your time today. Thank you, Bia, and the organizers, my graduate students here. And again, I run the THC lab, the Health and Cognition lab at WSU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cutler. Next up, we have the amazing Dr. Jason Kilmer, who I actually used to work with when I was a UW employee back in the day, who is the Associate Professor in Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences here at the University of Washington, and frankly, just a national expert in collegiate substance use, among other things. So please welcome Dr. Kilmer. There's a lot more info about folks' bios for all of our speakers. I just don't want to read them all this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Lauren, I didn't know you were going to say that, and I wanted to start my 20 minutes, by just acknowledging Lauren's done so much around suicide prevention, around mental health issues, with the Washington Recovery Alliance. The fact that we're doing this on a college campus and you've been such a champion for college student health, mental health, thank you from the bottom of my heart with that. You've been so amazing. I was asked to talk about cannabis use by young adults, look at trends and look at considerations moving forward. I do want to thank Dr. Bia Carlini and Lexi Nims for the invitation to present today. And I'm lucky, I work at the Center for the Study of Health and Risk Behaviors, and essentially on a daily basis, I get the chance to just learn from such amazing people who do not only incredible research, but really have an eye toward what does this mean in the real world. And I just want to acknowledge and thank all of them. When people ask, so why do research with young adults between the ages of 18 and 25? SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, their national survey on drug use and health, this is what you see with past year cannabis use by age group. 12 to 17-year-olds, 10% with any past year use. 18 to 25-year-olds, the age group I tend to work with, 34.5%. 26 and older, 16.3%. To me, there's 3 important things to draw from this slide. First, I want to thank SAMHSA for putting me in the same age group as 26-year-olds. So, and that's my time, thank you. Second, the age group we tend to work with is the group that uses most frequently, yet most people aren't using. And we have decades of research that show that when people think, quote, everyone uses, They're more likely to potentially start themselves. They're more likely to keep whatever use is out there continuing. So we want to be aware of those norms. So in Washington, we have our Young Adult Health Survey funded by the Division of Behavioral Health and Recovery within the Healthcare Authority. Big thank you to Sarah Mariani, who's in the audience today, Sandy Salavares, who we get to work with on this project. And our team, along with myself, Mary Larimer, Isaac Rue, shout out to Allison Rose, who joined our team just last month. But our goal was collect as much data before the first retail store opened in July 2014. And for the most part, we were able to do that. We pounced quickly. Almost 70% of the data were collected before the first store opened. The remaining 31% were collected into August of 2014. Only 18 stores had opened statewide in July. Only 31 had opened by August. And since this was a statewide survey, our hope was it still counted as a good pre-time point. Participants were recruited on purpose using multiple strategies. You know, a random sample from the Department of Licensing, that only gives you people with stable housing, people who've kept up to date on their address changes, those with licenses. So we did a direct mail from a random sample from the Department of Licensing, as well as online advertising, largely through social media. What that let us do is monitor demographics as participants were coming in, so we could turn up the dial on certain regions of the state, for example, if people were being underrepresented. It is a convenient sample, not a random sample, but again, that was very much by design. To improve generalizability, use post-stratification weights based on gender identity, race, and geographic region. And the good news is the weighted results are consistently very similar to the non-weighted results. Each year, we collect data from a new cohort of 18 to 25-year-olds. And with 8 cohorts collected data from, we have over 16,000 young adults that we've been able to get in snapshots in time. But what's been cool for us is each year we follow up with previous cohorts. We're in our 9th year of data collection right now. The cohort we recruited in 2014 as 18 to 25-year-olds in 2014 is now 26 to 33, or people in my age group, according to SIPSA. Dr. Katerina Gutmanova, who has been such a champion, not only for can we look at unintended impacts, are there people for whom there are differential impacts, and who recognized this data set is really rich, applied for and obtained a secondary data analysis grant that's allowed us to look at things that were outside the scope of the original contract. We got the good news today. She received a secondary data analysis grant. I work with such a star, and Katerina's does such incredible work with people. This led to a number of publications that we've been able to use our Young Adult Health Survey data for. I just want to draw your attention to one that I was most directly involved with. We had in this spring a study published that looked at cannabis use after implementation of legalization in Washington. We had just shy of 13,000 young adults over 6 time points, co-varied everything we could to try and account for differences that could come from sex assigned at birth, race, ethnicity, where they were in Washington, age, 4-year college status or not, full-time employment status, and again, the findings were weighted to control for distribution across the samples. The bottom line is that we see a statistically significant increase in this age group in any past year use, at least monthly use, at least weekly use, and at least daily, moving down the slide in frequency. When you do a deeper dive and look at that more closely, it's clear that 21 to 25-year-olds are driving some of those findings. Any past year cannabis use, it is that older group within 18 to 25-year-olds driving that, at least monthly, that's the case too. I present to students all the time. As recently as Wednesday, I was asked, wait, but it's not physically addictive, right? It's only psychologically addictive. I think we have a lot of work to do to make sure people understand how cannabis use disorder can look. And so it's not new that we can diagnose for people being addicted. In the old days, 2012. We had the DSM-4, and we talked about cannabis dependence and cannabis abuse. When the DSM-5 came out in 2013, we talked about substance use disorders, and specifically cannabis use disorder. What we found in our across our cohorts was that endorsing at least past 2, past year cannabis use disorder symptoms has gone up significantly. So it's not just that more people are trying it here and there. It's that we're seeing an increase in frequency of use and people reporting more symptoms associated with cannabis use disorder. What have trends looked like in the 2 years that followed? Well, I'm going to go through this quickly because you're going to see a very consistent theme evolve. Cohort 1, when we look at past year non-medical use, you see the final 5 cohorts are all significantly higher than cohort 1. There's also a significant linear trend, but when you do a deeper dive in the model split over and under 21 years of age, it's the 21 to 25-year-olds driving that. And just to show this graphically, that's what that looks like. That slide took me an hour to make, so I'm just going to leave it up for 5 more seconds. Thank you. At least monthly, final 4 cohorts significantly higher than cohort 1, consistent trend. Here's an increasing linear trend, and the deeper dive shows it's coming from the 21 to 25-year-olds. And here this is graphically. You can see this divergence. At least weekly use. The last 2 cohorts, significantly higher than cohort 1. It's a significant increasing linear trend, and it's the 21 to 25-year-olds that are really driving that. When we ask people, what does the typical person your age do? I mean, depending on the year, most people aren't using, but it's only about 2% of people that correctly get that right. We've even seen that over time, I mean, I look at 2019, you can see where it was the 20%. We literally had 1 in 5 young adults saying, I think the typical person my age uses cannabis daily. So what's noteworthy is that although only 21.6% used at least weekly, meaning most don't use weekly, over 2/3, 68.5%, thought the typical person their age, in fact, used at that frequency. When we ask where people are getting it, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, we've seen a decreasing trend in getting it from friends and getting it from someone with a medical marijuana card, which makes sense as medical dispensaries in Washington were closed. Where we've seen an increase is giving money to someone to get it for them, getting it from parents with their permission. And during the pandemic, we saw for the first time anything other than a 0 stealing it from a store or dispensary. Among 21 to 25-year-olds, most sources have decreased. The one that has gone up, buying it from a retail store. And just one last little thing to look at, driving after cannabis use. When I-502 was written, Groten, Herman, and colleagues was cited as one of the studies that went behind our per se limit for driving under the influence. And Groten Herman's team had said it probably takes 3 hours to drop below Washington's per se limit of 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood. So we asked people, in the past 30 days, how many times have you driven a car within 3 hours of using? In 2014, it was almost half of young adults that had used in the past 30 days who also said, I've driven within 3 hours of use. Fortunately, we're seeing a statistically significant decrease in that, though we do see this prevalence of driving within 3 hours of use still very high. Shout out to Dr. Brittany Holtgren, who with a grant she has from the Centers for Disease Control are looking at driving and riding with impaired drivers, whether that's for alcohol, cannabis, or both. So in looking at the potential practical considerations, I tried to pick 3. They're in no particular order, but especially as we get ready to start our academic year, I do think looking at academic outcomes and what that means in this age group, whether that's people in college or hoping to go to college. We just heard a presentation talking about cognitive effects, and I think the research we try and look at with this age group is research that looks at what happens when people stop using to their cognitive performance. Part of the brain that, among other things, affects attention, concentration, and memory is the hippocampus. After cannabis use, the neurons in this part of the brain get suppressed. They fire, but they fire at a rate that's lower and slower than it could or should be firing. In the 90s, Dr. Harris and Pope showed that a full 24 hours after cannabis use, there were decreases in these cognitive abilities. And the more frequently people used, the more pronounced these decreases were. Scientists said, well, that seems pretty noteworthy, but critics said, is it? It's not causal. What if people who struggle with attention are attracted to cannabis use? You don't know what comes first. Dr. Pope said, that's fair. Ethically, we can't take people who don't use and make them start, because that's unethical. But what if we have people that are using every day and have them quit and follow them over time? If their cognitive abilities stay the same, maybe they were there to start with. But if as they abstain, their cognitive abilities improve, that's causal. It takes 4 weeks, but 28 days after stopping daily cannabis use, you see no significant differences in these cognitive abilities compared to a control group of people who don't use it all. My former classmate, Susan Tapert, was senior author on a study in San Diego that looked at 15 to 19-year-olds who, on average, used every other day, showed that it took 2 weeks of abstinence for verbal learning to match that of a control group who didn't use it all. Verbal working memory, 3 weeks of abstinence. Attention takes the full 4 weeks. Why is that so noteworthy? Numerous studies now, I can say numerous, have shown that the more frequently students use cannabis, the lower their grade point average tends to be, the more classes they skip. When followed over time, the less likely they are to still be enrolled, and the less likely they are to graduate on time. We're having very important conversations about how we make or keep college affordable for people. One of those is people getting out on time. And the research is showing that the more college students use cannabis, the less likely they are to graduate on time if they even make it to graduation. This afternoon, you're going to hear from Dr. Wayne Hall at the University of Queensland, who, when he did a webinar for our college coalition, said, if you could do one thing in Washington, this was April 2013, he said, I might screen in your counseling centers on college campuses for cannabis use disorder. He explained that when people meet criteria for cannabis use disorder, there's a pronounced three-way relationship between depression, suicide, and addiction. He recommended the Cannabis Use Disorder Identification Test Revised, the Q to R, which is a simple yes/no, have you used any cannabis over the past 6 months? If no, you're done. If yes, there's 8 items. These are also from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, and these, to me, are so striking. The bars on the left, people 18 and older in the United States with a past year cannabis use disorder. Yellow, no past year substance use disorder. We see a 6-fold increase in serious thoughts of suicide, a 7-fold increase in making a suicide plan, a 7-fold increase in attempting suicide. When we look at addiction risk and withdrawal, you know, I got to meet some of the speakers through this work group that we did in 2020, where WSU and University of Washington researchers looked at the research on high-potency cannabis, defined as anything over 10% THC. 97% of our retail market is high-potency cannabis. And the group from people that have not seen this, you can go to this link, you can download the consensus statement. There's a full 20-page report. There's a 2-page Cliff Notes version. Cliff was my favorite author when I was younger, so shout out to Cliff. And there's even slides that people can download. But we made very, very clear young people are particularly vulnerable, particularly for risk of cannabis use disorder or addiction. I worry how often I hear from students that they're using for things that they see as a good thing, but could actually be signs of withdrawal. Dr. Christine Lee, also in the audience, asked incoming first-year students, tell us why you use cannabis. And they said things like, I like the feeling, I like being high, gives me something to do with my friends, helps when I'm bored, makes things more fun, music sounds better, it's cool, it helps me celebrate. But they also said it helps me relax, helps me sleep, lets me cope when I'm depressed, relieves stress, helps when my appetite stinks, reduces anxiety, alleviates physical pain, helps when I have a headache. What are the criteria for cannabis withdrawal? Keeping this list in mind, it includes a lot of this list: anxiety, sleep problems, appetite problems, depressed mood, and headaches. So when we listen to students that are declining referrals for counseling, because they say, well, no, I know it helps my depression, because when I don't use, I get super depressed. When I use, that goes away. That can be managing withdrawal, and that can be managing a potential cannabis use disorder. I hear from some students with ADHD. They say, well, I get you on the research on attention and cannabis use, but I feel like it's got to help because when I don't use, I can't sit still. Look at number 5 of the withdrawal symptoms, restlessness. That can be withdrawal. If people are using that frequently, and when they don't use, they can't sit still, that can be withdrawal. I appreciated the statement that Bia made about medical use, and I'm not speaking to medical use. I want you to know that if students, again, are hearing, wait, it works for this, it works for this, it works for this, what if I just kind of take that on myself? An article that came out 6 months ago out of Massachusetts looked at people that asked for a medical marijuana card and got it versus those that were put in a 12-week wait list. Not surprisingly, the people that got the card immediately increased their use compared to the group in the control group. The point I want to make is, somewhat surprisingly to the researchers, what also increased is symptoms of cannabis use disorder in the group that got it immediately compared to people who were in that wait list. And what was striking is that there were in the study, there were no observed benefits, quoting verbatim, of obtaining a medical marijuana card for pain, anxiety, or depressive symptoms. What got better were people's self-report of insomnia. What got worse were cannabis use disorder symptoms. Again, we do so much on college campuses about mental health. And if people are declining consults or referrals and saying, I kind of want to take care of this myself by using what I heard can work, that's a very different thing than someone getting a medically supervised prescription or suggestion. That's something to be aware of. So in wrapping up, I do think the opportunity to screen is important. I have 2 minutes left. I hit my timer. Okay. Screen, she held up the 0 sign. I'm like, this doesn't lie. Cannabis, or that's my rating of how I'm doing. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Screen for cannabis use disorder. Brief motivational interviewing or motivational enhancement interventions show promise. I mentioned Dr. Lee earlier. Her iChamp program, Individual College Health for Alcohol and Marijuana program, shows significant reductions in time used, amount used, and even consequences endorsed. Consult about motives and reasons for use. Educate about withdrawal. We've done so much in our state for people under 21. Shout out to the Washington Healthy Youth Coalition, who's worked so hard for an organized prevention response. Given what we've found around those 21 to 25, look at potential of an added focus. And do be aware of guidelines for lower risk use, including instances where use might be outright contraindicated. Fisher and colleagues published an article in January talking about lower, not low, lower risk guidelines. They said the reason why we say lower is, if you look at the science, there is no universally safe level of cannabis use. If you want to avoid the harms, abstain. They say if people make the choice to use low potency where possible. They acknowledge that there was no categorically safe route, but that smoking was particularly risky. Keeping use occasional, a day or 2 a week, weekend only. On college campuses, we were amazed to see that they added this cognitive piece. If you notice the impacts to cognitive performance, stop. And not driving at least 6 to 8 hours after inhaling, 8 to 12 hours after use of edibles. They say that those with an active first-degree family history of psychosis, mood disorder, or substance use disorder should avoid or adjust their use as needed. And with that, with 15 seconds to go, there's me. My email address is jkilmer@uw.edu. Our Twitter at CSHRB_UW. I'll get out of the way, and thank you for the chance to work with you today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kilmer. Our next speaker is Dr. Deborah Hazen, who is a professor of epidemiology at Columbia University and directs the Substance Dependence Research Group at the New York State Psychiatric Institute. Please welcome Dr. Hazen. Thank you.
So am I all set up to go here? Yes, looks like I am. Great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
back. Okay, great. Super. All right. Well, I would really like to thank Bea and also all the organizers of this conference for putting together a wonderful event. I must say I've really enjoyed all the talks so far. They've been so interesting. And I'm going to be presenting to you today on cannabis use and some issues with psychiatric comorbidity. I was originally asked to limit the talk to the effects of cannabis potency and the risk for psychosis, but it became clear in looking into that a broader topic was needed, and so that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to begin by talking about some measurement issues because they're really quite pertinent for the topic that I'll be presenting on. I think measurement issues in general for cannabis are salient unless you're in a lab where you really can control what people get. And that affects, in particular, behavioral outcomes and psychiatric outcomes, I would say. So unlike alcohol, where there's a general marketing policy, one knows how much alcohol is in beer and wine and hard liquor, there is such a thing as a standard drink, where you can really ask people about a standard drink and compute how much ethanol they're consuming. Not everybody in a survey will know what a standard drink is, but when you're conducting the survey, you can present them with enough information that they can give you more accurate answers about how much alcohol they're consuming. But as I think pretty much everybody in this audience knows, the picture's really very different for cannabis. Maybe in Washington State, people know more about what they're using and what the potency is and the quantities because of the way the market has evolved here in terms of how it's sold. But when you look across the country, there's wide differences by state. And when you look across time, especially looking at older studies, there are studies that ask about lifetime ever use, how often did they use, but that's about as far as they went in terms of quantifying use. How often did people use? And in addition to that, there have been studies that show that consumer knowledge of THC levels in the products that they use is pretty low. So all of this makes it a challenge to figure out the relationship between anything other than ever used or not and psychiatric outcomes. I'm going to talk just a bit about state laws and cannabis potency, and this dovetails with things that we heard earlier this morning. A couple of the things I present will dovetail with things that other people have presented. So I'm working now with Alan Budney, a colleague at Dartmouth, on developing a more accurate measure of cannabis consumption, including taking into account types of products used and potency. And in the course of doing that, we've been analyzing data on what people are using by the states that they live in and the cannabis legalization status of their state. So in a sample of approximately 4,000 people who were surveyed in an online survey in 2017, we divided the participants into those who lived in states that had legalized for recreational use, that's RCL, legalized for medical use, that's MCL only, and then no cannabis legalization. And in these older data, we found that there was significantly increased likelihood of using a highly potent concentrate cannabis product in participants in the recreational legalization states compared to all others. And then because there are important differences between the effects of medical cannabis laws and having no laws at all, we broke out the participants into the three groups, and we found there was an effect also in the recreational states, the medical states, and the no CL states. We basically redid the study using 2021 data. These data were collected last summer. Again, a sample of about 4,000 individuals. They had all used cannabis within the prior 7 days, which gave a nice, tight period for recall. Once again, we found that those participants living in states that had legalized for recreational purposes were more likely to use the potent cannabis concentrate products. And when we broke it out by the three groups, once again, those in recreationally legalized states, medically legalized states, both of those groups were more likely to use the potent cannabis concentrate products than those in the states with no laws. And that fits very well with what Dr. Caulkins said earlier about the effects of legalization. So I'm going to go on now to talk about the relationship of cannabis use to other mental disorders and conditions. And by other here, I mean disorders other than psychosis. And I think that these findings can be summarized very nicely by looking at the results of a meta-analysis of 26 different studies that were conducted where adolescent cannabis use was examined as a predictor of the risk of depression or anxiety disorders in young adulthood. On the top part of this table, you see depression. On the bottom part, you see anxiety. And in the In the figure on the right, everything that's to the right of the vertical line with the 1 indicates an increased risk amongst those that used cannabis for the disorders. And what you see here is a statistically significant increased risk across all of these studies for depressive disorders. You don't see a statistically significant increase in the risk for anxiety disorders. This review also considered suicidal outcomes, and as we heard in the previous talk, there were effects here too. So the top part of the table here shows suicidal ideation. The bottom part shows suicide attempts. Here, there was a greater risk amongst those who had used cannabis for suicidal ideation and for suicide attempts. Okay, so now I'm going to turn to cannabis use and psychosis, and first I'm going to talk about that relationship regardless of potency. So this is from another meta-analysis. There's been a lot of interest in these topics and a lot of studies published, so at this point, meta-analyses are really how one needs to look to see aggregated results and what they add up to. So here you see, going from left to right across the bottom axis, the intensity of cannabis exposure, which is largely frequency. And on the right, you see the increased risk for having a psychotic disorder or some type of psychosis outcome. And as you can see across all of these studies, with varying levels of strength of the relationship, as cannabis intensity exposure increases, so does the risk for this psychotic disorder. And here we see another one of these forest plots. On top, we see psychotic symptoms. On the bottom, we see diagnoses of psychosis. Here, the vertical line of 1, which indicates no increased risk, is sort of to the left, and what we have is a vertical line at 4, which is a pretty strong relationship. And we see that for all of these outcomes, psychotic symptoms, diagnosis of psychosis, and aggregated across all the studies, there's quite a substantial effect for the use of cannabis and the risk for these psychosis outcomes. What about among patients that already have a diagnosis of psychosis? If they continue to use cannabis, what's their prognosis? What's their risk for relapse? So this is another meta-analysis that was conducted and published about 5-6 years ago. And once again, it's a large number of studies. And we see that there was an increased risk for poor outcome among the patients that continued to use cannabis. Now, most of the studies that I've just presented to you in these meta-analyses were what's known as case control studies. So you have a group of cases who may be patients with a particular condition, in this case a psychiatric disorder or psychosis. And you have controls who are matched more or less well for demographics, but they are clear of the psychiatric condition under consideration. Most of these are local studies. They're fairly small studies. But in my group, we were interested in seeing what would happen if we looked at the relationship between cannabis use at various levels and self-reported psychotic disorders. And we were able to do that by making use of 2 large national surveys that were conducted about 10 years apart that used the same assessment instrument, so it was possible to compare their results. And Ophir Livni, who's a postdoc in my group, took the lead on this paper. So what we found, first of all, was that the outcome here was psychotic disorders reported by the participants, but it was only considered positive if the psychotic disorder had been diagnosed by a doctor or another medical professional. We saw a statistically significant increase in psychosis between the 2 studies. And here's what we got when we looked at the relationship between the self-reported psychotic disorders by participants' level of past year cannabis use. This is for the total sample, the number we just looked at a minute ago, and this is aggregated by use. So those with no cannabis use in the last 12 months, this is in the more recent survey, had less prevalence, and then you see as the level of cannabis intensity increased, there was an increasing risk for the self-reported psychotic disorders. That's in the survey that was conducted in 2012-2013. And here's the same set of results translated into odds ratios, which shows that any cannabis use increased the risk for self-reported psychosis by a factor of almost 3. Once you got up to the level of cannabis use disorder, either by DSM-4 or DSM-5, the risk was increased by about 5-fold. We also were interested in whether the relationship was consistent across time. So here on the left, you see the older survey. On the right, you see the more recent survey. The blue bars are those that had used cannabis. The green bars are those that didn't. You can see that there's quite a pronounced difference in the prevalence of self-reported psychotic disorder, and that relationship was found in both of these surveys. This is the same type of figure, but it's examining daily or near daily cannabis use versus no use. Once again, we see the sharp difference consistently across studies. And here's the relationship for a cannabis use disorder compared to people that didn't use cannabis at all. Again, a sharp difference. Another way of examining this was conducted by researchers in Denmark. So Denmark has the advantage of a psychiatric register where everyone that's treated in a medical setting, any type of medical setting, gets added to the register, so it's possible to track psychiatric disorders over time. So over a period when cannabis use increased in Denmark, these researchers looked at what happened to rates of cannabis-induced psychosis using the registry data, and they found that it did increase. And they also looked at the relationship across time of schizophrenia, and they found that that increased too. So I'm going to finally turn now to the topic that I was originally asked to speak about, which is cannabis potency and the risk of psychosis. And I'm going to start that by talking about a study that was conducted in London, actually, which began a number of years ago. Why in London? Well, in London, there were different types of cannabis used, including one kind called skunk, which was known as being a higher potency type of cannabis. There were a bunch of other kinds of cannabis that people could use too. If you look at how skunk was defined, which is up here on the slide, by today's standards, that's not particularly high potency at all. And the low potency cannabis that people had available, you probably would even have trouble finding it. And the way this study was set up, it was a case control study. The cases were psychotic patients who were after they'd had a first episode, so it was incidents of psychosis, and then they had a fairly carefully matched set of community controls. The sample size was about 450. If you look at the top row there, you see that the prevalence of any lifetime cannabis use was pretty similar in the psychotic patients and in the control group, suggesting that there was no particular risk from any lifetime cannabis use. But amongst the users, those who had used skunk were much more prevalent in the group of psychotic patients than they were in the community controls, suggesting that there was risk that was conferred by using skunk, the more highly potent form. The researchers went on to expand the study by adding another more than 300 additional participants, and we can see some similar results here. Not much effect for any use of lifetime cannabis, but there was a big difference in the likelihood of using skunk between the psychotic patients and the community controls, indicating some risk from skunk. And using skunk every day really had the largest increase in odds using these numbers from the calculations done with the psychotic patients and the community controls. Well, the researchers were interested in expanding this, as well as a number of other questions that were addressed in the London study. They wanted to see if it would replicate. They wanted to see if it would, how it would look when considered across different types of settings. So across Europe, it was still possible to differentiate between cannabis that was stronger, which was called skunk, or other local names in the language of the country that the study was done, and the lower forms of potency. And once again, we're talking about high potency here with quote marks around it, because by today's standards, that wouldn't necessarily be considered high potency at all. What we see here in terms of the preliminary results are just different. There's some differences between the psychotic patients and the community controls and their likelihood of using cannabis at all. But once again, we see a pretty pronounced difference for using the high potency form between the case groups of the psychotic patients and the community controls. And then this is a slide that summarizes a lot of results from the larger study across Europe that included also a site from Brazil. And basically what this figure boils down to is that the more often the cannabis was used and the more often the highly potent form was used, the greater was the risk for having a psychotic disorder. So those who were using the more highly potent form of THC daily were at the greatest risk compared to the other groups. There was some discussion of all of these relationships by geneticists who posed the possibility that maybe there was a common genetic variant that gave rise both to cannabis use and to psychosis. This led to a lot of discussion and a lot of studies. At this point, those discussions have been largely resolved as with an acknowledgement that psychosis is a complex condition. There are a lot of genetic and environmental factors, but it seems clear that cannabis use is one of those environmental factors that needs to be considered. So to summarize, it's safe to say, it's entirely safe to say, that cannabis use is highly associated with increased risk for psychotic disorders and increased risk for relapse amongst those that are diagnosed with it in the first place. Most research on the effects of cannabis potency was conducted during years when high-potency cannabis was pretty weak by today's standards. From a health and prevention standpoint, it's reasonable to conclude that today's very high-potency cannabis products might confer even greater risk for psychosis. It's important to remember that although psychotic disorders are fairly rare in the general population, they are very debilitating disorders and very burdensome to patients and their families and to society as a whole as well. So that's one public health reason among many to limit, one could say, marketing of very high potency cannabis products in ways that can be done effectively. And also to consider that now that cannabis use is widely seen as harmless by the general population, some education for clinicians and for the general public appears warranted. And doing this review of these studies made me think about the fact that it would really be of some interest to try to reduce some of this research in today's settings where people would be able to say more about what they were using, how often they were using, and what the potency was. It would be a challenging study to do, especially with large enough sample size to be able to really detect differences. But that would be the way to really see what's going on with these relationships in today's, as people seem fond of saying, cannabis landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hazen. Our final panelist, and then we'll have lots of time for Q&A, I hope, is Dr. Rosalie Pakula, who is the Chair of Health Policy, Economics, and Law at the Sol Price School of Public Policy at USC. Please welcome Dr. Pakula. Thank you.
I'm missing out on a good time with a lot of my good friends and colleagues there who have been doing a lot of research that I will be summarizing a bit for you. Looks like I need to have a slide ahead there. Before coming to the University of Southern California, I had spent 21 years at the RAND Corporation, 15 years co-directing RAND's Drug Policy Research Center, doing work with Jonathan Caulkins, Bo Kilmer, and was part of the Mark Climbing team there in Washington State. So I'm very appreciative of this opportunity to come back and talk to you about what I was asked to talk about was some recommendations for regulating a high potency cannabis. And it's hard not to talk about topic without hitting on some of the topics that John already mentioned. So for those of you who might be joining late, here's a quick recap. No surprise, there's a lot of overlap given our work together. Next slide, please. So the main reason why if you look at, I'm going to take a step back from Washington and look at the U.S. in general and then some international comparisons. But as John mentioned in his keynote address earlier, we have seen large increases in average potency of cannabis plants, large declines in purity adjusted price, and rapid proliferation of cannabis products. Next slide, please. What I'm reiterating here very quickly is this in this slide an increase in the red line in average potency of cannabis seized by law enforcement. So this is not cannabis sold in legal stores, but in law enforcement over the last couple decades. And there's been more than a threefold increase in the average rate of THC of cannabis picked up in the black market. Next slide. This is still well below what's available in the legal markets, as Julia Dilley was explaining there for Washington State. Average potency of flower materials in Washington, if you look at the high potency products in data up just through 2018, this data from Stephen Davenport, who did it under his dissertation under John, looking in Washington State, average potency was around 20% per flower material for strictly high potency cannabis plant, but those that were equal CBD, THC still had potencies around 10% THC. Please, next slide. However, when you look at concentrates and vaping oils, even back in data well before our current time period and before COVID, we were seeing concentration rates. These are box and whisker plots. So the line in the middle of the colored red is showing you the median level of potency for different cannabis products on the bottom. And for many of the concentrates and vapings, the median potency is well above 70%. Next slide. And if you look at those that are equal products of THC and CBD, even here, what are considered to be more moderate products because of the high levels of CBD still have potency of THC around 40% in the concentrates. Next slide. Because I'm not as good at doing math in my head as John is, I'm showing you here a slide. This is from Colorado, and the potency adjusted average price of various products, both first in the recreational market is the solid lines, and in the medical market is the same color in dotted lines. And what it's basically showing you is a significant decline in the potency adjusted average price for cannabis in Colorado, such that by 2018 was well below $2 per dose of THC. Next slide. That was Colorado. Here's data from Stephen Davenport for Washington State, and it shows us that prices of the various products in Washington State, when we adjust for potency through 2018, are actually even lower than that for what we observed in Colorado. Next slide. Go ahead and click a few more times, 4 times, we'll get to, and one more time, there we go. The proliferation of products, just go back one. The proliferation of products in cannabis has generated quite a variety of innovative new ideas. And while this would be great if this was appealing to myself or my parents who are 50 years and older, there's a lot of products that are also clearly targeting a younger group. And it's not surprising that these innovations are generating things that, while on the letter of the law, are illegal in states like Washington and still being seen in the marketplace. Next slide. So is the current regulatory scheme working? And I think it depends on what metrics you're using for success as to whether or not you think it is or isn't. There are enormous reductions in criminal justice costs associated with legalization. We are seeing a reduction in the number of arrests. Unfortunately, we aren't seeing the decline in the differential of racial disparities in arrests that we expected to see with legalization. Surprise, legalization didn't get rid of our problems of racial disparity of law enforcement, but it has led to reduction in overall arrests and a reduction in the costs of those arrests. We've seen new jobs. We have a great new source of tax revenue, and there's based off the early signs of Washington State data, not the more recent data that Jason Gilmore was just presenting, there were signs that was relatively mild impacts on youth, which was promising at first. Next click. But there are some aspects of our regulation that aren't really working. And I want to point out that without caps on potency and without huge taxes based off of potency, we already still are dealing with an illicit market for cannabis. And that's not surprising because that illicit market existed before we legalized. And when we legalized, even Washington State and I say we, I mean the states, it wasn't with the level of enforcement and supervision as when we legalized alcohol post-prohibition, where there was a very concerted effort to make sure that what we did when we stepped forward was within a very narrow range of behaviors. And then we had the federal government that was supporting that effort behind it. States are doing it alone here. The industry claims that the only way to stop the illicit market is to take away all the restrictions, don't allow for potency caps, don't allow for product restrictions. We need to remove taxes in California. That's the claim. We need to remove taxes because it's going to be the only way that we can compete with the illicit market. It's also the only way that the state is getting revenue to do its compliance checks and to make sure that the players who are operating are doing so fairly. In California, this is not the case in Washington State, but we have at least as many illicit shops in LA as we do as legal shops. And that's because we don't have good enforcement to shut down the illicit shops. So if you don't have revenue to do compliance from taxes and license fees just aren't enough, then you're not going to have a well operating legal market that protects the legal entrants. The industry is going to be made worse off if government does not have revenues to make sure it can enforce and force others to comply with the state regulations. There's also growing evidence of health risks that have been mentioned already by many of the speakers before me, but let me highlight a few more that I think are particularly relevant. Next slide. We'll skip to that point. I'll come back to it later. Next, click. I'm going to be pointing to these health risks as they tie to particular recommendations that we offered in a recent white paper at USC Schaefer that got released. And the first is to seriously consider caps on the amount of THC in cannabis products. And I know that there's a risk of doing this for fear of the black market, but let me give you some convincing and compelling evidence as to why it might still work. Next slide. If you look at outside of the US, let's start with what's happening in legalization in other countries. In Uruguay, they've had a very strict cap on flower sold in their pharmacies, and it's at a THC. Only flower can be sold, and it has only a 9% THC. They do allow other goods to be used in their social clubs, but they are not legally sold. The participation of individuals, they have to choose if they're going to obtain their cannabis from pharmacies or from social clubs, and pharmacies are still a viable source for some of the individuals who are using cannabis in Uruguay. Edibles, concentrates are prohibited, like I said, oils, but they are still being generated within social clubs, and membership in social clubs has been relatively high, but it's not being sold and marketed. The social clubs are not marketing these goods to other consumers. In Canada, initially when they legalized, as many of you know, legalized in October 2018 with only flower material being allowed to be sold. It wasn't until January 2020 that edibles and other extracts and goods could be sold in the Canadian marketplace, and states and the provinces in Canada were allowed to make their own decisions with that regard. There were restrictions on the amount of THC that could be sold across the different types of product goods, with the exception of flower. Flower was the only one that wasn't limited. Edibles, it's not just that there were reductions in the amount of THC that could be sold. It was in a whole package. You know, in Washington State, one serving is a 10 milligram serving, and a package has 100 milligrams. In Canada, one package cannot have more than 10 milligrams of an edible. Extracts, only up to a gram of THC per unit, and other oils, it's around a milligram of THC. There's no similar restrictions to Canada or Uruguay in the US, and Washington's are actually pretty good. In Washington, like I said, there's the restriction on edibles, but Vermont and Connecticut are really the most forward-thinking states right now and thinking about caps for potency of different products, placing potency on flower material around 30% THC and on solid concentrates of 60% THC. Now, this is a lot higher than what was being considered in Washington real recently, and is more consistent with some of the products that were being sold in its medical market, which is why those rates were being used. They weren't coming from nowhere. Next slide. How valuable and important are these caps? Let me give you an example from Canada. What I'm showing you here is a figure that was produced by Daniel Myron and his colleagues at University of Ottawa and Ottawa Hospital Research Institute, where they compared rates of youth poisoning, so this is pediatric poisonings and ED visits in Quebec, which is the solid blue line, as compared to Alberta and British. Was it British? Yeah, I can't read my own sign. British Columbia, and sorry, it's a little small on mine. I know Ottawa's not in there, and I'm showing you here what happened in the trends in poisonings observed in Canada prior to the introduction of all edibles, oils, and extracts in January of 2020. So before this, and with just simple legalization in all three provinces, there was a small increasing trend in youth-related poisonings. Then with the national allowance for edibles and concentrates, Quebec was the only province that didn't allow edibles and concentrates to be sold in addition to flower. The only other good they allowed was liquids, drinks. And what you see is a huge divergence between Quebec and British Columbia and Alberta with the allowance of this new products, because with these oils and concentrates, which are wrapped in smaller doses, being sold in smaller doses, as I mentioned in the previous slide, there's still a substantial increase in the number of youth poisonings just because the products exist. Now, it's important to think about this slide. Quebec is a relatively it's not the most populous. Ottawa is the most populous, and it's very close by. It's very easy for people to take products from Ottawa into Quebec if they're driving. As John was mentioning earlier, there is a way for a black market to emerge. And yet the fact that it's not being sold in the cells and in the stores in Quebec, we do not see the huge increase in poisonings for youth that we do in the other provinces. Now, I wanted to show you another figure where we looked beyond youth and looked at adults, cannabis hypermesia syndrome. Nope, not next slide, go back. I couldn't show you a slide because the study was not yet publicly released. It just got dropped today in JAMA Network Open, where Daniel, Myron, and myself and the same group of colleagues were looking at cannabis hypermesia syndrome, not just in hospitalizations, but we could account for cannabis visits 6 months prior and 6 months post the ED visit, because in Canada you have linked healthcare data, which is a really nice feature compared to the US. So we're not just talking about ED visits, we can identify cannabis use in other outpatient visits because they aren't generally recorded in the ED visit, even in Canada. And what we found, we were looking in Ontario, we were looking on Ontario in Canada and did interrupted time series look at what happened to cannabis hypermesia in just medicalization, then legalization of flower, and then post the introduction of new products. Now, why Ontario was not included in this graph, and why I'm only telling you the story of Ontario, is that Ontario had an additional little boost that didn't exist for the other provinces. Ontario, through March of 2020, had a cap on the number of licenses allowed to be, for retail sale of only 62. In the most populous province in Canada, only 62 retail outlets were allowed to be selling cannabis. That cap got dropped starting April of 2020. And there was a 13-fold increase in the number of retail outlets, going from 62 to 862 outlets in just 14 months. At the same time that you have an increase in the potency of products that are allowed to be sold in the retail market because of concentrates and edibles being allowed in Ontario. And what we found for adult cannabis hypermesia syndrome was a 50 to 60% increase in Ontario associated with both these policy changes. If you want more details of that, I encourage you to download our article that's now publicly available as of today. Next slide. So the biggest argument that I have heard about why we shouldn't cap potency of products, the industry is not then going to be responsive to medical patients. So what I'm showing you here is some results from analysis that I did with a postdoc graduate student, Alexandra Kritikos, who used Columbia Care data. Columbia Care is one of only 5 medical businesses allowed to operate in the state of New York. And this is showing you products sold by their retail outlets. They had at the time anywhere between 5 and 7 outlets within the state of New York, where they were required to track patients' purchases over time to meet compliance with state laws. So in these states, the patient, when they purchased, it got added to the state PDMP. It had to be reported to the state PDMP. And so we know over time how much the same individual is buying if they're buying from this dispensary, because we have the dispensary level data. And what we did was look at what are the products that people are buying and what's the maximum formulation that's being sold by type of product in these medical dispensaries. And that's what I'm showing you here in this table. What's important to see is that high potency THC products that are being used in the medical market in New York State, a state during this time period that did not allow flower. So you don't see flower here. You see tinctures, you see vaporizers, you see tablets. There were no restrictions placed on the maximum THC allowable in the product. And yet the medical grade products being used by patients had a maximum THC dose of 10 milligrams per dose, even in the high THC products. And the overall amount of THC in the product was 150 milligrams for a tablet, 180 milligrams for a vaporizer. These are much smaller quantities of THC than what we are observing in the recreational market in Washington state. And there are not patients screaming in New York that they can't get the level of potency they want. They are screaming that there aren't enough dispensaries available. And now you have legalization in New York state as well. Next slide. So a second recommendation that I would have is limit the types of products that can have cannabis infused with them. This is not because I think we should restrict what is available to medical patients. I think on a medical market, it should be free game. Whatever the patient needs to use to deal with their condition in a way that is seen by their physician is appropriate, and the industry can tailor products to that. But on the recreational market, to the extent that we have THC-infused Twinkies, THC-infused Reese's peanut butter cups, and they aren't being sold as Reese's peanut butter cups, but it looks just like them with a slightly different label. Those sort of products are targeting to an audience that are likely to be first and naive users and get exposed to way too much THC in a single use. We can reduce the harm to naive users as well as risk of potential addiction if we limit the types of products, meaning products that are already publicly available can't just be infused. You need to have unique cannabis products, and please don't mix it with alcohol. We have those laws in place, and yet we have, as I showed you on a previous slide, CBD wine available. And who's regulating to make sure and testing those products to make sure there's no THC in those products? Right now, the agencies don't have the resources to do that. So we need to be more careful. Until we have the resources to properly regulate all products and know what's in them, we should limit the products so that we know what's being delivered in the legal market is indeed what's reported on the label and is safe for the consumer. Next slide. We should consider instituting potency-based sales limits. Now, this is another one of those that has gotten a little bit of pushback, but let me give you, again, a little bit of comparison for where this is coming from. Next slide. If you look in the United States, and this is work that I did with my colleagues at Boston University, what we did was we looked across states at the rules regarding sales limits for a single purchase of cannabis when you go into a retail outlet. And we, based off of the types of products that can be approached. There's usually a weight-based limit for flower between 1 and 2.5 ounces. On edibles, there's anywhere between 10, blanking on, up to 5 grams, and then the similar for concentrates and extracts. These are in the legal statutes. We then applied the average potency, and again, box and whisker plots. The bottom left of this box and whisker plot is the lowest potency available product of that type. So lowest flower potency, lowest extract potency for that state. The 25th percentile, the median, the 70th percentile, that makes up the big blue box. And then the right tail is the highest potency available in Washington state. So we used what we could see in Washington state DeSale data from Steve Davenport's work on the range of potencies for different products. And we applied that average potency to the limits that were being set in all the other states and came up with the number of 10 milligram THC doses that's allowed legally by law. There's not a single state that allows fewer than 500 10 milligram doses to be sold at medium potency across the U.S. and Washington state in particular for the average potency products on the market in 2018, a typical purchase in a single transaction be 1,000 10 milligram doses. Let me put that again in perspective. Click, please. A keg of beer has 165 standard beer 12-ounce servings. A keg of beer. And you have to go to special stores usually to get a keg. So when we think about cannabis and how much cannabis we're allowing to be sold in a single transaction, weight-based metrics are not indicative of the level of potency that could be consumed in that transaction. And it's highly possible to have diversion from the legal market when we're allowing such large quantities to be purchased of THC through legal channels. Next slide. Again, if we compare this to what's happening in other countries, there's Uruguay, which had 40 grams cap per month that you can buy in pharmacies. Now that's highly restrictive and wouldn't be acceptable in most US states. But even in Canada, the restrictions are 30 grams of dried cannabis or the equivalent in a single purchase. 30 grams of flower, maybe 40% THC. These are still substantially lower than in Washington state where you're residing, where a person could buy an ounce of flower, so a little bit less than a gram, and they could buy 7 grams of concentrate, and they can buy 16 ounces of edibles, and they can buy 72 fluid ounces of liquid, all in one purchase. This is where we get those 1,000 doses of 10 milligram THC in a single purchase, because the individual, based off weight, this doesn't sound like much cannabis at all. But when you translate it into THC potency, it's large amounts that are being sold in a single transaction. Next slide. So the fourth recommendation I have and final recommendation is to please continue dedicating serious resources towards regulation and enforcement of the regulations that get put in place. And to do this, you need to maintain taxes at a level that can support the compliance checks, that can support the testing, that can support the checking of products and safety, wrapping and messaging. Reductions in taxes or taxes that are tied strictly to prices when prices are falling are not going to be sufficient to maintain the level of checks and compliance necessary to have a safely operating industry. And you can do a better job checking the black market if you have the resources to check streets to find out if the stores that are open are indeed legal or not. So again, it's important to give money to prevention. It's important to give money and provide opportunities to communities that have been hurt by prohibition, but it's also important to maintain the system, the rules of play, so that everybody is playing by the same rules. And that can only be done with revenue from taxes. Potency-based tax revenue is difficult to implement, but will generate more consistent level revenue as prices continue to fall for you to sustain the regulatory regime that's needed. And with that, I will go ahead and open it up to the panel and for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our presenters today and to Representative Davis as well. This has been a very insightful conference, and we are running a little bit over, but we have a lunch break scheduled, so if possible, I'd like to have the panelists come forward, please, because we are miking and videotaping, and we'll try to get through as many questions as we can. These questions have several different common themes. One, of course, is just kind of the general policy recommendations that were made and the implications. There are also some specific questions about the research. So if we don't get to those in time, please do email the researchers directly. I'm sure they'd be happy to answer those for you. But I do want to take advantage of the group wisdom, so I'm going to ask just first a general question, which is, given the conversation that we've had and the restrictions that the retailers have about selling to youth, we also heard some information about perhaps theft of products as being one venue of access for youth. How do you suggest that we address the problems of youth access?
Is this on? No.
Yep, it's on.
I will say briefly, I think parents have to be partners in prevention. In fact, one of the sources for 18, 19, 20-year-olds who were going up was parents with their permission. I sometimes fear, and I hear from parents, the chance that they're operating off of an old script. If a parent says, I used when I was younger, I turned out fine, they use different stuff. And so making sure parents are aware of how truly influential they are, they're aware of the impacts on mental health, academic outcomes, that's one piece of the puzzle.
Thank you. And I just want to comment also, because I'm a clinician, that, and I did see this in some of the presentations, that there's a lack of understanding on the part of clinicians. And you talked about doing some outreach to clinicians as well. If you're a healthcare provider for that child or for that family, if the healthcare provider themselves is just sort of, poo-pooing cannabis use, that's not going to be a helpful communication. Dr. Kilmer, I'm going to pick on you a little bit more because I think this is related.
No further questions.
This is related to what we just talked about. You indicated that the data that you presented for 2020 and 2021 showed a theft from dispensaries or stores as a means of obtaining cannabis products, and that increased from 0 to low levels. And the question is if that survey distinguishes between cannabis products obtained from regulated retail stores versus hemp-derived intoxicating products from, gas stations and other places.
Yeah, no, we ask about retail stores, so that is different. And it was, in part that was significant largely because it had been 0 every other time point. The good news, it is low prevalence, it is more significant. We did distinctly ask about retail stores.
Thank you. I think another question that we have quite a few questions about potency, and for Dr. Cutler, I think one question that's kind of interesting is, well, high potency consumers seem to self-titrate. Were you able to estimate the actual THC dose by the puff, inhale, hold times in any way?
No, and we didn't try to do that either because it's a really hard thing to capture in such a naturalistic setting over Zoom like that. We unfortunately were not able to do that. No.
And just a related follow-up question, how much do you think your findings on acute memory effects were due to compensatory behaviors in consumption of different forms of cannabis, given that you found people achieved a similar high whether using flower or concentrates?
Can you say that again?
Sure. How much do you think your findings on acute memory effects were due to compensatory behavior in consumption of the different forms of cannabis?
Yeah, I think that explains it. I think that the fact that they used a lower dose of the higher potency product explains why they have equivalent levels of intoxication and impairment. I think if I had to force them to use the same number of puffs of concentrate as flower, we would have seen a big difference in performance. They might have fallen out of their chair. I'm not sure what would have happened there. But yes. But that was very important for our study that we did that. It was done for legal reasons. I couldn't control the smoking session. I couldn't tell people how much to use without getting myself into legal trouble, according to our Attorney General. And so it was necessary, but I'm glad that we did it because it led to this kind of serendipitous finding that they're just self-titrating using a lot less.
Thank you. And we've talked a lot about the potential of legislating THC caps or bans today. With the release and the use of high-potency products, do the panelists feel that a strong enough consumer market has developed that will limit the viability of legislating these caps or bans? Anybody can take that.
No, I think that we're seeing a rise in the purchases of these products, but John showed very clearly who's buying them. It's repeated consumers that are already heavy users, and that's from a public health perspective, the group that we would want to slow down. What we want to do is prevent a larger population normalization of this level of THC. If people are enjoying small doses, and that it's what you're used to relaxing with. If you're used to relaxing with wine, you don't need to be taking vodka shots. And that's what we're trying to set as a normalization. And I don't think when the voters voted to legalize, they were voting to legalize the most potent forms of the cannabis. They were voting based off their prior experiences. And so we should set up a market that is promoting that environment that they voted for.
Anybody? Okay. A couple different things around concerns, again, about youth and mental health and suicidality. I think the one question I'd like to draw to your attention is there any research suggesting that the risk of suicidal thoughts among cannabis consumers is higher among 21 to 25-year-olds?
I think that's an important research question. I've not seen anything with the focus solely on that older part of the young adult age group.
Thank you. And let's see, we have quite a few about concentrates and policy recommendations. Most of the cannabis research has been focused on THC concentration. Has there been any significant studies on how different cannabis strains affect different cognitive effects and lineages? Cultivars, yes.
So that was part of what I was trying to get at anyway. There's no difference between indica and sativa if this is where that's going. You know, we now know that everything is a hybrid nowadays. That's common folklore propagated by bud tenders. So we just wanted to look at the different constituents or levels of THC versus CBD anyway in that study. I would really like to do research on some of the minor phytocannabinoids. We're doing a study right now looking at the effects of cannabidiol because we do think that some of these are going to produce different effects, and terpene profiles might have different effects as well. I don't know that we're going to see much of this on cognition specifically, though. I think it really is the THC. That is implicated in the cognitively impairing effects of cannabis.
Thank you. We have a question as to whether anybody is looking at Google Analytics to identify youth exposure, specific exposure signals.
Not to my knowledge.
Dr. Dilley?
I'm blanking on details, but Oregon's student health survey has included questions about where kids have seen advertising, and we published some findings from that, focused more on community-based. we were especially interested in documenting storefront advertising or billboard advertising because those are easily regulated, whereas but online advertising was very high, is my recollection, but it's so difficult to regulate.
Megan Moreno, I hope I'm remembering this right. Megan Moreno's done some work taking a look at exposure not only to ad on social media. No further questions.
The DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for cannabis use disorder has to do with increased, according to the questioner, THC tolerance and dependence. And is there any inclination or intuition that the use of high-potency products indicates higher THC tolerance and may predict some level of dependency?
I think that's a fascinating question to see what direction that goes, but tolerance is one of the criteria for a substance use disorder. So if someone says, I'm increasingly needing more to feel what I feel, that is one of the criteria associated with that.
Good point. Yes.
There are some studies that have shown that greater potency leads to greater likelihood of cannabis use disorder symptoms. And I think it's worth noting that tolerance has long been a criteria for cannabis use disorder. It was a criteria for cannabis dependence in the DSM-4 and earlier. And it was only with the publication of DSM-5 that cannabis withdrawal was included, which, as we know now, is a really important element. And craving was included as well.
Can I just say, I agree. I think that higher potency versions of the drug are more likely to increase risk of CUD. I absolutely won't argue against that statement, but I also think that people with CUD are more likely to use higher potency versions of the drug because they developed a tolerance. So now they're seeking a much more high potency form. So any sort of cross-sectional survey looking at this and linking the two is problematic because there's a huge chicken and egg problem there. It's probably a bi-directional relationship.
And I think I have time for at least one more question along the regulatory vein. Several people on the panel have mentioned issues with youth appealing products, particularly for edibles. How do we create legislation for banning youth appealing products given how subjective the criteria seems to be?
Remove all color.
And we also, our Zoomer is raising her hand. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Pecula.
I was just going to say, this is not rocket science. We've dealt with this before with cigarettes and with vaping. It's a very similar problem in vaping in terms of appealing to youth flavors. In terms of candies, it's pretty obvious. If you're making something, a Pop-Tart, there's not many adults, yes, a few of us, my husband included, will eat Pop-Tarts when allowed, but that's appealing to a younger age group. And so I think that this is something that good common sense and regular review could easily set up. I don't think it is, if the industry was required to first provide a new product development idea the way they are to the FDA, then that will help provide us the opportunity to say yes or no before they go into mass production. And it's not something that's hard to do. We just chose to do it because of not having federal participation in the market.
I think we need THC-infused vegetables.
Thank you very much. And on that, I believe that we will have a break for a healthy lunch. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, so we are restarting our symposium. The afternoon session is about to get started. People from home are probably thinking, are these people having way too much fun and they don't come back? Okay. So we are starting our afternoon with another keynote speaker, our international speaker, Dr. David Hammond. He's going to be talking about high-THC cannabis products, trends in consumer use, adverse outcomes, and implications for policy in legal cannabis markets. Dr. David Hammond is a professor and university research chair at the School of Public Health Sciences, University of Waterloo. More information on his bio is available in your package, or if you're watching from home, online. So let's welcome Dr. David Hammond.
Hi there, everybody. I really wish I could be there with you in person. I know how beautiful the Pacific Northwest is. I have family in Vancouver, and I still remember about 25 years ago driving my 1981 Toyota Tercel to the University of Washington from Vancouver. It was a great conference. I was even happier that I got home and my car made it. So I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but what a great day of presentations. In terms of disclosures, I have no industry funding or commercial interest to declare. I do serve as a paid expert witness in testimony, including cannabis. This is where I defend governments from legal challenges from the industry. Next slide, please. And what you're going to be hearing from me today is a lot of what you've heard from the other speakers. And I've spent a lot of time working tobacco control. And, you know, we talk a lot about the date of legalization, but of course, we can have many different types of markets. That's what today is all about. And I always like to remind people that, you know, tobacco, cigarettes have always been legal in the United States and Canada, but we have a substantially different market today. And that's because the way we regulate these products is much different. I was going to say next slide. And of course, you know, we don't have one legal market in the US. You have 19 adult use legal markets. You have different medical markets in different states, and that's because they're regulated differently. Next slide. And you know, so obviously some of the questions we're talking about today is not just whether products should be legal, but what sort of rules and standards should we have? And, you know, Vermont and Connecticut, to my knowledge, have some laws, but I'm going to be talking to you today about some of the real different regulatory frameworks that we have in Canada. Next slide. And I've also been asked to talk a little bit about product labeling and warnings, which appear on packages. And again, some of the differences between states, but more importantly, the bigger differences that we see between Canada's legal market and the US. Next slide. And by the way, you're going to be hearing me say next slide a lot, but we are almost at the 4th anniversary of federal national legalization in Canada. We had a medical cannabis since 2001. But as I've just alluded to, we have quite a bit, we have some similarities. We also have some real differences in our market. And I'm a researcher, we talk about natural experiments. And this is an opportunity to learn about whether those different laws and regulations are having any impact on consumers. Next slide. And so I'm going to be bludgeoning you with some slides and figures and results from what we call the International Cannabis Policy Study. And basically, what is it? These are national surveys. I'll describe them in just a minute. But the goal here is to get detailed population-based data. Obviously, you've got great prevalence surveys with NISDA and BRFSS, but we need more detail to understand what's happening with cannabis legalization. We also need measures that are more specific to policies and regulations. And we need this data consistently over time with the same methods across the different jurisdictions so we can compare. Next slide. And I promise whoever is advancing the slides, first of all, thank you. And I will remember to say next slide. So very briefly, these are national surveys. They're repeat cross-sectional, so we're not following the same people over time. We're getting a fresh sample. And we do these every year. We do them in September, October. We're in the field right now with our 2022 survey. One thing to remember is that we have a restricted age range of 16 to 65. That's because that's where most of the cannabis consumers are, and it's just a efficiency sort of funding thing from our end. Same methodology. We actually do the study in 4 countries. We started in Australia and New Zealand, but most of what I'm going to be showing you today is from the US and Canada. Next slide. And I promise this is the only methods piece that I'm going to show you, but we source our respondents from commercial panels. I mentioned we do our surveys in the fall. And all the data I'm showing you today are weighted on sex, age, region, race, smoking rates over time, and education. And our sample sizes have varied, but they're typically around 45 to 50,000, which includes about 30,000 in the US over the last few years. And we do oversample legal states. So many different states have provided us funding to oversample, including Washington. Next slide. And so we actually produce a report specific to Washington. I'm not going to be showing a lot of data for Washington, but we have this for the US and Washington, and we have lots more detail in our technical reports online. So there you go. That's the methods. Happy to answer any questions. Next slide. So one of the unique parts, I mentioned we need detail. So we ask a lot of questions, not just about different types of products, but how much they use. Next slide. When, in the old days, maybe we had one type of joint size. We allow people to, report different joint size. We have all sorts of problematic use indicators. Next slide. And we have what we call policy-specific measures. So we ask them, have you seen any advertising or marketing? Where have you seen it? How much did you pay? What type of store did you buy from? We figure out how close people live in proximity to legal retail stores. We ask them whether they've noticed health warnings. So this is what we call policy-specific measures. Next slide. And then what we do is we go and we actually dig up the laws and regulations from different states or Canadian provinces, and that's the basis for comparing them. We say, well, if they have different rules, if they have different retail density, how does that translate into some of our outcomes? Next slide. So that's my intro. What am I going to talk to you about today? I'm going to start by talking about patterns of use. I'm going to talk a little bit about adverse events, and then a little bit about health warnings and product labeling, and a little bit about, or a lot more about product standards, which we've already heard. Next slide. So, look, a lot of what I'm going to share dovetails really nicely with what you've heard from some of the presentations this morning. And let's just take sort of a really high-level look at how patterns of use are changing. I promise you I'll say next slide when we need to get to the next slide. Next slide. We've published a lot of this quite recently. I'm going to be showing you data from a more recent year, but I'm happy to share papers and publications for details. Next slide. So this is a snapshot. And what I'm showing you here is of those in the US, in our surveys, who report using cannabis in the past month, what percentage use each types of product? And what you can see is, and this looks like what Julia shared from Oregon, which is the proportion using dried flower has actually decreased. So dried flower remains the dominant product form, but it is going down. And essentially, you can see that every other category has gone up. You can see, especially large increases for edibles. Vape oils is that gray line, and you can see that little dip between 2019 and 2020. Well, that's a valley. That's where people got a bit of a cold chill from using vapes, but they've largely resumed using them by 2021. But what you can see is increases in all those more concentrated forms, call them process, extract forms, along with a reduction in dried flower. Next slide. Now, when we report these things in surveys, we often report them in isolation. And I've been spending some time in the last few weeks sort of looking through co-use of different products. And the bottom line is that most US cannabis consumers use multiple products. So you can see that only about a quarter of them tell us that they've used a single product in the last year. Another quarter say 2 products. And you can see that about 13% say that they're using 5 products or more. So actually, about 3/4 of cannabis consumers are using more than 1 product in the past year. That's important for us to know, especially if we're trying to separate out patterns of use and things like adverse outcomes. Next slide. And I just wanted to point, I think this is the only time I'm showing you data from our New Zealand and Australia surveys. Most of you will know that they do have medical cannabis in both New Zealand and Australia, but it's very restricted. It doesn't look like most US states. But I just point this out here because, there are very different trends across countries. Now, Canada often looks like the US. We have one of the highest prevalence of cannabis use in the world as well. But you can see that none of our countries compares to the US in terms of the poly use, the use of multiple products. So you can see, New Zealand and Australia at sort of one end. But the US, it looks like the most diverse market out there. And that's going to be a theme. Next slide. And if you look among those who tell us that they're only using one product, most of those folks, exclusive use of dried flower is the most common. Have a look on the far left side. When I say concentrate, I mean like solid concentrate, like wax and shatter and things like that. It is very rare that somebody only uses that type of product without using other products. So you can see that sole or exclusive use of flower and edibles is most common. And after that, virtually everybody that are using those extracts are using at least one other product, most of them dried flower. Next slide. Now, you know, I've been showing you sort of use in the past 12 months. That's often what you see in different surveys and things like that. But if you look at monthly use or something less frequently, let me say that the other way. If you look at more frequent use, like daily use, it looks different. So earlier I showed you that edibles were far and away the second most popular product that are used on an annual basis. But you can see here that actually they're less likely to be used on a daily basis. So as always, it's, you know, daily users are most likely to say that they use flower daily. You can see that about 8% tell us that they use vape liquids daily. It's 5% for concentrates. So although fewer people are trying those, say on an annual basis, they're more likely to use those products on a daily basis. And of course, it speaks to the fact that people are using these products for different reasons. And edibles might be more likely to be used for a particular occasion or going out or whatever it might be, whereas flower, concentrates, and vape liquids seem to be more a part of a daily regular pattern of use. Next slide. And John referred to this earlier, and that is that, you know, in addition to thinking about frequency of use, we need to think about how much people are using. And we have very, very little data, especially at the population level. And, you know, what we find, so we get all that data and that people self-report to us, that on average, consumers report using 1.4 grams of dried flower per day. Now, you can see that that really varies by frequency of use. And in our survey, it's up to 2 grams of flower among daily users. So it's a bit of a double whammy in that those folks are using it more often. And when they do use it, they're using more on a daily basis. Next slide. And I think, again, John may have alluded to this, and I've seen other studies where it's around 80% or the low 80s. But when we try and estimate what percent of dried flower consumption is accounted for by people that use cannabis daily, it's a whopping amount. So again, if you put together the more frequent use and then the fact that they use more on the days that they do use cannabis, in our study, daily consumers or near daily consumers account for about 80% of all the consumption of dried flower. This is important if we're trying to think about public health burden and project it, because the burden is very likely going to rest with those folks. And you can see that, for example, monthly or less than monthly consumers account for just a fraction of the consumption. So it's starting to fill out the picture, not just in terms of overall prevalence, but really where which subgroups are driving consumption. Next slide. And where we really have honestly an embarrassingly low amount of data or evidence is on consumption patterns for things other than dried flower. And it's partly because it's trickier. It's partly because a lot of the big surveys don't actually ask questions on it. But for example, you know, in our survey, when we ask about solid concentrates, people tell us that on the days that they use them, they use about 1.2 grams. So the diversity of the product forms is a huge challenge for us in terms of monitoring and surveillance, but I think we need to get up to speed with the market and start actually measuring some of these other forms in greater detail as they increase in popularity. Next slide. So super quick summary. No surprise to anybody, wide diversity of products. Poly product use is the norm, it's not the exception. So we can't put people into little silos quite as easily as we can for some other substances. And we see a really pronounced march towards the use of extracts, but we really lack some of the consumption data, again, at the population level where we need it. Next slide. So, one of the questions is, what's the role of legalization and different regulations? So let's take a look at that. Next slide. And I apologize for my shorthand. I know I should be saying adult use, but I'm just going to be using the shorthand of illegal, medical, and legal. Now, what I've done here is, I think these are the only slides where I've put the Washington State data from our surveys. But what I'm showing you again is the use of different products among past 12-month consumers. And that's to kind of iron out some of the prevalence differences, just to ask if consumers in different jurisdictions are using different products. And what we see is actually, we used to see bigger differences between illegal medical and legal states a few years ago when we started, about 4 years ago. What we've seen is a lot of those differences have narrowed over time. So you can see that, at least in our survey, the prevalence of edible use among past 12-month consumers is pretty consistent. That's the same as dried flower. Next slide. And we also see very few differences between illegal medical and legal states in terms of the use of oral drops or capsules, the use of vape oils. Next slide. Not much difference in solid concentrates. The one area where we do see, we still see a bit of a difference is in beverages. And I think there's probably a couple of reasons for that. Beverages have increased more recently as a popular form. Beverages are a little bit harder and to my knowledge, more rare on the illegal market. They just involve more manufacturing and processing. So we still see a bit of a difference there. And for whatever reason, Washington State seems to pop up a little higher than some of the other legal states. Next slide. And, you know, we saw some slides from earlier speakers about who's using each of these product types. Next slide. Very briefly, you know, a lot of studies either are just done with medical cannabis users, or at least there's questions about whether they differ. Typically, we see that medical consumers have higher levels of consumption. They're also more likely to use what I'll call extracts. That's particularly true for oral liquids, which are associated often with sort of therapeutic use. But you can see it's also true for edibles, concentrates, vape liquids. The only time we don't see a difference is flower. So a more frequent, intense consumer, as you might expect, not just in terms of frequency of use, but also the use of high THC extracts. Next slide. What about sex differences? Well, you know, in terms of the product choice, we see some. Typically, males are a little bit higher for some of the extracts, but it's not major, at least in our data. Where we see more difference is solid concentrates, with males being a little bit higher than females. And interestingly, edibles are the one product category where females are similar to or maybe even a little bit higher than males. Next slide, please. And we've heard a lot about age, the age of consumer, and it is absolutely true, at least in our data, that younger consumers have the extracts are more common among younger consumers. So each line is a different product, and the slope or shape of the line tells you the prevalence as our age group goes up. And you can see that most of the extracts are peak at youth and young adulthood, and then they taper off. Edibles, the orange line, are pretty popular across all age groups, but you can see vapes, the yellow line, and solid concentrates. Those are the most heavily graded, show the biggest gradient by age, whereas flower is the opposite. So most older consumers seem to be sticking with flower. Next slide. Okay, and what I want to do is just pull out some of our most recent trends from our 2021 data. Next slide. And, these won't be news to a lot of you who follow legal sales estimates. But, I mentioned to you that we allow people to pick the joint size. And when they do the survey, we make sure that actually the size of the picture of the joint we use a bottle cap to help them judge how big it is. And the bottom line is that we can't be asking, we can't be assuming one size for joints. Joints differ 5-6-fold in terms of size. And what we find is that 40% of those who smoke joints pick either 1.2 grams or 1 grams as their typical joint size. And I'm not going to show you the data, but I can tell you that has increased even in the last 4 years of our study. And that almost surely has to do with the fact that people are buying more pre-rolled joints. And 1 gram is 0.5 and 1 gram are the most popular sizes of pre-rolled joints that you can purchase. But the days of assuming that all the joints are 0.3 or 0.4 grams, A, that's too small, and B, we're missing out on a lot of important variability. Next slide. And so, I just said it, but what we're seeing is not just a shift towards extracts, but even in the flower category, we're seeing more of it shifting to what I'll call processed flower products, including pre-rolls. Next slide. So we ask people, okay, at your last purchase when you bought dried flower, what percentage of them were in the pre-roll form. And 1/3 of people say, yeah, the last time I bought flower, I bought a pre-rolled joint. And you can see that does vary by jurisdiction. Flower consumers that live in adult legal states much higher than those that live in illegal states. So that obviously reflects the manufacturing process associated with legalization, but this has gone up a lot. It's consistent with all the sales data I've seen and like the headset analyses and things like that. Next slide. The other thing that's happening is that when you look at pre-rolled, we're seeing more infused products. Most dried flower pre-rolled joints top out in the mid to high 20s for THC. And at first we thought it was an error where we were seeing both really expensive joints being reported in our data, but also, things like 40% THC. But it's of course because these are infused products. These are premium price products, and they're increasing. And the companies like them because there's more of a profit margin, but never mind thinking about dried flower as 25% versus 5%. We're now in the 40% THC levels for these infused pre-rolled joints. Next slide. And of course, and I'm not going to spend much time talking about it, but we also monitor the use of what I'll call non-THC CBD only products. We have about 27% of all respondents in our survey tell us that they've tried a CBD product in the past 12 months. Next slide. And just to make things more difficult for anyone who does work in this space, we've started to ask about Delta-8 THC products. Next slide. And I just want to pause here for a minute because it was New York State first said to us, hey, we really want to ask about this. And so we did some pilot work and we were sort of asking about Delta-8 THC, and a lot of people were saying yes. And so what we did is a bit of a twist. We actually we asked people about other forms. Delta-9, of course, the most common, and then we picked 4 that, as far as I know, don't exist on the commercial market, Delta-4 and Delta-10. Next. And what we find is, it's a bit blurry on my screen, so I can't give you the actual number there, but whatever the number that says on the screen, 15% or something, that looks like a lot of people that have heard about Delta-8. Next slide. But here's the kicker. You can see that actually less than that said they'd heard of Delta-9. And we have lots of folks saying they've heard of Delta-4 and Delta-10, which really they shouldn't have as a general consumer. Next slide. When you break that out over illegal medical and legal states, you do see the biggest gradient for Delta-8. In other words, people living in illegal states were most likely to say they'd heard of Delta-8. Now, that's what we might expect, given that these products would be more popular in the jurisdictions that don't allow sort of regular THC products. So some of this is probably valid, but anyone who asks in a survey about Delta-8, you're probably going to get a fair amount of overreporting, and that's what our findings are suggesting. Next slide. And when we break it all out, we get 3% of everyone telling us that they've ever used a Delta-8 THC product. But again, there's a big fat asterisk on that because a lot of those folks are probably confused about what Delta-8 is and what THC is. Next slide. And I'm going to come back to what consumers know and understand about THC in a minute. But I'm going to talk about adverse events first. Next slide. Now, I think Julia and Rosalie presented some data from sort of administrative healthcare records. That will always be the gold standard. What you get in population-based surveys is, on the one hand, you get higher estimates. And that's because people are also reporting adverse events for which they didn't seek medical help. There's probably a bit of over-reporting anyway. But what we're interested in is, again, differences between jurisdictions and trends over time. And we can also get more information about products. You heard Julia say that the ICD-10 code just says cannabis. Well, what products were they using? Next slide. I find it very interesting to note that just about 31% of all past 12-month cannabis users told us that they experienced an adverse event. Now, we asked them about what type, and a lot of it is, fairly modest stuff, or I felt dizzy, that sort of thing. But to sort of distinguish between more serious ones, we do ask whether they sought medical help. Next slide. And this is what we see. We can see that overall, 9% of all the past 12-month cannabis consumers in our study told us that they sought medical help in the past year for an adverse event caused by cannabis use. That is high. You can see that it's a little bit higher in medical and legal states compared to consumers in illegal states. Next slide. And this is what it looks like over the 4 years that we've been doing our survey. So, a bit of shifting and sorting across those three sort of legal jurisdictions, but you can see that by 2021, consumers in each of those three jurisdictions were pretty much, in the same spot. And what we've seen is sort of like all the healthcare data, a gradual increase over time, even across this relatively short 4-year period. Next slide. So we ask where people have sought assistance, and this is the other trick is, people don't just call the poison center. They don't just go to the ER. They do different things. And so, you can sort of break out what source of support and help they're looking for. Next slide. But here's where I'm trying to get to here. When people in our survey tell us they've experienced an adverse event, we say, what type of product were you using when you experienced the adverse event? And this is what people tell us. Now, a lot of the narrative around adverse events in the media and the public is around edibles. Now, that's understandable because accidental consumption among young people is of particular concern, and most of that is edibles. But you can see that actually, when you do a population-based study and you have information on the product, far more people are saying they were using dried flower when they experienced the event than edibles. Edibles only about 10% of the time. And you can see that it's distributed across all of these. Next slide. There's another way of looking at that, and that's of the people who used each product, because we know some products are more popular than others, right? Flower being the most popular. Of those who use each product, how many of them said that they experienced an adverse event? And you can see that actually the likelihood of experiencing an adverse event is similar. So it's a little lower among flower, but we have so many flower users. That's why we have more adverse events attributed to flowers. But you can see that this is not a simple narrative of it being driven by one particular category or including categories that have substantially higher THC levels than others. Next slide. And I think the reason for that is that what I'll call consumer THC literacy is shockingly low. Now, most of us, we have these nice units called cigarettes. Most of us have a sense of drinks, even if we have trouble with the standard drink versus the alcohol, but we know that about a shot is a glass of wine is about a beer. But people's understanding of strength of cannabis and THC levels is shockingly low. And I just want to show you a couple pieces here. Next slide. First of all, and I've shown these slides in a bunch of different presentations, but, again, when you do this type of work, you have to figure out, should we be using the term marijuana or cannabis or whatever? Well, one of the things we did is an experiment where people saw different pictures. And we showed some people a picture of a THC oil, some people a picture that just said CBD oil, and another group a picture that said CBD and THC oil. And by the way, we did the same thing with like vaping products and other things. And we just simply asked people, we showed them the picture and said, do you think this is a marijuana product? Next slide. And this is what people said. Only 65% thought THC oil was a product. When you take that out and just label CBD, it goes down to about 46%. Then when you put them both on, it's 74%. So I guess that's most people kind of getting things right. But the flip side of this is that people don't make the association between THC and marijuana or cannabis nearly as much as we might think. Next slide. Well, we asked them in the next question, we kept the same picture on the screen and we just said, hey, can this product get someone high? So forget about what you call it. Do you think this is an intoxicating product? And look at that, only 42% said that THC oil, would get someone high. You can see that they're kind of getting the idea with CBD. It goes down to 12, but when you put THC and CBD, it's pretty much the same as THC. So even at this most basic level, people struggle to differentiate between these major product categories that we assess and often speak of. Next slide. And just to draw a line underneath all of this, of those who consume dried flower, we say, hey, do you know the amount of the THC of the dried herb that you last used? We also ask usual. I'm just showing you last. So first of all, only 25% of flower users tell us, yeah, they know the number. And then you can see that it does vary whether they tell us they know the number based on frequency. But even among daily users, it only tops out at about a third, 31%. So those are the folks that say, yeah, I know what it is. Next slide. So then we go, okay, so you know what it is. So what THC level do you typically use in your dried flower? And the average, the mean, was 38%. Well, what's the problem with that? The problem with that is, like, you can't, unless it's an infused product, you can't manufacture a product. There's no, to my knowledge, there's no products above 30% available for commercial sale. So the average people are telling us basically doesn't exist. And you can see that even among daily consumers, they're giving us numbers that are far too high. Bottom line, most people don't know the THC numbers. Next slide. This is a big pain for us. Wouldn't it be nice in population surveys if we could just ask and people could report it? But we went a step further and we said, okay, let's pick 30% THC for dried flower because that's as high as it can get. And we just said, hey, maybe people are using like low, medium, and high as descriptors. And when we ask people, is 30% THC low, medium, or high for dried flower, you can see that people are all over the shop. Most people, the gray bars, say, I don't know. We have about 40% to a third that think 30% THC for dried flower is low. There's a little bit of a difference across like all US, medical, legal, and in Canada. There's a slight suggestion that legalization might help with this because they get it a bit more correct. But it's pretty dismal. And it tells us that even in the broad sort of descriptor qualitative way, people don't really understand THC numbers or THC levels. Next slide. And of course, you know, this is an excellent argument for standardized THC units. And I'm sure you all know that sort of NIDA has endorsed this in research. I'm hosting a group that's discussing this in Canada, thinking about what could its use be in a regulatory environment. I'm not going to show you pictures today, but I have not, you know, the way we label THC across products, it differs whether it's percent, milligrams, you know, concentration levels. It's different for edibles and smoked products. And we do a horrible job in Canada. I'm embarrassed to say that the first week of legalization when the products came out, I had to call my contact in Health Canada, and they consulted me on this and say, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I don't understand these two numbers. So we need to think about how we can make this easier, not just for research studies, but for consumers to understand these products. And there's different ways of doing this, but boy, we need some harmonization to really help consumers. I always, this is my standard line, which is a well-regulated market is one where people can figure out how much to consume. And right now, I think that is actually the reason why we see adverse events across a range of products. It's not just the inherent properties of any one product. Next slide. Okay, and yeah, so we actually asked people, do you think this would help? Next slide. And people go, yeah. Most people say either, like, yeah, I'd like to see that. 70% of consumers say, I'd like some sort of standard amount of THC. Next slide. We go a step further and say, hey, do you think they should be on packages? And most consumers are yes. In every study I've done, consumers are happy to have guidance on this. Next slide. Okay, so adverse events are common, but they're common across all product forms. And we need to make sure that even though edibles has a sort of a special place with accidental consumption, that we don't think about this too narrowly. We really need to think about improving THC literacy. And consumers are very open to that type of regulation. And so is the industry for that matter. You know, they don't like additional regulatory burden, but it's in everybody's interest to help consumers to dose more effectively. Next slide. All right. Now I'm going to get into sort of first the labeling piece and then the product piece, specifically thinking about regulations and comparing some of the different jurisdictions. So let's start with labeling and warnings. Next slide. So we've got different warnings in different states. Does it make a difference which symbol states use? And as I'm going to say in a minute, we have even bigger differences when we look across all the US states compared to Canada. So first of all, I've done more research on warnings than I have a right to, and most of it is faint glimpses into the obvious, proving that the bigger things are, the more noticeable, the more effective they are. So the first thing is do consumers even notice and use health warnings for cannabis products? Next slide. So we asked people that, and I'm going to show you the data among past 12-month consumers. Next slide. So what do we see? 23% of all consumers in the US tell us, yeah, I've seen health warnings on cannabis packages recently. You can see that it's higher in legal states than it is in illegal states. That is what we'd expect because, of course, there's mandated packaging. But one of the things I'm going to say a couple times throughout this talk is that, and this is no news to anybody, but there's different types of illicit products and sources, but part of it is folks that live in illegal or medical states are certainly getting the products and the packaging from illegal states, from the legal market. And so what we see is that we do see sort of awareness and of packages from other states that have been diverted from a legal market. I didn't express that very clearly, but next slide. So this is sort of a fake product that I've mocked up for you, but in Canada, as you may know, we have a symbol, right? That's like the Washington sort of hand thing. And we also have, you can see our warnings. They have to be that big. They have to have that type of color scheme. We have rotating warnings. We have different warnings for different types of products, and they each focus on one particular topic. Bottom line, they're much more comprehensive than anything in the US states. Does that make a difference? Next slide. Yeah, it does. So our first surveys in Canada in 2018 were before legalization. So that first dot, that red dot, Canada's the red line here, that's before legalization. So when we ask people this question about have you seen warnings on products, you can see that Canada, within the first 12 months after legalization, pops right up to the legal US states. And then you can see it continues to increase, and it's now increased, a fair bit above the legal states. And that's what you see. Warnings, there's a wear-in effect where it sort of accumulates over time. And so this is exactly what you'd expect to see, which is we have differences between the US states, but you can see that Canada is now sort of leaving even the legal states behind. And it almost surely has everything to do with, the fact that we have more comprehensive warnings. Now, it's also, we need to remember that not all the consumers in the legal states are actually purchasing legal products. And so, next slide. One of the things that we've looked at is not just whether they notice warnings, but do people actually, can they remember the messages? Do they agree with those health effects? And the answer is yeah. We've actually, because you have different messages in different states, the easiest way of thinking about it is if you put a particular health effect on your warning, even though it might be small, more people in that state remember it than other states where that message isn't labeled. So it's not rocket science. If you put it on there, if you make it big and obvious, people are more likely to not just see it, but to actually recall the health effect and to agree with it. And we see that noticing and recall is higher among those who purchase from legal sources. So that tells us it's not just sort of the broader environment and things like education campaigns. It's seeing the actual packages, in retail settings and in the home. Next slide. And we've also done lots of experimental studies with folks in Canada and the US that basically demonstrate the same thing. When you actually experimentally manipulate the size or the color or the type of messages that are on the products, next slide, you see greater recall. And I'm not going to sort of walk through this, but it's really nice convergence between like controlled trials and then what we see at the population level with these natural experiments of different rules in different jurisdictions. Next slide. And I just put this in here because, again, there's often a narrative that consumers don't like regulation. And, certainly that's true for certain things. Consumers don't like higher taxes, for example. But I've done work in alcohol and tobacco and food and cannabis, and most consumers support comprehensive health warnings. And so we ask a question, which is say, do you support the health warnings on products? You can see that the support's actually higher in Canada, where we have the more intrusive warnings than it is in the US, but very few people are opposed. A bunch of people are neutral, most support, it's pretty hard to get agreement on most things these days, but most people seem to agree that health warnings on cannabis products are a good thing. Next slide. Now, some of you will know that it's not just the warnings, but Canada has rules about how much branding can appear on packages. So for tobacco products, we call it plain packaging. Tobacco, we have this uniform brown color. I know one advocate that refers to it as fecal brown. And all you have to have the same font size. There's no logos. Cannabis, it's a little bit more lax. You get to choose one color, and your brand information can only be as big as the THC symbol. So you see that white circle, that's as much branding as packages can have. And I've picked what I think is the same product from Colorado and Canada, and you can see the differences in terms of potential appeal. And when we talk about kids and seeing packages, there's not too many kids that are going to look at the thing on the right and go, that's for me. But, you know, we all like peaches, or at least mangoes, rather. I do. And, you know, and kids might be interested. That looks much more like a candy package. Next slide. So I'm not going to talk about that, but we've done research on that. And the bottom line is that mandated warnings are a low-cost, sustainable means of communicating with consumers. Regulators can choose whatever the heck they want to tell them, but it's a very good vehicle or mechanism for communicating with folks, and it's one that people are open to. And in a sense, in a good way, we do tend to have spillover effects because the products, albeit in illegal ways, sort of shift across into different markets. We see that U.S. consumers, even in states where it's not legal, are starting to see some of those legal warnings. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is maybe, I find it the most interesting data that I'm going to share with you today. And that is on product standards. Next slide. So I was, I read Leafly and all the industry stuff as much as I can, and I came across this one a few months ago. World's largest brownie weighs in at 850 pounds, and I think I have it in red there. I think it was 20,000 milligrams of THC. So the market's shifting. It's not quite shifting here, but presumably we need some kind of product standards. Next slide. So we've already heard of Quebec. So a quick recap: we have national, federal legalization, but each of our 10 provinces basically can make their own rules above and beyond the basic federal ones, and provinces control the retail market. And they control the distribution of cannabis products. So Quebec has the most comprehensive product standards of any jurisdiction in the world that's legalized cannabis. So there was a question or conversation about, well, how do we have products that don't appeal to kids? And by the way, federally, we have the same thing. It's right up there in our Cannabis Act. And of course, most provinces sell gummies and brownies and chocolates. Quebec has said, you know what? Kids like that, we're not selling them. So they prohibit any edible that the content of the edible could be appealing to kids. I'll say that in just a sec. They have a THC limit of 30% on every single product in the market. They have not sold any vaping liquids or oils. And there are no solid concentrates. So they sell a lot of hash, but there's no wax or shatter even that would meet the 30% threshold. A fundamentally different market. And I want to say one footnote here. It's not just product standards. Quebec, every single store is government owned. They have far fewer retail stores than any other province. They have a higher minimum legal age. They have stronger rules on cannabis marketing, and fewer people use cannabis in Quebec. So this is an example of a much broader public health framework. And as countries like Germany and Switzerland are asking questions about how to potentially legalize and regulate the market, I say, you want a public health framework? You go look at Quebec, because they are an example of that, whether other jurisdictions choose to follow or not. So, strongest product standards in the world. Next slide. And, the true test, as I just said, of like, how committed are regulators to reducing child appeal, is what they do with edibles, obviously. And here's the thing. Quebec has sold like these powders that you can use as an ingredient. But until recently, they sold one. First of all, they sold no products for a long time. And then they sold one product. And it's, I'm going to get this wrong. I do speak French, but it's cinnamon dates. And by the way, earlier today, I went on the provincial, we have online legal sales everywhere in Canada. So I went on Quebec's online store, and I noticed they have some new products. But guess what products they have? They have, sounds like a joke. They have dried cauliflower, dried beets, and dried figs. Now, I have 3 kids, and they're not sneaking cauliflower or beets out of the fridge too often. So, Quebec has followed its principles here. So you can think of Quebec as basically having no edibles, except recently they've just added a few that my kids will attest to don't appeal to children. So has it made any difference? Next slide. Okay, this is the same slide I showed you earlier. It's for all of Canada, and it's just to show you that product trends among our consumers have followed a very similar trend to what I showed you in the US. I'm not going to get too into it, but you can see, for example, edibles, second most popular, really gone up along with most other forms, while dried flower is decreasing. Next slide. So, big question. So let's look at what are Quebec consumers using. So next, first let's look at dried flower. So same restrictions as other provinces, and you can see Quebec is bang on. That sort of blue bar on the left is the Canadian average, and those other green bars are other provinces. So Quebec is right in the middle in terms of dried flower use. Next slide. Quebec allows hash up to 30%. Where is Quebec with hash? Bang on in the middle. 24% Quebec, 23% a national average. Now, let's look at what about the products that Quebec has restricted. Is it the case that people are just as likely to use them, but they source them from the illegal market? That's what the industry would suggest. Or are they actually less likely to use them? Next slide. The use of edibles in Quebec is half of what it is in any other province in the Canadian average. What about vape oils, which they've not sold? Next. Same thing. So this is dramatic. This tells you that the profile of what Quebec consumers are using is fundamentally different than in the other provinces. And it suggests that it's not the case that, oh, they'll be just as likely to use it, they'll go source them from the illegal. They're actually, we're shaping consumer trends and consumption through the types of products that are permitted. Next slide. And I just want to I told you that Quebec was different before legalization. They're certainly different after legalization. But if you back it up to even showing 1 year before legalization, Quebec is the red dotted line. The other lines are the different provinces. You can see there's dried flower and hash. Quebec's right in the middle. Next. Here's the prohibited products. So you can see they were lower prior to legalization, but we've got even more gap, more distance between them. So it's not just a carryover from pre-legalization. They were different before, they're more different now. Next slide. And that's edibles. And you can just see the stark difference there. Okay, next slide. And so I already referred to it, but the argument against product standards is that it'll sustain illicit trade. People, you're not going to change use. You're just going to be putting illegal products in consumers' hands. And we've seen this argument, when Vermont, with its different proposals for a THC limit. Next slide. So we monitor. We ask people, where did you buy it from? We ask them straight up, was it a legal or illegal store? We ask it for different product categories. We ask it for all cannabis products. And this is showing you the average, the mean percent of all cannabis products that people tell us they bought from a legal store. So pretty busy, but what you can see is each bar is a different year. It's gone up each year after legalization. That's a whole separate conversation. But you can see that Quebec is right in the middle. It's absolutely average in terms of the proportion of products that people tell us they're buying from legal sources. And by the way, our self-report data aligns very well with legal sales data that are mandated and reported to provinces and Canada. Next slide. And of those who tell us they source their products from the illegal market, we say, well, why? And one of the reasons we asked them is it because the legal products, you can't buy them? And actually, Quebec doesn't look much different than the other provinces. So they're not complaining anymore that they can't find the products they want in the legal stores. Next slide. And if we look specifically at categories of what percent do you buy legally, what we see is it is true that consumers who use vape oils and edibles in Quebec, they are more likely to tell us that they buy them illegally. That's what you'd expect because there's a lot fewer of them, but they're still using them, as I showed you. Actually, for dried flower and oral products, Quebec consumers report telling us that they have less illegal purchases. Next slide. When we ask people in Quebec, where did you get them from? You can see that they're the red bar here. They are somewhat more likely to say that they grow their own. They are somewhat more likely to say they get them from a dealer. They're much less likely to say they're getting them from a store. Those would be, for the most part, legal stores. So there are different sources. There is, some greater use of some illicit sources. Next slide. But let me try and put this back together for you and look at the overall. So if you use an edible in Quebec, you're more likely to say that you get it illegally compared to edible users in other provinces. Except if you actually look at the numbers, we have fewer people overall sourcing edibles and vape oils illegally in Quebec because there are so many fewer people using them. So each individual who uses them is more likely to get them from the illegal market, but because there's fewer consumers of those products, you actually have higher levels of people telling us that they're getting their vapes and edibles from an illegal source in the other provinces than Quebec. So I don't know if I've confused or clarified there, but I'm happy to take a question and try and do that in a minute. Next slide. And I know we're coming down on time, so I'm about to wrap up in a minute. So, one of the natural things is to be like, okay, we don't have a lot of these high THC products in Quebec, so have we seen any differences in problematic use? For example, did self-reported adverse events differ in Quebec versus the rest of Canada? And you might argue this both ways. Well, look, if they're getting illegal products that we know doesn't have proper labeling, for example, for edibles, maybe they're going to have a harder time because they're going to have a harder time figuring out how much to consume. On the other hand, maybe if we don't have these higher products and people aren't using them as much, maybe they'll report lower. So what do we actually find? Next slide. Well, a little underwhelming. We don't find any major differences. So again, if we just look among consumers, so we're sort of ironing out the difference in prevalence, you see very similar patterns. If you look among all respondents, in Quebec, any adverse event for which people sought medical help is a little lower. Any adverse event is a little lower, but sought medical help is very similar. So a similar profile of adverse events in terms of Quebec and the other provinces. Next slide. What is interesting is, remember the data I showed you before where we say, hey, what product were you using when you had that adverse event? You can see that, people in Quebec are much less likely to say edibles. That makes sense. They're less likely to use them. And they're somewhat more likely to say that they experienced an adverse event from liquid drops, capsules, and hash. So in some ways, one of the earlier talks was talking about titration and compensation. In other words, if you switch to a different product, you just change your intake so you still get the same amount of THC. We're almost seeing a type of compensation at the population level here, at least as it plays out for adverse events. Next slide. I'm going to skip over this just in the interest of time. Next slide. And next slide again. Great. And you heard Rosalie mention this, but the product standard that I'm not going to talk about is we have a federal rule that says when you buy edibles, you can have no more than 10 milligrams in the entire package. So you can have one gummy that's 10 milligrams, or you can have 4 gummies that are 2.5 milligrams, but you want 20 milligrams, you got to make 2 separate purchases of those packages. And, potentially what this means is, look, there's a lot of newer and naive consumers who we know you sell a cookie and they're going to eat the cookie, whether it has 100 milligrams, 1,000 milligrams, or 10. And so what this does is it enforces smaller units of THC, whether you can read the labels and understand them or not. And to the extent that consumers will sort of eat the typical amount that they're provided, potentially there could be differences in terms of lower consumption and less adverse events. So I'm not going to talk much about this, but it is a very important additional step beyond just trying to figure out, do you want 5 or 10 milligrams for serving size, and how are you going to communicate that to folks? Next slide. And I'm presenting these last 2 slides as teasers because it's a little bit too simplistic. But interestingly, in our data, when we asked the same questions of consumers in Canada and the US, Canadian consumers fewer of them report experiencing adverse events. So these are, again, people who told us they sought medical help for an adverse effect in the past year. And you can see, you have a few differences between the different jurisdictions in the US, but Canada is about half of what you have in medical and legal states. Next slide. We ask about accidental consumption, whether anyone in their household has consumed it. And you can see, again, Canada, goes up a touch, but not really. So we have a different trend, and we're much lower than the U.S. Does that have anything to do with things like edibles packaging and some of the other regulations we have? Perhaps. That's something I think is really important to look into. Next slide. Okay, so briefly, product standards. Quebec has implemented very strict standards that have basically knocked out very popular forms of cannabis use. Yes, Some consumers are still using those, and those consumers do get them from illegal sources, but they're far less likely to use them overall. And the number of folks that are sourcing those products from the illicit market is not any higher in Quebec than it is in those other provinces. You know, I think what I'm showing on adverse events is more sort of asking starting to ask the question at the population level, but we really do need more evidence about product amounts and consumptions and things like that. Next slide. So I'm going to show you one more slide. Next slide. We've had some talk about THC-based taxation. We have that in Canada. For dried flower, it's based on amount. It's basically 10% or $1 per gram. But for extracts, it's based on the THC content, and it's 1 cent per milligram. So what's interesting is I've just pulled a random product out. It's a 1 gram cart, vape cart, so $45. $8 of that would be in tax because it has somewhere around 800 milligrams of THC. So you can see that that's a substantial proportion of tax. What I can't tell you is if that's had any impact on, consumer patterns and shifts and the strength of THC products that they choose. Next slide. And next slide again. So we've got lots of data on price. Next slide again. I don't have time to show it to you today, but some intriguing stuff. So overall, big changes in the market, shift towards highly processed products. In our own data, we used to see bigger difference in product forms 4 years ago than we do today. And I think it goes back to what John said, which is, look, these are trends in countries that have not legalized. Some of these trends started well before legalization in Canada, for example, but legalization seems to accelerate them. And so we certainly saw that earlier with these use of extracts and high THC products. But it does appear that we might be reaching sort of a tipping point in the US where they're now very broadly diffused in terms of the use of vapes and edibles across all jurisdictions, regardless of legalization. Next slide. I've said this before, but we do have evidence that product standards can shift consumption. It's not just going to shift them from the legal to illegal market. Next slide. And, a key question, I think Wayne might be speaking about this in one of the presentations that's going to follow, but, the idea of how much people can compensate or titrate for THC amount is a fundamentally important question. You could knock vape oils down to 30%. And so does it just mean that instead of taking one hit or one puff on your vape, you take two and you get the same amount as if it had 60%? Does that happen? I can tell you with nicotine, it happens unconsciously. Those are really important questions to trying to think about what product standards mean and how people might adjust. Next again. And I tell you what would be really helpful for the type of work that I do, that we're trying to do, is to try and integrate some biomarker data in large population surveys. We do collect pictures of products in some of our subsample. I'd love to do a broader product collection so we can put all these things together. Next slide. Again. Okay, great. So we have reports on some of these indicators. We have them for the overall US. We also have them for Washington with our partnership there with Washington State. I'm happy to share those if people wish. Next slide. If you have information like you want to look at the methods or detail, cannabisproject.ca. We post our reports and technical reports and papers. Thanks to our research team, we're blessed with wonderful collaborators, including a bunch that are participating today: Julia, Wayne, Rosalie, Jillian. And next slide. And I believe I'm 1 minute over, but thanks so much. Happy to answer any questions, and feel free to follow up with me if you'd like.
We are kindly asking to hold the questions. I hope it's okay that we send questions through email to Dr. Hammond. We are already some minutes over. Now we are reserving some time to public officials to speak up. And we ask, of course, I forgot their names right on my cell phone that is over there. Hold on, just hold that thought. So, of course, we have Representative Lauren Davis that is with us today. We also have Representative Shelley Kloba. Please come on up, and I will call the next person as soon as I find his name. Jesse Solomon. Yeah, and Senator Jesse Solomon. Please, and apologize. So we have a total of 20 minutes. I know you guys are seasoned politicians. You can fight over who has more time, and that's going to be kind of entertaining. And then after that, we are going to be dying to have a break, so we are just going to leave. So anyway, yeah, sorry. So please, thank you so much.
Start. Your chair. Well, my name is Representative Shelley Kloba, and I represent the 1st Legislative District, which is basically now the north part of Lake Washington, or over north of Lake Washington communities. And I have the honor of being the chair of the Commerce and Gaming Committee. And that's the committee in the House that deals with alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, and gambling. And my background is in kinesiology and physiology, and so I approach that grouping of 4 things from a physiological perspective, and they are all substances or activities that mankind has used ever since they figured them out to change their brain chemistry in some way that seems appealing. Each of these things has its downside, and there are folks for whom use of any of these substances, and of course it varies per substance based on a variety of factors, but there is some mitigation that I think we have a responsibility for as a state that derives revenue from these activities. And partly we would derive revenue because we want to regulate them so that they are safe and fair, and that we're able to have the funding available to mitigate any of the harms and do some prevention work. So I have said before sometimes to audiences more in the industry, but I feel like I'm an accidental tourist to the cannabis industry. I had really almost no awareness of it prior to becoming a member of the Commerce and Gaming Committee. But since I got on that committee, I felt like I had an obligation to learn as much as I could. And so in the 6 years that I've been on the committee, it has been really an interesting journey to learn as much as I possibly can. And so I'm really grateful to the center here at UW, as well as the Cannabis Research Center at Washington State University, for the multitude of different ways that they have encouraged studies, and the way that they reach out to legislators like me to help to educate me. We, I think, in the legislature have to approach our decision-making from a fact-based perspective, and we need to look at a 360-degree view of the whole entire thing. And I know one of the things we're looking at here is largely from a behavioral health perspective, and I appreciate the additional perspective of market and market forces and how that has an impact on usage. But I also know that it is a far more complicated substance with a very long history, and there is great potential for benefits and solving some of the mysteries that we have, and creating some real solutions for various medical conditions that really plague people. So I know that it is also something that has a great deal of stigma attached to it. And if I think about some of you that are my age or older, almost your entire life, this has been a product that has been illegal and has a whole entire racist-based history of the product, that whether we understand it or not is a part of our bias as we think about it. And so that makes it even more important, I think, that we are able to have an objective look at the facts. And so I just want to thank all of you for being engaged in this. I want to thank all the researchers for just digging in deep to all of these various facets. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to learn from all of you. And I hope that you'll feel comfortable in reaching out. My email is readily available online. If you can take a look at our state website, which is leg.wa.gov. And look forward to hearing from my colleagues here who may have different perspectives.
Well, hello again, everybody. First thing I want to do is just thank Dr. Carlini. This entire event is really her brainchild. I want to thank her and her team for putting this on. It's been incredible, and also a huge thanks to our presenters. You know, I occupy a fairly unique and unusual space in the drug policy debate. Substance use disorder is my professional background, and it's largely what I work on in the legislature. The same day in the 2021 session that I was actually speaking on a bill to decriminalize, not legalize, but decriminalize possession of all drugs. This is actually prior to the Blake decision. I was introducing the bill to the committee, and I actually had to step out of that committee to testify on a bill in Representative Klobuch's committee to cap the potency of cannabis concentrates. So, and people find that conflicting, actually, but in my opinion, it's not. I can care deeply about prevention and deeply believe that treatment works and that people can and do recover. You know, in 2012, of course, that's when cannabis was legalized in our state, but I think it's pretty clear that the individuals thought that they were legalizing cannabis, the plant, and that what people thought they were legalizing is not the cannabis we heard about today. In 2012, we did not legalize cannabis in the state of Washington. We commercialized THC in the state of Washington. And I think there's an enormous gap between the public awareness of what's happening and this conversation. I was thrilled that there was some media here to help bridge that gap. You know, we look at other substances. Alcohol wasn't necessarily hugely problematic societally until it was distilled. Tobacco, as we heard today, wasn't necessarily hugely problematic until the invention of the cigarette. And cannabis wasn't necessarily hugely problematic until it became highly concentrated and highly potent. You know, I've been fairly myopically focused, admittedly, on high-potency cannabis, hence the name of this summit, which is a direct derivation from the name of the budget proviso that I sponsored that went to Dr. Carlini and colleagues. But I really appreciated the first conversation today highlighting the myriad of concerns related to legalization that transcend the issues related to high-potency cannabis products specifically. Also, just briefly want to address what I might call myth versus reality, things the cannabis industry says. And I'm sure there are people in the cannabis industry here today. I'm quite open about my views on the topic. But one of the, there's a kind of a series of talking points that cannabis lobbyists use when they lobby legislators in the House and the Senate, Democrats and Republicans. And one of the things they will consistently say regarding something like a potency cap or banning products is that everything will go to the black market and it will be an abject failure. But you heard research scientists say from this podium today that that's not true, that not every ban is an abject failure, that it doesn't always go to the black market. Another thing that the cannabis lobbyists consistently say, so they have, again, consistent messaging that they use, and one of their consistent messages is what they describe as the prototypical cannabis consumer. And that cannabis consumer that they tell government officials is a soccer mom who uses concentrates to relax. I've heard this from multiple cannabis lobbyists in my 4 years. We heard today repeatedly that the demographic that they promote as the prototypical cannabis consumer represents 1 in 50 of the customers. and that the other customers are either underaged, addicted, or using extremely heavily. One thing to note is that I can't help but remember when I used to work here at the University of Washington in suicide prevention specifically, and one of the biggest gaps we faced in the world of suicidology was that the general public didn't understand that there was a nexus between firearms and suicide, that firearm ownership itself put everyone in a household at risk for suicide. And so we did a lot of work to help particularly firearm owners understand who were unaware until they had a death in their own home of that nexus. But in this country, there's almost no one who is unaware that there is a nexus between alcohol use and pregnancy and birth defects. It doesn't mean that we don't see huge issues with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, but people understand the connection there. And we have the same issue here around cannabis, where the general public does not understand the likes of what we discussed today. I certainly, as much as I spend time thinking about and researching this topic, learned an incredible amount today. And I truly do not understand why, being the first state, that this is not on the front page of the Seattle Times, because it's extremely troubling, particularly from where we sit as lawmakers, where we are tasked to think about our population, where we're tasked to think about budgets, when we have data suggesting that you are going to have a generational increase in schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders, and the toll that takes on state systems, and as it relates to homelessness and criminal legal implications in state hospitals. And could we do something now to stem that tide, and are we not? And what's really challenging, just to be transparent from where we sit, is that this is a situation where the general public is not up to speed, not even close. I have been called every name in the book, Nancy Reagan, reefer madness, because they don't know. They're still using this availability heuristic and thinking about cannabis, this harmless plant. And they weren't here, and they weren't in the audience today, and this is not yet on the front page of the Seattle Times. It's the opposite situation that the legislature faces as it relates to something like firearms. So we tend to see the initiative process used when the legislature doesn't have the political will to act, but the public wants something, and so the public sort of overrides the legislature via an initiative. This is the opposite problem. The public is not woke on this topic. So the only option is for the legislature to become woke very quickly and to have a serious amount of political courage to take that step. And it's absolutely, in my opinion, the right step to take these much needed public health measures. And the last comment I'll make is about equity. Cannabis legalization in the state was really sold as an equity measure. It was sold under this veneer of anti-racism and social justice. But what struck me today was the comments about what happens when you have a cannabis retailer close to your home, and the increase in use and the increase in frequency, duration of use. And make no mistake, we are concentrating cannabis stores in the state of Washington the same way we concentrate alcohol stores, tobacco stores in communities of color and lower income communities. This is it's a predatory industry, and they're preying on the vulnerable, the young, people of color, people predisposed to mental illness. And in my opinion, it is the job of policymakers to do the right thing and to respond to this, what is becoming a public health emergency, quite quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for having me. My name is Jesse Solomon. I'm the state senator from the 32nd district, which is also my wonderful seatmate's district. That's basically North King County and South Snohomish County. I've been reminded that even though I'm an elected politician, I don't need to use my proportional share of the 20 minutes that we have to speak. And just for your information, in terms of minutes, that is 6.6667 minutes. I serve on the Law and Justice Committee in the Senate, so we do deal with drugs, but from a policy perspective, more on the criminalization and or decriminalization issue, and slightly less from a public health perspective. just because that would go to a different committee if it's more heavily focused on public health. That being said, I was proud to have introduced, along with Representative Davis, her bill that she wrote as a sponsor in the Senate. So she introduced in the House, I introduced in the Senate a bill to cap THC content at 10% for concentrates. That did run into a buzz saw by the industry. They voiced their opinions pretty clearly, and the bill did not move forward. I don't mean to imply that industry has veto power per se in the legislature, but it certainly makes it a challenge to pass. But my concern is, first and foremost, that we're seeing those increased rates of psychosis in young people through the marijuana plant, which is not sort of your parents' plant, right? It's been engineered to have higher potency. So like Representative Davis was saying, that's not the product that we're used to. This is sort of a different drug. I have also introduced a bill to, just to kind of show you where I'm at, legalize psilocybin mushrooms for therapeutic purposes under guided, supervised, and certified trip sitting, if you will. My point in that is we can have a grown-up, nuanced discussion about drug policy and different drugs, and we don't have to either be labeled as Nancy Reagan anti-drug or 100% pro-legalization, right? We're trying to hit the marks on public health. What is the best for the community? I appreciate that we're all here today. This has been extremely informative. I'm hoping that we can sort of stakeholder this bill a little bit more as a result of this and bring everybody in so that it has a chance of passing, because we have so many problems that you can just walk outside and see in terms of homelessness, drug addiction, and I'm concerned that cannabis use disorder is a precursor and one entree into mental health, addiction, homelessness, and we really have been charged by our community to unravel that through drug policy, criminal justice policy, housing policy, making housing affordable. So I consider this all an aspect of the work we need to do to move forward. Thank you very much. How many minutes was that? 6.6?
The last break of the day before getting to the last panel of the day. Thank you so very much for your presence. It means a lot to us. So guys, we are starting again. People at home just got a little stretch and they are ready to keep rolling. So we are now starting the second panel of the afternoon that is going to be about exploring solutions on addressing the risks of high-THC cannabis products. And we are going to start with Dr. Wayne Hall. He's emeritus professor from Australia. And before starting to that, sorry, it's been a long day already. Who's going to do the introductions is going to be our newest member of the Liquor Cannabis Board, Jim Volendroff. Kindly agreed to introduce all the speakers, and and also introduce the moderator. Sorry. Okay, let's go.
Great, thank you so much. I'm so pleased to be here today. I just want to add my own welcome on behalf of the Washington State Liquor and Cannabis Board. Our board chair, David Postman, and Ollie Garrett, the other board member, and then our director, Rick Garza, who was here earlier in person but had to head back to Olympia. So thank you so much for the invitation to be here. So our first speaker, Wayne Hall, with over 160 published papers about cannabis, Dr. Hall is is internationally recognized for his research on the health effects and public policy responses to cannabis. He's a former professor at the National Center for Youth Substance Use Research at the University of Queensland and was a professor at the National Addiction Center, King's College in London, among other things, and many other professional accomplishments that are outlined in his bio. So please join me in welcoming Wayne Hall.
Thanks very much for the introduction, and thanks to Bea and colleagues for the invitation to speak today. I'm going to talk about a paper that has been published that was led by a postdoctoral fellow who works with me, Dr. Jani Lung, and the references for these papers will be provided at the end of the talk. Next slide, please. I think we can probably just skip this slide because this information has been well presented by other speakers, and just get to the main point of this presentation, which is the extent to which users in markets where more concentrated cannabis products are available are able and in fact do titrate their doses of THC when using more potent products. And obviously, if people are not fully titrating their doses or not titrating at all, there would be major reasons for concern about increased prevalence of acute adverse effects, such as accidents, acute adverse reactions that might take people to an emergency department, and psychotic symptoms. There's also major concerns about chronic adverse outcomes that could potentially increase if people are using these more potent products more frequently, foremost among which would be cannabis dependence, psychosis, depression, cognitive impairment, and educational underachievement. Next slide, please. Jani Lung and I and other colleagues went looking for literature on dose titration because it's often said, particularly by the cannabis industry, that there's no big deal that people are using more potent products because users will titrate their doses and to maintain the same THC dose that they would have got if they'd been using less potent products. And what we discovered in doing literature searches is there's surprisingly little literature on this topic, and a lot of it is very dated. And I'll go through each of these study types, beginning from next slide, please, with experimental laboratory studies. These have been studies in which samples, typically of relatively experienced cannabis users, have been asked under double-blind conditions to smoke or more recently vape cannabis products, usually herbal cannabis, that differed in its THC content, and to do so in a way that ensured that they maintained or obtained their typical dose of THC. These studies report, unsurprisingly, that people take fewer, shallower puffs when smoking cannabis that they perceive to be more potent. But in some studies, some of these individuals did nonetheless achieve higher levels of THC in blood when they were using more potent products, suggesting that the titration of dose was not complete. And in some studies, they also reported larger effects or subjective effects of using more potent cannabis. The other major limitations of a lot of these studies is that the THC content, and I think this is a point that was made by Deborah Hassin in her talk, is that the potency of what counted as high potency cannabis in a lot of these studies was way below the doses that are typically available in legal markets in the US now. Next overhead, please. There's been a number of naturalistic observational studies, primarily from the Netherlands, where regular cannabis users have been observed in their usual surroundings when using more or less potent cannabis. And these studies have obtained self-reports on the effects of cannabis, and some have measured THC levels in blood. Again, the evidence suggests some dose titration, but incomplete. People do use different smoking topography, that is, they vary the number of puffs and how deep they are, and there are often no difference in self-reported effects of more or less potent cannabis. But in some of these studies, the people smoking the more potent cannabis did obtain larger doses of THC. Next slide, please. The weakest type of evidence is what cannabis users report about their behaviour when using more or less potent cannabis, and we've got 2 studies of this type, one from San Francisco and one from the Netherlands. In the San Francisco study, 2/3 of people reported that they used smaller amounts of more potent cannabis when that was available, but there were no measures taken of cannabis effects or observations of their behaviour. A survey of customers of cannabis cafes in the Netherlands asked them how they behave when using more potent cannabis products. A small minority of this group preferred to use lower doses of more potent product. Younger, more dependent users used more of the high-potency cannabis, and older users who were typically heavy daily users and had been for a long time didn't bother adjusting their dose at all, suggesting that in this sort of sample at least, that titration was a minority practice. Next overhead, please. The other evidence that we have is not so much looking at what people do, but looking at the associations between self-reported potency of cannabis used and various adverse events. And we've already heard a good summary of the work of DeForty and colleagues in London, showing higher rates of psychotic symptoms the incidence of psychoses, I should say, in people who are using more higher potency cannabis products. We've also seen in the Global Drug Survey, a large survey of very experienced users of a variety of illicit drugs, that people who report using a higher potency cannabis report more symptoms of dependence than people who use less potent cannabis. And we've seen similar work at Freeman and Winstock from the Global Drug Survey suggesting that people who use the higher potency cannabis products report more psychological distress than people who use lower potent. Because the difficulty in the latter type of studies, the cross-sectional survey, is the potency a cause or an effect, or an effect in the sense that it might reflect user preferences rather than a specific effect of the cannabis itself. Next overhead, please. We also have ecological association between cannabis potency and problems. This is important. I think it was a point David Hammond made in his talk. We can talk about titration occurring at an individual level, but we could also need to ask the question, across a population, how many people titrate their doses or not? And we've got a variety of studies suggesting that when more potent cannabis is more widely used in a population, the more problems. These are ecological, they're not data on individuals, they're looking at the prevalence of particular problems as a function of increased availability of more potent cannabis. And one of these studies was Tom Freeman and colleagues, where they were able to show, interestingly, that the incidence of people seeking treatment in the Netherlands for cannabis use disorders increased as the potency of cannabis flower increased. But more interestingly, when regulators encouraged coffee shops to sell cannabis with a potency or THC content below 15%, the incidence of people attending treatment services for cannabis use disorders decreased. And we've seen a variety of studies more recently from Canada, from Ontario, emergency department attendances, showing that the prevalence of attendances for adverse effects of cannabis has increased as cannabis extracts availability has increased. Next slide, please. This is the work of Myron and colleagues showing an increase in the prevalence of attendances at emergency departments in the province of Ontario as a function of the increased commercialisation and increased sale of higher potency cannabis products. Next slide, please. So how do we put this evidence together? Well, I think the obvious point is that it's all pretty weak and there's not a lot of strong evidence one way or another as to whether users titrate their doses. There's some suggestion, I guess, from the laboratory studies, which is the best, that some users can titrate their doses when they're asked to do so, but their adjustment of dose may be far from complete. There are too few naturalistic studies to assess if users in fact do titrate their doses in the wild, as it were, as against in the laboratory. And there's a variety of suggestive survey evidence that people who use more potent products report more problems, and ecological associations between population use of higher potency cannabis products and increased treatment seeking for cannabis dependence and psychoses. The major limitation of a lot of this data is that it's of uncertain relevance to the current situations we see in the US and also in Canada, where the potency or the THC content of a lot of cannabis products that are routinely sold is a great deal, an order of magnitude almost greater than the sorts of levels that were studied in a lot of the older literature. So clearly much better data on the role of cannabis potency and the extent to which users can and do titrate their doses should be a public health priority. Next slide, please. So what sort of research do we need? Well, we need much better laboratory and observational studies with much larger samples using the higher potency cannabis flower, oils and concentrates that are now available. And I appreciate the unique difficulties of doing any of this work in the US given the continuation of federal prohibition. It's probably something that can be more easily done in Canada, where federal legalisation has occurred. And we certainly need to be measuring the THC doses that users receive in a lot of these studies. And we need the sort of work that David Hammond so well summarised in a presentation earlier today, large-scale surveys of consumers of the very different cannabis products around, to better understand who chooses to use these, how they use these products, to measure the extent of the development of tolerance and dependence, and measures of cognitive performance and various symptoms of mental health disorders. But also critically, how people perform in everyday life. Is their ability to meet the demands of everyday life impaired as a consequence of using higher potency products? Next slide, please. So do we have to wait for the better research before we work out policy responses? Well, I think the answer here critically depends on who bears the burden of proof. Is it the cannabis industry to demonstrate that these products don't increase harm, or is the burden on policymakers to show that they do increase harm? I think the burden should be on the industry, and for a variety of reasons. And I think it's a point that was already made in the panel discussion before the break. So the citizens of Washington State and other US states who voted to legalise cannabis weren't aware when they were doing that they were opening up the market for these highly concentrated THC cannabis products that are now beginning to assume or consume a fair proportion of the sales in legal markets. I think also critically, the mantra of the advocates for legalisation has been we should regulate cannabis like alcohol, in which case stricter policies would be well justified, I think. We don't allow people to sell 90% ethanol products in liquor outlets or bars. States often restrict where spirits can be sold, and governments often impose higher taxes on higher alcohol beverages for very good reasons. And I think for similar reasons, we could argue that the same sorts of justifications exist for better regulation of the potency of cannabis products in legal markets. Next slide, please. So some of these regulatory options have already been canvassed. Obviously, the one option as implemented in Quebec, the province of Quebec in Canada, is to impose a ban on the sale of high-potency cannabis extracts. The industry, of course, tends to resort to play the black market card, that this will increase do-it-yourself cannabis extraction and with an increased fires and residues in illicit market products. And as I think David Hammond has suggested from the data available to date from Quebec, that this hasn't appeared to be a major problem in that province. We can put a cap on THC content of legal cannabis products. We can argue about what the THC level might be, and 30% is the level that's been chosen in Quebec, might be a reasonably defensible level. The Netherlands proposed at 15%, and I guess that's something that research evidence might be useful in deciding. Of course, this induces costs for producers and regulators in enforcing the cap. and there may be some incentives there for illicit production and supply of concentrates above these sorts of levels. But I think, again, the Quebec experience suggests that prohibition doesn't in and of itself produce large-scale problems if there are other products that people are prepared to purchase and that are legally available. We can also consider, as has been advocated, graduated cannabis taxes based on the THC content of products, as now is in place in Canada. And the analogy here would be very directly with that of alcohol-based taxes. The regulatory costs of this would be pretty much similar to those requiring accurate labelling of THC content of products in a legal market, so it's hard to see that this would entail additional costs. Next one, please. So just leave that up. These are some of the key references that I've cited. The Long et al. Review is what I've just summarised largely in the talk, and there are some of the other key references that I've cited in the course of the talk. So thanks very much, and I look forward to questions and discussion at the end of our session.
So in a prior life, I was the director of the Behavioral Health Division for King County, and as such, I was responsible for a lot of policy development. And so I had the pleasure of meeting our next speaker about 2 months ago at a Canara meeting, and was immediately became a fan. So I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Jillian Schauer. Dr. Schauer is the executive director of the Cannabis Regulators Association, which, among other things, shares best practice policy approaches between government officials. She has worked in public health and drug policy for nearly 2 decades, and has a decade of experience working on the federal state agencies on cannabis policy, data monitoring, and research translation. So please join me in welcoming her. And I'll remind everybody that we're going to have questions at the end of the presentations today. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone, for staying. I know it's been a long day with lots of information, so appreciate that you're still here and in your seats. So I think where Dr. Hall left off is where I'm going to pick up. So I'm going to focus on telling you what are U.S. states actually doing in terms of policy in this arena right now. Just quickly, I don't have any funding to disclose. This presentation's my own. I am going to present some pretty factual policy implementation information, and then at the end I'm going to talk about some challenges. I will be using some of my own opinions when I talk about the challenges and want to make that clear. A brief overview of the Cannabis Regulators Association. We're a national, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. All of our members are government officials. We convene government officials involved in cannabis regulation from more than 40 states and territories. We are not an advocacy group. We do not endorse or oppose particular policies or legislation. Our mission and goals are primarily around an exchange of information, working towards best practices that safeguard public health and safety, promote equity, and promote regulatory certainty for industry participants. We have more than a dozen committees that focus on a range of topics, including a public health committee that has had a number of discussions on this particular topic of THC concentration. And I'm going to use the term THC concentration. I think that's a better marker of what we're talking about here. There's a lot of tendency to use the term potency. For me, potency means how much of a product you need to achieve a certain effect. And I think the policies I'm talking about are really more about how much THC is in the product. We're funded primarily by member agencies. We have no non-government membership. So I've gotten the privilege of working really closely with regulatory agencies across the country, and they all have different missions and guiding principles, but I think there are some commonalities. So this is a generalization, but I put this up because I think this illustrates the challenge of THC concentration for a regulatory agency. Generally, regulatory agencies focused on cannabis are focused on consumer safety, broader public health and safety, safety, promoting equity, market stability, and economic growth. And when we look at THC concentration as an issue, it has implications for a lot of these different areas, and that may contraindicate movement in one space or another. So I'm going to be presenting data on adult use cannabis states. There's a whole separate presentation I could give on what medical states are doing in this space, but I think adult use states are most relevant to Washington's discussion. So this is a list of all the adult use states that have legalized. You can see when they legalized, and you can see the delay between legalization and when the market opened. And I think it's important to show this in part because a lot of folks may misunderstand and think that regulators can very easily and quickly change policy on a matter. And as you see, a lot of policy in cannabis is increasingly being made legislatively, and almost all of the policy I'm about to present to you with regard to THC concentration has been made by legislatures. Typically, regulators can be quite involved in that process, depends on the state, but it's not something that's happening in rulemaking, and so I think that's an important distinction. So I'm going to focus in on what kinds of policies do adult use states have in place that can impact high THC products. I'm not going to present data from states like Rhode Island that just legalized and doesn't yet have rules in place, or DC, for example, where they don't have a market open. So I'm going to start with THC caps. I think this is where I've personally seen the most legislative activity across states. The idea behind this is you are capping the amount of THC that can be concentrated in a product. Connecticut and Vermont are currently the only states that have THC caps in place. They both look very similar. In both states, THC flower is limited to 30% THC on a dry weight basis. Anyone who knows cannabis knows that that's about the maximum threshold for flower anyway, so the cap isn't effectively changing that much in terms of the products that are available. Other cannabis products are limited to no more than 60% THC. They exempt pre-filled vape cartridges. I don't know exactly what the legislatures were thinking when they passed these laws, but my guess is that the vaping lung injury outbreak may have played a role here, and I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the presentation. But effectively, they have a 60% cap of THC on solid concentrates, and that is also an effective ban. You can manufacture something like rosin at 60% THC. You cannot manufacture most of the concentrate products that we're talking about, shatter, wax. You can't manufacture those at 60% THC, so that's effectively a ban. Neither one of these markets are yet open. Potential limitations that may have public health consequences that have been raised include some of what we've already heard today. This effectively outlaws most THC concentrates and has unknown illicit market implications. The eastern states look very different in geography than Canada. Canadian provinces are much more widely dispersed, and it's very easy in a matter of an hour to drive from one East Coast state to another, and there are a number of East Coast states that have concentrates. So I personally hope lots of researchers are going to look at this and figure out, is there a lot of, what Dr. Caulkins talked about this morning, sort of cross-state transactions happening? What is the effect of this on consumers in these states, if any? And then people have also raised a concern that this kind of policy could incentivize home production of concentrates, which is a felony in the state of Oregon because of the risk that brings, the solvents that are used, the fire hazard. So it'll be very interesting to watch what happens in Connecticut and Vermont as their markets open. And again, I hope researchers are paying close attention. In terms of serving size or package size, this is another policy approach, and this is the policy approach. I'm not talking about edibles today, but this is the policy approach that's been taken with edibles, quite effectively, I might add. All adult use states have a 5 milligram or 10 milligram serving size for edibles with package limits. So what do we see for THC concentrates? Well, nothing, and in fact, some of the new states have taken some steps here. We see states like California and Washington where there's a single serving size limit or a per package limit of 1,000 milligrams of THC for concentrates. We see Colorado taking a very different approach. Colorado has recommended a visual serving for concentrates, and they've recommended a serving for vaped concentrate cannabis that's 2 seconds of inhalation. Here's the visual representation of Colorado's serving size. They actually have a tangible educational resource that is required to be delivered at the point of sale that shows the consumer this is what a serving size should be. And I'll talk a little bit more about more of the Colorado policy as it's quite new. New Jersey, which is just launching their market, their policy is that a single serving of any cannabis product, whether it's a concentrate or an edible or anything else, is limited to 10 milligrams of THC or the equivalent weight as determined based on THC potency. Nevada, more similar to California and Washington, total THC is limited to 800 milligrams per package. And then Vermont has a per package limitation that's quite different than some of the earlier states to legalize. Theirs is 50 milligrams of THC per package, regardless of the product type. Again, I'll remind you though, Vermont's policy basically eliminates or bans concentrates. A number of states require packages to denote what the serving size is, even if they don't require a serving size, and or to denote the number of servings that are included. So what do we see in terms of purchase limits for THC or concentrates? Well, in a lot of states, purchase limits are basically equivalent to possession limits. So you can't purchase more than you're allowed to possess. As such, the ranges can be quite high in terms of quantity. For flower, we see possession and or purchase limits range from 1 to 3 ounces across adult use states. And for concentrates, they are not even measured in the same unit. We see everything from Illinois that has a 500 milligram THC purchase limit, and Nevada where it's a 3.5 gram concentrate limit, to 24 grams in New York. Specific packaging and labeling requirements for concentrates. So this is another potential policy area to explore. In terms of packaging, Colorado is a state that has some packaging limits. Again, remember their sort of visual serving size. So what they add to that visual serving size is if a product cannot be easily separated or measured in the recommended visual serving, the container must have a measuring device and must include labeling with instructions on how to measure. Again, they're in the process of rolling this out, so it'll be interesting to follow up with them and see the effect of that for consumers. In terms of labeling, Nevada has a requirement that usable cannabis must be listed in terms of the concentration of total THC overall, milligrams per package, and as a percentage. And that might seem like something that you'd expect to find on every label, but in fact, that's not a requirement across all states, and that may have some consumer effects in terms of listing in 2 different forms. New Jersey has taken a really innovative approach. Again, their market's not open, so we'll have to see how it works, but their rules and statutes state that all finished cannabis product labels must contain chemotypes, denoting whether it's high THC, low THC, high CBD, low CBD. So you can see their high THC, low CBD is a ratio of greater than 5:1. Their moderate is a ratio of between 5:1 and 1:5, and their low THC, high CBD is a ratio of less than 1:5, where the total THC is less than 5%. So again, will be very interesting to study what does this do for consumers, how do they understand this, does this change behavior at all? In terms of warning labels, which is also a labeling intervention that could be undertaken, we have, again, Colorado, Nevada, and New Jersey requiring something related to THC concentration or effects. So Colorado's required label has a provision that states there may be long-term physical or mental health risks from the use of marijuana. And then they also require this tangible resource, which I'll show on the screen in more full on the next slide, so you can see some of the warnings that are not on the package, but must be disseminated at the point of sale. In Nevada, the warning must state that there may be mental or physical health risks associated with consumption of cannabis or cannabis products, including but not limited to cardiovascular problems, psychosis, or exacerbation of anxiety or depression. And then New Jersey is the only state that has a specific labeling requirement for high THC products. So if the product has more than 40% THC, by concentration, the warning must state this is a high potency product and may increase your risk for psychosis. That warning must be printed in no less than 10-point font on the front of the package. It may not wrap around the side of the package. In terms of point of sale education about concentrates, 2 states are doing something there. Colorado, again, a pretty new rollout of legislation that passed last year. Retailers are required to provide this tangible educational resource at the point of sale. And it's probably hard to read. I'm happy to provide it to Bia so that folks can see it after. But there's a whole section on warnings related to consuming concentrates via inhalation, effects, et cetera. So it's worth taking a look at. I think the enforcement question is a big one here. You know, who's going to be enforcing whether it's disseminated? You know, what's going to happen with that? And then in Nevada, retailers are required to post the warnings that I just read at the point of sale as well. And then THC-based tax approaches, which Dr. Hall mentioned as an option. There are 3 states experimenting with that: Connecticut, Illinois, and New York. Illinois has been at it the longest, so I'll start with theirs because their market has been open for a couple years. Their tax structure is a tiered structure. So cannabis products with a Delta 9 THC level at or below 35% are taxed at 10% of the purchase price. Cannabis-infused products, which would be edibles, are taxed at a rate of 20%, and cannabis other than infused cannabis products, so those would be concentrates, with a Delta 9 THC level above 35%, are taxed at a rate of 25% the price of purchase. I will state that this can be a bit challenging to enforce, so this type of a tax structure really needs to have an accompanying enforcement plan. Connecticut and New York have taken a bit of a different approach. Both of those states are going to be implementing a tax per milligram of THC. It's not exactly the same, though. Connecticut's follows a bit more of what we see with Illinois, where the tax is slightly different, whether it's plant material, edibles, or concentrates. It's a point of sale tax, and it will depend on the milligrams of THC in the product. New York's is also a per milligram tax on concentrate products, but it will be attributed at the wholesale level. So again, that's another natural experiment happening in the East Coast. What's the effect of a consumer getting a receipt that shows they paid more tax because they bought a higher THC product? Will they even know that in New York when it's a wholesale tax? So lots to study there. There are a number of other policies that could be considered to address concentrates in adult use states: age limitations related to concentrates, advertising limitations related to concentrates, complete overt product class bans on concentrates. We don't see any states that have undertaken these yet. So shifting to think about some of the challenges related to regulation of high THC products and some of the challenging environment that I think lawmakers and regulators alike face. We've heard a lot today about the research that's out there. I'll just say for policymakers, I still think it's insufficient scientific research. Most of the research that exists is based on, as we heard earlier, THC, that's less than 10%, which is virtually every product on a legal adult use market. So that makes it very hard to interpret what's the true impact of concentrates as a class. There are also a lack of studies about the impact of different potential policy levers on consumer behavior or youth access. So I just presented a lot of what states are trying. We don't yet know if those policy levers will actually affect the outcomes that are of concern here. This is a complex topic with implications for a lot of different outcomes: mental health, public health outcomes, illicit market outcomes, which can also have extremely negative public health consequences, and outcomes that are important as we are in the wake of the vaping lung injury outbreak. We have a lack of federal resources helping states right now to identify safety profiles on things like additives or manufacturing methods. There's no approved list of ingredients. So for those of you who might have forgotten about the vaping lung injury outbreak, it peaked in 2019, nearly 70 confirmed deaths across a number of states, hospitalizations in all states. It was largely from illicit products that were from informal sources, and one of the attributable agents was an additive, vitamin E acetate. And there are a number of other additives that could have concerning health and safety profiles, and states are not given information on what is a safe additive by agencies like FDA. So one of the things that I would advise any policymaker is think carefully about the policy and what unintended consequences could be. So a lot of the discussion about caps, I mentioned Connecticut and Vermont both exempt vaping products. One of the reasons for that may be a concern that if you limit a vaping product to 60% THC, you're effectively saying 40% of that product has to be other additives that could have unknown public health consequences. So I think there's a lot to think about and unpack here, and certainly unintended consequences needs to be a consideration. In conclusion, what are the public policy implications? I think there's an absence of science to guide policy making here, which makes this a particularly challenging topic and is one of the reasons that we're all here. It would be great if NIDA and the federal government would make doing research easier, because part of the problem is people can't actually conduct research with the products that are being sold in state markets right now. U.S. states are implementing a range of different policy approaches to try to address THC concentrates and their public health outcomes. These policy approaches are typically initiated through legislatures. They're not typically coming from regulators or regulatory agencies, and they've not been evaluated to assess whether or not they'll affect the outcomes that we need them to affect. As an organization, CANRA continues to facilitate multi-state discussions about these approaches, and will continue to do so, and I will just say benefits greatly from researchers that are doing work in this space, and I'll continue to be reaching out to researchers to make sure that policymakers and regulators alike are hearing the latest research to try to inform things. And hopefully I've given some of the researchers in the audience some ideas of future studies that could be conducted, particularly on the East Coast. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schauer. Your slide on challenges related to regulations on high THC products alone was an entire conversation that I'd love to follow up on at some point. Our next speaker, Denise Walker. Dr. Walker is a research professor in the University of Washington, director of the Innovative Programs Research Group, and is a licensed clinical psychologist. A main area of her research expertise is on the development and evaluation of interventions for cannabis disorders for both adults and adolescents. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Walker.
It's a long walk. Okay. Does that work? That's good? Okay. Okay, so thank you for having me. I'm going to be talking about high THC concentration and its impact for young adults with psychosis. Really kind of building on Dr. Hason's talk, but also really trying to hone in on this implications for intervention with this population. But first, I'd like to thank my co-investigators in this work. So a good chunk of my work is on cannabis intervention, development, and evaluation. Psychosis is a new area for me, and I'm working with Drs. Monroe, DeVita, and Petros in this work, and we were recently funded by the Royalty Research Fund to do some of the work that I'll be describing. I also wanted to kind of get on the same page as far as what do I mean by psychosis. Psychosis is a state where there is some kind of a disconnect from reality. So folks, you know, the typical kinds of things that you hear about are when people are seeing or hearing or feeling things that aren't there, or they're having false beliefs, something that we call clinically a delusion. Psychotic episodes are when people are ill in this way, and psychosis can be both temporary or chronic. So as far as transient or temporary psychosis goes, oftentimes it can be induced by things like sleep deprivation, substances of abuse, including cannabis, can absolutely induce a temporary form of psychosis in some people. When it stays around longer, for days, for weeks, then we need to start thinking about a schizophrenia type disorder diagnosis. Some mood disorders also have psychosis features, major depression being one of them. In the United States, over 10 million folks experience a psychotic disorder. And the far majority of those folks experience their first episode of psychosis before the age of 25. So young adulthood is definitely a risky time for the development of psychosis. We also know it's a risky time for the development of cannabis use disorder. Cannabis use is highly prevalent among this population. About 35 to 45% of young adults experiencing psychosis use cannabis. There are some research, like experimental studies, that have suggested and demonstrated that young adults with psychosis actually experience the high of cannabis differently or more intensely, more pleasurable than the general population. And I think this may be one contributing factor to the fact that we also see rates of cannabis use disorder in this population at a much higher rate than the general population. So 1 in 4, 25% of young adults with psychosis meet criteria for cannabis use disorder, but only 5% of the general population of 18 to 25-year-olds meet cannabis use disorder criteria. So cannabis is prevalent among psychosis populations, both use and cannabis use disorders. Dr. Hayson did a great job of explaining how cannabis use can actually be a risk factor in the development of psychosis, and there is longitudinal and cross-sectional studies both in the US and internationally now that have really suggested that cannabis is a risk factor for the development of psychosis. And it seems like now we have a few studies that have really suggested that incident rates of psychosis are increasing kind of in tandem with the availability of high THC products. Dr. Hayson made this very clear that daily high potency use increases risk of development of psychosis. So the three things that we really have to worry about or be concerned about with cannabis's relationship with the development of psychosis are using super frequently, high frequency of use, using high potency cannabis, which, as many of the speakers have already discussed, is problematic because it's been defined as basically 10 to 12% potency, but also using earlier in life, in adolescence. We also know that cannabis impacts treatment for folks who are affected. So in a lot of really detrimental ways. So when folks are experiencing psychosis and have a diagnosis and are undergoing treatment, persistent cannabis use is associated with more severe positive symptoms and negative symptoms, higher rates of relapse and rehospitalizations. We also know that it's related to poor psychosocial functioning and recovery from psychosis. And then also poor adherence to antipsychotic medications and an increase in mental health treatment dropout. Two things that are really imperative for folks with these kinds of disorders. They need to be in treatment, they need to be taking medications, oftentimes to be stabilized. This is important because schizophrenia has no cure. It's lifelong, it's debilitating. Many, who are experiencing schizophrenia-form disorders are not working. It's something that you don't want to have necessarily, and it's something that stays with you your entire life. Relapse is associated with poor functional and psychosocial outcomes. So when people relapse or are rehospitalized, this is not good for them over the course of the long term. So it's not good for their recovery, but it's also incredibly expensive for us as a society. One study estimated that just the cost, not the cost of psychosis generally, which was over $100 billion in the US, but just the cost of relapse and rehospitalization was over $37 billion in the year of 2013 in the US. Experts agree that cannabis is one of the preventable causes of psychosis relapse. So all of this really suggests that there's an urgent need to develop interventions for this population to address cannabis use. And what we know, unfortunately, from providers in studies is that they oftentimes feel ill-equipped to deal with this issue with their patient populations. They might feel more comfortable about talking with or addressing alcohol use with their patients and less so about cannabis. They want more evidence-based educational materials, specifically addressing cannabis. And we found this in our own work here in Washington State. We surveyed Washington State providers who serve young adults with psychosis. And what we found was that they said they need that cannabis interventions are extremely needed, they are extremely important, and they only feel a little bit or somewhat prepared to address this with their patients. So at this point, we know evidence-based intervention has been identified specifically for working with psychosis. On the other hand, in the general population, we have several efficacious interventions that have been identified that work, that are effective. Motivational enhancement therapy is one of those interventions that's been tested across populations and age groups to treat and intervene with cannabis. For adolescents, for college students, for adults. It's been applied to pre-treatment, so folks who are not necessarily interested in changing their cannabis use, but it's also been applied as a treatment for cannabis use disorder and to help people maintain gains that they've made in treatment. It has not, at this point, been tested with young adults with psychosis. So some of our work, we were interested in trying to figure out, what from 3 stakeholder groups, young adults with psychosis who use cannabis, their providers and family members, what kinds of adaptations were really necessary for a cannabis use intervention for this population. We did focus groups, 8 focus groups with those 3 stakeholder groups. And we were really interested in trying to just inform that development and adaptation of a combined cannabis intervention. We were interested in thinking about adapting motivational enhancement therapy for the individual, but also trying to figure out how to provide some skills and resources to family members who were oftentimes supporting their young adult in psychosis treatment to help them navigate discussions about cannabis and promote non-use or abstinence or reduced use. What we found from the young adults themselves is one of the things that was really interesting for me I've listened to probably at least 400 therapy sessions with adolescents or adults for cannabis, and the young adults with psychosis sound so similar to all of the clients that I've heard over the years. They use for similar reasons. They use to be social, they use to deal with negative affect, to cope with moods, and they like the high. They like getting high, they like that it's a break. They just like that as an activity. They can also see the benefits of reduction or quitting on their life goals, right? So they understand that at some level it might not be always helpful and there might be some detrimental effects. They also were pretty confused and want more science-based information on cannabis and psychosis and that relationship. Actually across the board, from all 3 stakeholder groups, they were relatively unaware of this relationship between cannabis and psychosis. And these are populations who were actually engaged in treatment for psychosis and using cannabis. They also really had a desire for an individualized intervention, one that was very respectful, non-judgmental, but also tailored to their needs, that really highlighted some of that information that we do know about how cannabis can be risky for them. Families and providers' experiences kind of converged in a number of areas, but one of the things that families talked about and providers echoed in a little bit less of a strong way was that cannabis is a contentious topic between families and their loved ones, for sure. And this can be somewhat contentious between providers and young adults. And one of the things that's really challenging for both the family members and the providers are these mixed messages about cannabis and the social perception that it's not addictive, it's medicine, it's fine. That in and of itself made conversations with young adults with psychosis really challenging and hard to navigate because they were bombarded with these it's fine, it's great, it's healthy messages, when that's not what they were seeing at home and that's not what they were seeing with their clients. They also wanted more science-based information, and they wanted to be able to leverage that and use that to increase their motivation to change. And of course, like, there's also, you know, a bit of a difference. Like, parents and providers definitely were interested in abstinence. If they kind of had their way, they would prefer an abstinence kind of a goal for a young adult. But the young adults oftentimes wanted some leverage. They wanted to be able to use at some level the choice to not have just an abstinence kind of approach. So with regard to intervention implications, I think there are several, but one of the biggest ones is just science-based psychoeducation. All stakeholders wanted that on specifically the risks that cannabis use poses for the maintenance, the relapse, and rehospitalization of this population. Counseling styles should be non-confrontational, non-judgmental. It should be supportive and individualized. And then from the larger literature that I didn't talk about as much, I think harm reduction strategies really do need to be emphasized with this population. There does seem to be better outcomes for folks who are using less, using lower THC products, and using products that have a higher CBD to THC ratio, particularly for those folks who are not ready to quit. I think motivational enhancement therapy is primed to be adapted for this population for a number of reasons, but it's brief, 1 to 4 sessions. It has been delivered in person, over the phone, and via computer. The dominant style is one that's very respectful and autonomy supporting, uses a lot of open-ended questions and reflections and affirmations to draw out that person's own individual motivations to change. But it also is combined with personalized feedback that's provided to that individual based on their assessment results. And that personalized feedback summarizes a number of things. It first compares their use with normative data from the population to see where they compare. But it also summarizes their recent use patterns, the consequences that they've experienced from cannabis, the risk factors for developing cannabis use disorder, and also reviewing their personal goals. This risk factor piece can be really leveraged, I think, for this particular population, given that there are such clear risks to cannabis for recovery and psychosis. So overall, I think motivational enhancement, the whole idea is to facilitate a really honest and candid conversation and exploration of someone's use, including, thinking through with them the costs and benefits of their use, comparing that, how does that look compared to other people, and then also really, diving in and thinking thoughtfully about how their cannabis use is impacting their personal goals, their recovery plan, and also important relationships. I also think our work suggested that families are interested in having more information and being utilized and leveraged as a tool to help young adults with psychosis reduce their use. And that is actually borne out in the literature as well. There was a study done in the Netherlands where people taught family members of youth with psychosis who were also using cannabis. They trained them in communication styles very similar to motivational interviewing to try to help navigate discussions around cannabis in more of a motivational way. And what they found was that intervention, working with the family members, helping them communicate about cannabis with their youth in a different way, actually had an impact on that cannabis use. So as far as policy implications and practice implications as well, I think that this population really requires us to think about potency limits and decreasing access to high potency THC specifically for youth for a number of reasons, but this is one of them. We need to develop and test more cannabis interventions specifically for this population. And we also need to be potentially recommending harm reduction strategies that are hopeful for this population. I recently had the intervention that we developed is called the Teen Marijuana Checkup. I had a session with a client who was a young adult in a psychosis program, and it was fascinating. He was talking about how, you know, at the beginning of treatment, he was using like all day, every day. He was not doing well with his symptoms. He had not doing well in his relationships, not functioning well at all. They made a plan to figure out he was going to use every other day, and he was going to use a certain amount of edibles, and that was it. And it was amazing what that difference made on his recovery and his stabilization. So I think some of these things can be really important for practitioners to know. Also, I think some of these have already been talked about in different talks, but increase the awareness of the connection between cannabis and psychosis. People don't know about this. If we have people, you know, in focus groups who have family members or have themselves a psychotic disorder and are using cannabis, and they don't know about the risks that cannabis poses to this population, I mean, you would think that they of all people would know, but they don't. So it's similar for the public and providers. They need more information about this. I also think there needs to be stricter requirements for medical card authorizations for cannabis for those with psychosis. And I also think that the literature really suggests that we need to be screening youth with cannabis use disorder for psychosis disorders or high-risk clinical high risk for psychosis, and vice versa. For folks who are clinical high risk for psychosis or experiencing psychosis, we need to screen for cannabis use disorders. And that is all I have today.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. Another really informative presentation. I really love that you talked about the role of family interventions and harm reduction as a part of your presentation. The benefit of coming to presentations like this and symposiums is there's so many great people that I get introduced to, so I'll be following up with so many of you after today. Our final presenter for this session, before the Q&A session, is Dr. Beatrice Carlini. I was introduced to Dr. Carlini by Representative Davis, and like Representative Davis, I've become a big fan. As you've already heard, she was instrumental in bringing us together and organizing today's event, and I am personally thankful for your efforts and really impressed with what I've seen today. Dr. Carlini has been a pioneer on bringing awareness on the sharp increase in the availability and risks of high-potency or high-THC content products. She is an associate professor for the University of Washington Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, and has been dedicated to understanding the public health impact of legal psychoactive substances use and policies on social and health outcomes. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Carlini.
Thank you, Jim, for the kind introduction. I started my day today so stressed that I went to the wrong hotel to wait for the keynote speaker to take him for coffee. But things kind of moved in the right direction, I hope. So I hope I can survive my presentation at the end of the day, and most importantly, you can survive. So what I bring into you today is, well, what Washington stakeholders think of all that we talked about today. And just to give you a background of why we are bringing this topic now at the end, as it was mentioned here, ADAI has been contracted by Healthcare Authority to a legislative proviso to write policy recommendations in a report to Washington legislature. This is due to the end of this calendar year. So the recommendations will be based, as it might be mentioned already, not, of course, in research evidence, what kind of policy works in several areas that had similar challenges. In the North America context, that basically Julian Schauer made all the homework ready for us, and also, of course, in what local stakeholders think about this issue. So why talk about stakeholders? I mean, it's kind of it's stressing what is already obvious for most of us here, that the best research-based evidence can be put forward, and if stakeholders are ignored on their rights, their opinion, their perspectives, basically you have no success in implementing such policy. So the brightest ideas can not be implemented or not be sustainable if you don't involve stakeholders and hear where they sit on all the ideas that you think are the brightest solution to the world because science back up. So that's the idea of engaging stakeholders, and we use scientific methods to hear from them. So let's start on our research and our study where we found the stakeholders that we have studied. We used channels we in great part already had with 30 years of work. ADAI had collected a lot of emails from important stakeholders from all different perspectives, approach, and walk of life. We reached them through these emails, listservs, presentation at various forums, LCB, DBHR, and other forums. We reach out to the cannabis industry, to journals and associations, and also selected social media. And we got the main stakeholders we were looking for. We divided them in 3 big groups. So the first group were communities. These are screenshots of the online forum that we set up for our study. Among them we had prevention, social justice, and youth-centered organizations, parents, educators, and youth. We got also professionals that include healthcare providers, law enforcement, government agencies, and researchers. And another group that we called cannabis advocates. There were people that worked in the industry, were representatives of the industry, or were compressed, funded by industry, or also people that having several identities in life, decided to, in this study, to use their identity as cannabis consumers. Once we reach, and you're going to see the numbers in a minute, what we ask them. So we had a 2 rounds of questions to the stakeholders in our study. So first we said, hey, come on with ideas. What do you think? In your opinion, how can our laws about high-THC cannabis products be strengthened in Washington State to decrease risk to consumers? So it's a really open book for people to jot down ideas. We ask for 3 ideas, and then we keep probing for more, and just feel freely, don't think much, just get our ideas, your ideas to us. And with this strategy, we got 302 ideas, and we are gladly reporting to you, there are not 302 ways of addressing this issue. A lot of them were repeats, a lot of them were redundant, as it is expected to be. So we worked with Polygon Inc., which is the company that helped us to navigate all the process of putting this study together to consolidate the repeats and the redundancy to avoid bias, and then we just validated their findings. And they gave us, we decided for 46 unique policy ideas coming from this brainstorm process. So then we did, again, a whole process of recruitment. So this brainstorm phase was open for about 3 weeks. Open online, was made primarily for cell phone, mobile applications, but also on traditional computers. The second phase, we did, again, our recruitment and asked for a second set of procedures. First, we said, hey, these are the 46 ideas, and could you please group them? And this is again a screenshot, so they would get, this is a random idea there, so can you put color code and group them and make different groups for us? And then the second, we asked, okay, get these 46 ideas, and there was a way that they could move with their fingers, if it was a cell phone or their computer, move to 1 to 10, whether or not they thought each of these different ideas were first, impactful or not on addressing the issue at hand, and second, if they were approved, was it possible to implement, how feasible they were. I would love to say that we came up with all these ideas, but no, this is actually an approach, a methodological approach called concept mapping, which is a method of having a way to capture collective thinking to find policy solutions. I haven't seen this much in drug policy, but it's very much used for urban development decisions and healthcare services. It's an approach that is different from a lot of things we have been seeing in our state. It's equitable and is a participatory approach that people don't necessarily have a hierarchy to show when they are participating. Their input is done anonymous. There are 2 rounds of participation. And it was very exciting for us to apply this approach in our evaluation of stakeholders in Washington. Who we got when we did this procedure. So we got 109 participants in the first phase brainstorm, the second 160. Some of them were the same, some were not. Hard to know. This is all anonymous input. What we do know is it's not common to have this amount of participation when you are trying to get people involved on making decisions on policy and giving their opinion. So this is a very successful amount of participation for this kind of process. We got a demographically diverse group, and this is the first phase and the second phase, very similar. And we also could see that although they were not identical in percentage of participation, cannabis and community and professionals participating well in the 2 phases of our study. Well, the other thing that we also saw is like, what about the geographic distribution? Are we going to have just King County, which for out-of-towners, and Thurston County that are the west side of our state? You could see that no, there was wide participation. Each of a different color is a different county in Washington, although the most populous areas, yes, had more participation. Probably proportional with the demographic distribution, we got good participation for all sides. We also decided to measure, and thanks for Dr. Gillian Schauer for suggesting this question, are people that were involved in our study really concerned about high level of THC, and they had from 1 to 5 to point out their level of concern. As you can see on the bottom, you have the red marker that shows that 3.8 was the average concern, which is pretty high. We can see also that many stakeholders had even higher concern about the issue of high-THC cannabis. Consumers themselves had a pretty moderate concern, so they were around 2.8. And the industry was around 1.4. What did we find? Okay, so that's a little tricky. It's a lot of details, so I hope you can, don't fall asleep in the middle. So just to remind, first people had to sort in group and color code the ideas. And that's what we got. So there were 7 policy areas that they divided in big buckets, this 46, so from age restrictions to ban high THC altogether, empower consumers, and so on. And there was an 8th option that was present in our brainstorm phase and moved to the second phase, that is do nothing. The do nothing means things are good as they are. So let's see, and then they had to do something else. They had, as you remembered and you recall, to get to rate infeasibility and impact. So that provided us a quadrant that our results just show like this, and I promise I won't stop now. I'm going to explain what this means. So what this means is when we want people we want to prioritize, or stakeholders want to prioritize what they found feasible and impactful, which is the right upper quadrant. And so on, they may find it is very So let's make it easier here. They may find it very impactful, something in the quadrant on the right bottom, but very difficult to implement. Or they find it's no impact, no importance, or feasibility, or low priority, and so on. So what we do with this data is a mixed method approach. We work with polygoning to do that. They plotted the ideas on the chart based on the perception of stakeholders on the average impact or feasibility score for each of these ideas. So what we are seeing here is also the color that they color code in terms of group. So bear with me still a little longer. What we are going to present are the results on 4 policy options, and just leave things as they are. Age restriction, licensing, and ban high-THC products are not going to be presented. They got lower ratings in priority, in impact and feasibility. We won't address it at the time. It will be in our full report when it's delivered. It's also very interesting to read. So the do nothing got, it's, can you say, like right outside there. It's very, very feasible. All stakeholders thought was, my God, this is so feasible. But you know, actually do nothing for the impact. So that's what we found. When we look separately by each type of stakeholder, the 3 big buckets, cannabis industry thought it was also very easy to do, and also had impact. So for them, is in the go zone. When we go to the empower the general public, so there was empower the general public and empower the consumers with information. So they are all the same color. You can see that there was support, and they are firmly in the go zone, of educating in schools and community centers, earmark money, the tax for PSA, ads, and social media campaigns, explain the risk of high-potency products. And this was supported by all the 3 groups pretty much equally. They moved a little bit around, but they were in the same go zone firmly. What about empower the consumers with information? What kind of ideas were that? So, and it was mentioned here already. So first, place public health messages at point of sale. Put warning labels specific to high potency products. Make the labels readable. What a thought. Like try to make them in font sizes that are readable with contrast colors and placement. More precisely, this was an idea of doing research to determine this, to putting labels. So all of these were in the goes on to, supported by most of stakeholders. There was also an idea a little outside that posting store warning about high-THC products, and the idea of ADAI would be the education that would do, like maintain things as they are, but just teach moderation. ADAI will do. Community and professions were not that jazzed about this last idea and put it outside the goes on, but it was still endorsed when you look at the total amount of people, with the industry supporting it. What about advertising restrictions? See, another color, other numbers. Advertising restrictions, we got, 3 of them in the go zone. The first one is in the go zone probably for a very easy reason to understand, because it's already enforced and is already true in our state. So ban high-THC ads on billboards is already banned, as most of us probably know. In billboards, we cannot have any pictures or signs or graphics of any cannabis product for that matter. Restrict where cannabis advertising of high products is allowed was also endorsed, and eliminate all advertising of high-THC products was also in the go zone when you see all the stakeholders together. When we look separately to the different stakeholders, the cannabis industry got the 12, eliminate all advertising on high-THC products, so I should say cannabis industry and consumers. Not that far from the go zone, but a little far removed from the go zone. Purchase and caps, purchase and product caps, which has been discussed throughout the day today and has been proposed twice in Washington State legislative process. They were mostly, ideas around was mostly situated on the no-go zone or the discard zone. We did have 3 ideas here that were in the consider zone, meaning they were considered impactful, but just wondering about the feasibility. So first was cap THC by product category, so by flower, by concentrates, cap THC concentration at 10% total THC. And we wanted just to mention the limit serving size to 5 milligrams in all products, or limiting to 10 milligrams were on the discard zone for Washington State stakeholders at this point in time. When we look at different stakeholders, we could see that professionals were definitely more excited and moved to the go zone, capping THC products by category. What about taxation? So we spread all over, but we had one idea that was in the go zone, that is increase taxes on products with more than 35% THC. What is interesting to note here, also very close, increased taxes on products thought to be harmful, and tax based on total THC by weight, that is very frequently proposed, was outside the go zone. Not too far from it, but was outside. What I think is important to see on this is how different stakeholders vary in terms of their support of taxation. In terms of community, and the 3 buckets, they pretty much look like I'm presenting here. But if you look at cannabis industry and professionals, you can see that cannabis industry situated any taxation that means increasing taxation in the remove option, while professionals put it on the go zone. So strong support for increasing taxes from the professionals, 0 support from the industry at this point in time. The cannabis industry supported 40, the idea 40, that was actually decreased taxes if you add CBD or CBG to their products. So this is our findings so far. We are not doing editorial comment about them, except that at this point in time, this is due to legislators on the end of the year. I would like to mention the policy implications. So first, good news from those that are rallying for population health in Washington State. Stakeholders are concerned with high THC products for non-medical use, and they support policy changes. Some of the policies supported are in fact backed by science and research. That is the case of consumer empowerment, like adding health warning labels and making the labels readable. Having advertising ban specifically for these products, and a tax increase proportional to THC content or concentration for non-medical use. Of course, there were also several other options that are backed by science that were not supported by Washington stakeholders at this time, probably suggesting the importance of doing more consumer and public education on these matters. I want to finish acknowledging the study participants that kindly participated in our study. The project advisory group members of our work, namely Jacob Delbridge, Dr. Kevin Hargody, Dr. Gillian Schauer, Dr. Mike McDonough, and Megan Moore. Thanks for all your thoughts and support. To Polygon Incorporated, the team, the company that supported the concept analysis process that we use in this study, and also to Dr. Cashlin First, that first introduced us to the idea of working with stakeholders using concept mapping. So I think I used less of my time, but I can tell some story if you want. So I would like now to start our Q&A, and I want to introduce Dr. Marina Epstein. She is a research scientist that works at Social Development Research Group, SDRG, at the School of Social Work, and kindly agreed to help us on our Q&A today. Come on in.
And can we bring Dr. Hall back?
Yeah, we were able to bring this in the morning. Can somebody check? He's out.
Oh,
okay.
Great.
Hello.
I just want to say what a great panel, and thank you for everyone who stuck around. Yeah, we have a number of really interesting questions. Some are more involved, some are less, so I think panel members take those as you will. I'm going to start with just a clarification one for Dr. Carlini on your study. When you were asking your participants about the feasibility, were you presenting feasibility as just, interpreted as you will? Or is it political feasibility, or is it implementation feasibility, or did you let them kind of decide what kind of feasibility they thought?
Thanks, excellent question. We clearly asked them to not consider political feasibility, but to think if this were to be approved by political process, do you think it's feasible to implement? So that was the question. Whether or not people took that at heart is a different issue. We could notice that a lot of the comments there were about considerations of the political feasibility.
Great, thank you. And next question, another quick one maybe, is for Dr. Schauer. A couple of people asked about you to say a little bit more about the potential problems with Illinois taxing approaches.
Yeah, so I'm channeling the Illinois regulator, and they've recently had a changeover in their regulator, but because they have a tiered system, they have 3 different potential taxes to collect at every encounter, every sales encounter. And to make sure that people are doing that right, they'd really need an enforcement scheme where people are going in to make sure, well, was this really an edible, or was this a concentrate? Was this flower a type of flower that's infused that we would actually call an edible? So there's a lot of tax detail there where that sort of a tax scheme would just need to be accompanied by some enforcement to ensure the certainty of tax collection at the point of sale, and also some training, because at the point of sale it can be difficult to make those decisions.
Thank you. And I guess to continue with you, Dr. Schauer, would you talk a little bit about the additives to e-liquids, and how much do we understand about what goes into the e-liquids and how much of that is and isn't harmful? So when you talked about, the caps on, in one of the states, Connecticut maybe, on vapes, and that if the cap was set to 60%, what is the other 40% going to be filled with?
Yeah, so interestingly, both Connecticut and Vermont have exempted vape cartridges. And again, I am not in the legislature there, I can't channel them, but my guess is that they were thinking carefully about the vaping lung injury outbreak. So what we know from the vaping lung injury outbreak is THC was not responsible for the effects that were seen. We also know that vitamin E acetate was one cause, but CDC was very careful in their wording to not rule out other potential causes. I've worked closely with laboratorians from across the spectrum, from government, from states, talked with industry lab folks as well. We have very little understanding of the effects of the different additives being used in cannabis vape cartridges and what happens when they're aerosolized. And I think we have a lot more to learn there. Typically, this is an area where a federal agency like FDA would be weighing in to give you safety profiles, to help regulators make sense of what are there any terpenes that are of concern? Are there any excipients or diluents? And, what are the concerns? Is it around heat? Do you need to change the device? Those are conversations that every state has been left to have on their own, and it's been extremely challenging. And we see a number of states banning different additives, but it's based on their own sort of sense within the state, and we don't see consistency across the state either. So I've spoken with some lab folks that I trust deeply who have told me personally their estimation is that the safest vape product would be one that's as pure in cannabinoid content as you can get. And if you're concerned about having a 99% THC vape cartridge, then you look at other policies. You could limit the serving size, you could limit the purchase amount. But to have a cap on that, I feel personally raises some public health concerns because of how little we know about additives and how little regulation is possible because of our lack of knowledge there.
If you'll allow me to put you on the spot just for 1 second, I study e-cigarettes, which are, we don't have the same national ban on, but there's the same questions about what is in those e-liquids. And have we learned, do you know anything if we've learned from that industry about what is and isn't safe?
It's very hard to translate the additives being used in nicotine vape devices to the additives being used in THC vape devices because nicotine is liquid soluble and THC is fat soluble. And so that makes for a whole different array of additives that potentially are more concerning for the kinds of things like E-Valley because it's a fat soluble substance at present.
Great, thank you. A question to Dr. Walker. Why do you think there isn't more awareness of the relationship between psychosis and cannabis, especially among this young adult population? And how can we use new or existing, networks that like the technical prevention centers and clinician educations and how can we use resources to make sure that that information is getting out there for this population?
That's a great question. I think that
mic doesn't work.
Does it not work? Perfect. Okay. I think that one reason why people don't really understand the relationship, or it hasn't gotten a lot of press, is that, the population base rates of psychosis are very low, It used to be pre a high level or high potency THC, about 0.5% of people, might experience that in their lifetime. Now it's up to about 1%. So I think people, there's maybe a little hesitancy around making a lot out of something that doesn't necessarily affect a huge amount of people. But I also think I had a thought, and it was, where was it? I think initially when some of the findings were coming out around psychosis and cannabis, it felt a little bit like cannabis hysteria, from the olden days. And there, I think, were a lot of critics that looked really, intensely at that data and wondered, about if this was a causal relationship. And I think that conversation still is going on, although I think the data really is kind of falling more on the side of there is some kind of causal connection there. And as far as, I think we do need to use the existing provider networks that we have to get this information out. I think the provider community in psychosis is pretty well connected as well, and so I think this, there needs to be actual curriculum, I think, within psychosis programming for providers and for families and also patients.
Thank you. I really appreciate you making the distinction between the general population and the risk for psychosis at the general population versus the risk of recurrence or, inciting psychosis or rehospitalization among the population that has already been diagnosed, that those are slightly separate issues that sometimes get crossed over.
A comment on this particular topic? Well, just to make the point, can you hear me? I think in the US that the phrase reefer madness is sort of a Trumpian phrase that's used to shut down any discussion of this topic. And there's a lot of mythology about reefer madness being a government propaganda film when it wasn't, and it was basically an exploitation film that I've recently published on. But it's just a phrase that people use to avoid discussing the evidence, and I think the evidence is very clear, and it's been well accepted in most places other than the US. And I think certainly it's true, the population prevalence is fairly low, but I think one message that's important to get across is if you've got a family member, a first-degree relative who's affected, you've got about tenfold increased risk to begin with. And if you're doubling or trebling that risk by being a heavy cannabis user, then your risk sort of getting up into the sort of range of 30% or thereabouts. And that's a message that really needs to be got out there clearly, regardless of whether cannabis is legal or not in a state.
Dr. Hall, and I actually have a follow-up question for you, not follow-up to this necessarily, but would you talk a little bit about, you mentioned, who does the burden of proof of showing the harm of high-potency THC products should be on? Is it the industry, and can we trust the industry? Is it the policymakers? Is it the professionals? Is it the researchers? You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, look, I think that's important. I mean, it's remarkable how the burden has implicitly shifted to the public health community to demonstrate that consuming more potent products is probably not a good idea. There's enormous double standards that operate in the area of benefits and harms of cannabis that we've seen in the US. People prepared to assume or to infer that medical cannabis reduces opioid overdose deaths on the basis of ecological correlations, but reject much stronger evidence, epidemiological evidence of the sort that we've heard presented today on cannabis and psychosis. So I think the burden of proof ought to be on the industry, as I think Bea and others have pointed out. People didn't vote for cannabis extracts and concentrates when they voted to legalize marijuana, which was the herbal product. And I think the industry really needs to be demonstrating that these products that they're now developing and promoting don't increase the risks of some of the adverse effects that have been demonstrated for even the older herbal cannabis products.
One of the conversations I was having during one of the breaks is that the enforcing that burden of proof is usually the job of the FDA, which of course is not involved in this case because we don't have a national, we have a national ban.
US, Mark Kleiman, the late great Mark Kleiman made the point that the US has the worst of both worlds in the fact that you've got federal prohibition and state legalization, that the sort of federal agencies that should be doing all of these, providing information on these issues is just kept out of the equation and not allowed to participate. And the sooner the US gets around to national legalization, or at least removing cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act, better, I think, to allow a lot of these issues to be better addressed by research.
Yeah, I'm sure that point is widely shared in this room. A question for Dr. Carlini. Would you talk about some efforts that are being made by the UW to collaborate or partner or at least have conversations with the industry on conducting some of the research that is missing?
Good question as well. Yeah, there are many opportunities to do research, and there are many things missing. We, as a university, are bound to the federal laws of collaboration, of doing research, and that is mostly the challenge of collaborating on answering some of these questions with the industry. We cannot touch research-wise the products that they offer in the market as much as we would like to do research with it, and we congratulate Dr. Carrie Cutler on having creative ideas of how to develop these protocols. So this is important and it should be addressed. I know of colleagues that work on the medicinal side on developing, Dr. Nefi Stella is here, that do research on the medicinal side and work with the substance provided by the University of Mississippi, that is the DAA approved material. But for studying the impact of the products that are out there, we are pretty limited. So I do talk to the industry, and we collaborate when possible on exchanging ideas, on disseminating and opening doors. I also am very aware that although some of them are my dear estimate colleagues and even friends, we do sit in different sides of the interest. So the industry by nature, that's how they make their living. They have interest on profiting on the products that I'm most concerned about. So that doesn't mean make me a person that is on reefer madness, or them as people that don't have principle, but very different on that, but we are definitely sitting in different sides, so our questions may differ as well. I invite the industry to do the research to prove their products are safe for consumption. As Dr. Hall was saying, it's complicated for us to have to prove that their products are not safe and be questioned all the time in terms of our methodology or a lack of certainty, and that's, for you guys, that's doing science. It takes 40 years to be certain of something, and we may change our certain in the next day because we don't have really any skin in the game. We are open to the truth as the truth evolve. So we are sitting different sides, and I truly respect my friends and colleagues from the industry. You're just aware of where we sit.
Thank you. And I think it's also interesting that your studies show that on certain issues, it's not just the industry, the consumers and the industry are very aligned, especially in things like costs.
Yeah, the consumers, should be, but not as removed from concern as the industry is.
Right. Agreed. Dr. Hall, you drew several parallels in your talk between how we regulate cannabis and how we regulate alcohol, and I think it's really interesting to consider. In this state, when we privatized alcohol, we raised taxes on alcohol in 2011 or something like that. The use of alcohol went straight up. And
the same election where we legalized cannabis, we privatized alcohol.
Right. And so I think we should take all the lessons that we have learned from alcohol, but also take all the lessons that we've learned from alcohol that just increasing prices may or may not move the needle. Do you think there are other ways that we could capitalize on lessons learned from alcohol restriction and on alcohol harm reduction that could be used here?
I mean, don't just limit it to alcohol. I mean, I think there was a paper that Rosalie Pikula was first author on that was published, must be getting on for 8 or 9 years ago, the American Journal of Public Health, which nicely drew out a lot of the parallels between the regulation of alcohol and tobacco and potential lessons for cannabis regulation. I mean, certainly taxes is one way of doing it, but it's a fairly blunt instrument. And I think a lot of it has to do with what sorts of promotional activities are allowed, with where retail outlets are located, with trading hours, with public education. And I think that's going to be a struggle, given the sort of history that we've had with the alcohol and tobacco industries in undermining public health education campaigns about the risks of their products. But I think we certainly should be looking at that, and we should be calling the industry on it, because they're always arguing we should regulate cannabis like alcohol. And that's sort of opening the door to learning or benefiting from a lot of the lessons from the history of alcohol policy.
Thank you. Dr. Schauer, it was a question about what policy have you seen that has had the largest impact on youth-related cannabis use and other issues?
I feel like that's me responding to a question about a presentation I didn't give, because I have a whole list of other things to say about youth cannabis prevention. But the truth is, we haven't generally seen youth use of cannabis increase in states that have legalized adult use. In fact, recently, Colorado actually saw a decrease. But I do think that, it was talked about today, this idea that a lot of states have a provision that products should not appeal to kids. And I think any regulator would tell you that that's extremely hard to enforce. It's very subjective. Those policies detail occasionally things like color or font or cartoon, but they, even in defining them, still leave a lot of room open for subjectivity. And so I think one approach that we are seeing some states try is plain packaging, which was talked about by Dr. Hammond, and a number of medical states have plain packaged products that removes the potential of the exterior of the product to appeal to kids. We recently have seen Connecticut try to implement plain packaging on the adult use end. Their statute actually called for plain packaging across the board, and they received some pushback, and I believe they will only be rolling out plain packaging for edibles. They preserved edibles in part because of all the poison center data that you saw presented today, where kids can find products that look appealing, open them, and consume them. So I think there's a lot of work to do there, and I didn't have a chance to talk about the hemp side of the house, but a lot of the products that we see in the news that look like common commercial goods are not from regulated cannabis markets. They're from the hemp marketplace. And underscoring everything we've talked about today is the fact that on a wholly different marketplace that's regulated in a very different way right now, particularly in our state, you can find high THC products. You can find products that appeal to kids. So I think that needs to be part of a discussion. I know it's outside of the scope of the work ADAI is doing, but that is an area that certainly is ripe for the kind of discussions we're having today.
There was a question about, it was hemp-derived THC products specifically, so maybe you could explain to folks what that is and how it happens.
Yeah, so there are two main issues with hemp. One is that CBD is being turned into a range of other cannabinoids, some of which are impairing, delta-8, delta-10, HHC, THCO acetate. That's one issue. That's through a chemical process that's being achieved. The other issue, though, is that the Farm Bill defined hemp as products with 0.3% THC at a dry weight level. And in plant, 0.3% THC is not a lot of THC. So that's probably what they may have been thinking about when they passed the Farm Bill. But in food and beverage, 0.3% is a lot. And suddenly a fun-sized pack of gummies that your kids might get while trick-or-treating, so envision that. That type of product on the hemp marketplace can have 60 milligrams of THC. So you start to look at chocolate bars, and you're quickly looking at products that can legally have more delta-9 THC on the hemp marketplace than we currently allow in the adult use marketplace. So that's where I think this discussion about high THC products, it must encompass some discussion about the hemp industry, or we're leaving open opportunities for those types of products to exist in one market and not in another highly regulated market.
Thank you. One final question for Dr. Walker. Have you seen any benefits for patients in your studies in consuming high potency products? I mean, and maybe the answer is just an unqualified no, but.
Yeah, I haven't. Psychosis is a new area for me. So the last 20 years, we've been working in the general population, intervening for cannabis use disorders with adolescents and adults. The far majority of my work is just starting. We're starting to apply our interventions to this population, and have talked with folks via that focus group data that I talked about. And yeah, I mean, I didn't really hear anybody talking about specifically high potency THC being beneficial to them. And the literature seems pretty clear that it's not.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. This is all the time that we have for questions.
Okay, we can almost go home now. So I'm going to do very short closing remarks. We are all tired, but I want to just share how amazed I am with all the things I learned, and I hope you all learned today as well. And I'm so thankful for the participation of all these amazing people that bothered to come here and see people in 3 dimensions, and those that stay home and that participated as well. It was a really select and amazing group of people. I'm extremely thankful to my team, Sharon Guerin, Lexi Nims, Meg Brunner, and Erin McGraw. You absolutely rock. This couldn't exist without you. And thanks so much to my amazing director of ADAI, Dr. Susan Ferguson, that support us all the way in this process. I hope you appreciate whatever area and seat or corner you sit on this matter of the openness we try to bring to this event today. Open books, open discussion to get us all learning, reflecting, and growing. I want to also very thankful to the people that came all the way from east side and other of the state or east side of the country for that matter to participate today or participated from overseas or in Canada through online participation. Thanks so much, Dr. Jonathan Caulkins. I'm amazed. Yeah, I started with the wrong hotel, and I cannot pronounce your last name, so I apologize for that. I promise to do better next time. Hopefully you like the coffee. I took him to a Brazilian coffee place, so hey, can't go wrong. I really appreciate you surviving all the way into this talk today, and Dr. Deborah Hazen for your amazing presentation coming all the way from Colombia, and all my fellows here in Washington State. So thanks so much. I hope I can make it home. I have my partner driving me today, so thank you. Bye.